boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday Psycho show with everyone's favorites, Adam Thunder.
What's up? How's
I
it
should've
going? Oh my
said
God, what
the
an
world-
amazing day. Holy shit, I can't believe it's Sunday. Whoa!
Somebody's excited today. Somebody had like 20 shots of espresso before it came on. Wow.
Oh,
look
of
at
course
this.
not. Of course not. I dipped
took-
into Donald Trump's Sudafed.
There you go. Or listen, it was no Sudafed, it was no coffee, it was just pure, unadulterated destruction of Hasan. Oh my God, Cenk's nephew was obliterated. And we're gonna
Right?
watch
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
It's
I
so
wonder
great.
if any producers at CNN are watching any of this controversy going on with their new Joe Rogan of the left in dire straits. He's on the ropes. Oh my God. And is Ethan Klein auditioning for Joe Rogan of the left? Is Ethan Klein sitting around with his wife going, hey, why are they talking about him as Joe Rogan of the left? I'm on the left and I'm popular, right? Why am I not the Joe Rogan of the left?
Well, it's always nice to see. Sometimes there's a YouTuber who used to make very good video content, and then they get very lazy and they start just doing these streams, right?
Oh, yeah. Who would do
you know.
something like that? What a pathetic fool.
What a pathetic fool would possibly do something like that. So it's always nice to see Ethan come back and be like, no, I can still hit a video out of the park, baby.
Of course. Look, and there are obviously, there's two tiers of content creators, right? There are the ones that can stream and do the video essays. You know, they're capable of editing and putting out edited content. I don't think Hasan has ever done an edited video in his entire fucking life. Am I wrong about that?
He might. I think he might have done a couple with TYT like a million years ago.
I'm not certain about that.
Where they're like, hey, Hasan, go walk around and like look at people and talk to them. He's like, yeah, bro. Like he didn't do it. Like,
maybe
the
he's
TYT
doing the
staff
man
did
on
it,
the
right?
street. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He's not actually sitting down and doing the editing. So
Exactly.
yeah.
And it's when I watched Ethan's video, I immediately said, I bet you he's doing this because of the CNN interview and all the people trying to make him the Joe Rogan the right. That's my first thought.
Of course, me too.
Yeah, and of course we were both right because, like, at some point in the video, he says that very expressly.
Oh, okay, look at that. Yeah.
Okay, but before
Mhm.
we're gonna do a little bit of a Quentin Tarantino here, because
Right.
before we watch Ethan's absolute annihilation of
Mhm.
Hasan, we're actually gonna watch Hasan's reaction to
Right.
Ethan's annihilation of him. And it's, oh my God, I can't even believe that because this is, Hasan didn't upload this, but one of like the React Hasan channels, which is like almost always, 99.9% like pro Hasan content. I can't even believe they upload this. It makes Hasan look so out of touch, delusional, coping and seething. It's hilarious. His response to this is amazing.
So the content nuke has gone off, destroyed the entire city, and this is Hasan like rummaging through the rubble of his career, right?
Mm-hmm.
Basically trying to put the pieces back together.
Yes.
So
let
us enjoy.
Kid Truck 91 for $5 says, just finished watching it. This was one of those 1,000 bombs they're always 1,000-pound bombs they're always complaining about. That's very true.
Nice. Uh-oh. Read another super chat.
What happened?
We don't have any volume, so let me fix that real quick.
Alex Esper for $5 says, I've been working on an acronym for woke and I'm having trouble with K. Walking on cracking eggshells. Your thoughts? Oh.
Okay.
Gotcha.
All right, we're fixed.
We'll workshop it. Okay.
Oh, spend time with your fucking kids, man. Holy shit. You look crazy. You look like you're fucking literally losing your mind.
This is Hasan's only move. Reputation destruction. He's like, don't believe any of the clips you've seen of me in this video. Okay. All of this real information that he's dropped upon me. Ignore all that. Ignore your lying eyes. Just focus on, look at that crazy hair. Oh my God, he's insane. He needs to touch grass. Right? Don't pay attention to him.
I believe that Ethan said that no, Hasan said he wanted to debate Ethan, and Ethan said he would after he watches the video, which means that it never will happen.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
And virtually everyone can see it. Do you not have any friends? Listen to your producers. I'm sure they have pulled you aside on the background and been like, hey, Ethan, can you stop doing this? It's
Hey, Ethan, do you think you can start sucking off these Palestinian protesters for a bit? Our numbers are dropping a little here on the old YouTube, right? Producer talk, friendly chat.
Hey, Ethan, you know that video that you're about to put out that's probably going to get more views than any of your other videos has in like months? Can you not do that, please? Can you please not do that as your producer? I would really like for you to not do that. Thank you.
That conversation is not taking place, I guarantee. They're like, woohoo, look at all this traffic.
very uncomfortable every time the camera pans to them. There's a reason for it, okay? Because everyone around you thinks you're fucking crazy.
Oh my God, that's
and
like the most annoying sound of the episode.
I know.
Hit us with it 15 times.
And
I'm gonna have to look for it because when I watched Ethan's annihilation of Hasan, I don't remember this, and I've heard other people repeat this. So this is like the weird like narrative that's forming. I don't remember the camera panning around to other people in the studio and them all looking at Ethan like concerned and confused, like, why are you doing this?
Well, I do remember some of the staff kind of backing up Hasan about the socialism stuff when he was debating Ethan.
Yeah, like a year
in
ago.
one of the last podcasts. Yeah, exactly. But you know, obviously, it all blends together. Yeah, I haven't seen that recently. So,
but Ethan has caffeine. Just watch the video and take some accountability. Don't be a pirate software dude. Dude, it's an hour and 40-minute video. Okay, can I just say something? This is
a guy who streams all day, every day. This is a guy who, remember, he didn't get in trouble for this. Okay, he just streamed episode after episode of Top Chef.
Yes,
he was just stealing Top Chef content. And so a guy, what world do we live in where a guy who streams all day, every day, who's like looking for content everywhere he can find, he's like, oh my God, I need content. I need content to fill my time slot. And he's like, oh, here's an hour and 40 minutes, which you could probably stretch out to like 4 hours for a single day because it's all about you. And he's like, it's so long. How am I supposed to watch it, Chad? I don't understand.
Yeah, he could just pull it up and start gaslighting from the get-go, right? Gaslight on the whole entire thing. I mean, that's what he'd have to do. But look, this little clip here, obviously his chat is pushing back on him hard. So can you imagine what would happen? Just imagine, like the video isn't even up and running and they're totally pushing back on him. Imagine if it was actually up. Oh my God. And this is shit that Hasan hates. He hates his chat pushing back on him. He does. It gets him totally triggered and infuriated.
There was an interesting tweet related to that our good friend Anna put out.
Oh, I know. Anna has been going to war.
Oh my God.
Holy shit.
She's
amazing.
Anna has just been, oh my God.
Zero fucks given. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, she's been annihilating.
She went after Emma Vigeland. She went after Hasan. She basically said that Hasan told her in private that he fucking hates his audience.
Yes.
Can you imagine such a thing? Like I come to you and I'm like, oh, our fucking audience, you know. Can you imagine? Why even do something like this if you hate the audience? I fucking love the audience.
I know.
Like the audience, look, the whole fun of doing this is interacting with the audience. What the fuck?
She said specifically that Hasan is a slave to his audience.
Oh yes, so true. But that's why he hates them. Look, if you are a slave to your audience, you probably end up hating your audience in the end, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yeah.
But well, it's interesting because I always assumed that Hasan. What I guess the question is, what about his audience does he hate? Because he does. Is he just grifting on the social stuff? It always comes off as like genuine retardation. And when I say that, I mean like he generally believes it and is retarded for believing it. Like I've never really got the sense that Hasan is just grifting about the socialism stuff. So I'm wondering what about his audience is it that like so triggering to him?
Well, they give him pushback all the time on not living up to his values. That's gotta. I mean, he realizes he has
it could
zero
be that.
principles. Like that even comes up in this thing. He's the you're rich and a capitalist mortally wounds him. It does.
You're
he
right.
can't stand that,
That's
and they
probably
constantly
what it is,
bring it
yeah.
up. Chad is also saying that Anna went after Pisco too.
I know. I retweeted it,
which is hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh my god! When Pisco was on, Anna messaged us and was like, "What is up with this Pisco guy?" now
like, now you know.
Now she's out there swinging at him. Oh god! Look, and it is a battle. Look, Jank and Anna they want to be they want to win the soul of the Democratic Party. They realize that the far left is taking over, and it's just bad. It's bad. It gives too much power to the right, and it leaves them fucking powerless. The people who should have the most power on the left have the least power, and they're trying to invert that dynamic, and more power to them. But so many of these other people are just fucking blind to it.
Yep. Well,
yeah.
Pisco's having a complete and total meltdown.
Oh yeah,
like
he's like working for a fucking.
Well, not and not just for the Destiny stuff, because obviously, like, oh, whoops, the guy that he was hitching his wagon to turns out to be a horrible sex pest,
right?
And Pisco totally hedged, like, on working with Destiny again. Like, well, not at this moment.
Right. Oh, of course, yeah.
Right? But beyond that,
not
he's
the
having
clean break that ABBA made.
Right. He's having this total meltdown where anyone who's not like. Anyone to his eye that's not completely just screaming blood from the eyes about things that Trump is doing, he's like, oh, they're simping to Trump. Okay. Even if they're criticized. So to be clear, even if they're like, wow, I really don't like what Trump is doing, this is really bad, that's not enough if they're not screaming blood from the eyes, because he's criticizing. He says, this is what Pisco tweeted out that Anna's responding to. He says the LA Times is MAGA news.
Oh, fuck you.
The Washington Post is MAGA news.
Right.
The Washington fucking Post.
Yeah,
and then
this is ridiculous.
It's like, what world? And then he says the TY, and then at the top he says TYT is MAGA news. Okay, so that's why she was responding to all this. This is like insane.
It's so crazy. Obviously, the LA Times is like as left wing as possible. So Washington Post as well.
LA Times, Washington Post, and TYT are all criticizing Trump like pretty strongly. So on a lot of things he's doing. So I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. It's just out of his mind. But
yeah.
Anyways, it's fun.
All LA media is anti-Trump. Even the local news. Spends every single story as if it's Trump's fault. So
right. Which I'm sure we'll talk about during the week. But
a
lot of Trump news going
on. Oh yeah, lots of Trump news for us.
But this is too delicious to pass up for Sunday.
Yes.
This might come across a little ableist, but you literally have an intellectual disability if you think that, like, I am fearful of watching an hour and 40-minute video made by a dude who literally thought Roe v. Wade was the gay one last week. Okay, like, when every single child.
So then watch it.
Yeah. I don't know. Look, I don't even know the context of the Roe v. Wade thing. So, but he's, I mean, he's, like I said, reputation destruction is all this guy knows. So he's basically saying that Ethan Klein is like politically a neophyte. And obviously Hasan is like the huge intellectual here. But I thought Ethan Klein, as just a fucking normie, kind of annihilated him in that socialist debate, because everything Ethan was saying just seemed like common sense, and none of the stuff that Hasan was saying even would work. So when he would actually answer, like a lot of times he wouldn't even fucking answer.
We covered that debate. For those that remember, it was a very fascinating conversation. It was essentially Ethan asking Hasan, how do you hire people?
Yes.
How do I, as a business owner, and this is why Ethan, who, he's not like super in depth in like a lot of political ideology and political philosophy, and he's pretty normie in that stuff, but he is a guy who does hire people, who does run a business. So he does have experience with this. And he's just asking Hasan, like, okay, in your socialist utopia where everything has to be a co-op where it's worker owned, how do I hire a person?
Yes.
And Hasan could not answer this most basic question. It was too complicated for 2 hours to go back and forth on how do I, as a business owner, hire a person?
Yeah. He also in here claims that Ethan doesn't really know much about politics, but I would say just from the content that he went after Hasan with, I mean, it seems like he understands politics pretty well to me, right?
Enough. Yeah, enough.
He's like, look, I'm going to take this guy out. I'm going to take him out. They're talking about him being the Joe Rogan of the left. Oh, kill me. That's what he did.
Or someone with an actual child brain, a person who literally was a Yang ganger. Okay, someone who was in support of Yang Gang. Who
this is what totally. I messaged you as soon as I heard this because I'm like, okay, socialist right here. Yang Gang or Yang comes out and the first candidate that kind of goes mainstream talking about UBI. His big plan is to give every American $1,000 a month. Right. We've seen the stats in Hasan's chat. Okay. 30% of them are unemployed. Like, how would $1,000 a month change all of those people's lives? Right.
Right.
But yet they're completely against Yang. What happened? What's going on here? You're literally socialist, right?
I think it's twofold. They view Hasan, they view Yang as like the FDR. He's going to provide social programs that are going to gatekeep the country from going into socialism full blown, and so that's bad. And they don't like that. They kind of want the acceleration to happen. They want everyone to to become poor and destitute so that they have a violent revolution in America against capitalism. And then also because there was that weird smear against Yang where they're like, well, there's some white nationalists that like Yang. So therefore, if you like Yang, you must be racist.
Yeah. I don't even know if any of that is true. So you may have had some trad cons that are like, hell yeah, I want to stay home and raise my kids.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds good to me.
Who genuinely does not know anything about politics. Like, what am I supposed to do? Watch every fucking crash out? You think like every single time some fucking slop tuber makes a video, this is actually incredibly important points. The only thing you're demonstrating is your own. Okay, it's an hour and 40 minutes of a.
How does that like
slop tuber?
Like how? First of all, slop tuber is funny, but like
cope.
Like indoctrinated do you have to be as Hasan fan to like process what he's saying? He's acting like Ethan is just some random guy who's like did a random hit piece on Hasan, which by the way, you could, even if that was the case, you could still watch that. It's a big good content for the stream, blah, blah, blah. But that's not what's going on here. This is a guy that for multiple years, you was literally your fucking podcast partner who came out of like video content making retirement to annihilate you. This is not some rando off the street. You're like, oh, just some random homeless guy just walked by and said, you suck, Hasan. Am I supposed to react to that?
Yeah, look, he's speaking to people who are completely in his echo chamber. So all they know is what he says, which is insane.
Right.
Sex pests, cults, communities, compiled garbage that he took a week off to literally shave off the fucking serial numbers off of, basically, just so that there wasn't that stink associated with it. Because unfortunately for him, his favorite content creator was outed as a fucking sex pest for consensually and unconsensually recording people while they're having sex and then distributing it to a bunch of other 19-year-old Discord e-girl kittens that he wanted to fuck. Okay? And then all of those videos were leaked a month ago, including videos of him having sex with his ex-wife, who I know for a fact she has mentioned did not give him consent to release those videos to random people.
This is a distraction portion of the video, by the way. Look, I got no love for Destiny. We're talking about you here, Hasan.
Well, that's what's so hilarious. It's like, oh, let me try to somehow tie the Ethan's attack to Destiny. Just anything to bad faith this as much as possible.
Look, he's basically building a hierarchy here. He's like, look, there's the pro-terrorists, and then there's the like non-consensual sex pest, right? Where am I in that hierarchy? I'm not so bad, am I?
Yeah, exactly.
And the idea that this is a deflection is fucking moronic, because I have mentioned
Somebody in the chat called him out immediately. Oh my god, this is a deflection. What are you talking? This has nothing to do with it.
Oh yes, look. That's why I'm telling you, he hates the chat when they attack him. He can't stand this. He just wants lemmings.
every single stupid fucking point brought up a million times over. The reason why chatters are going to bring it up nonstop is so they can get clips, so they can post them on their little streams themselves. Stop paying attention to the fucking no power. A ton of power exists. Exactly. But yeah. Anyway, have fun though. I assume that you guys are going to try and bait me into losing my shit all day. But yeah, there are already 100 responses to every accusation. I know. There's like, you could just go if you truly are invested in the truth. And I'm sure there are some people. There are others who are just going to come in here and be like, well, I'm going to keep it real, man. You're just like avoiding accountability. Yeah, dude, I am pro-Palestine. That's it. I'm pro-Palestine. Okay. If that's news to you, you are the dumbest baby on the planet. All right. I am pro-Palestine. I am anti-genocide. I am someone who is a leftist. Okay. I'm a leftist. I'm a leftist. I do not think capitalism is the final evolution of mankind. I think we can evolve beyond it. Okay.
Would UBI be part of that evolution, Sitch?
No.
Probably. I was just saying. Just saying. When the robots take over.
There are literally Guantanamo Bay internment prison facilities being set up right now. And if your number one thing is your favorite 50-year-old content creator with 3 children.
Yeah, I guess Trump is taking a bunch of illegal immigrants to Guantanamo Bay.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Evidently, I guess Clinton did this exact same thing. Obama did this exact same thing, and the news never said anything about it. It was on TYT, and TYT, everyone's giving TYT a problem for pointing this out. God, everyone is so in league with the propaganda. They're like, how dare you mention that Clinton did this too? Did the exact same thing Trump is doing.
It's funny because this is the exact thing that Ethan pointed out Hasan always does in the video. He said, if you ever criticize Hasan for anything, he says, but look at what's horrible things happening somewhere else. You can't criticize me because there's a genocide going on somewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
And he's doing the exact same thing. You can't criticize me. Look what Trump's doing. It's like, wait a minute. What does that have to do with anything?
Deflection, distraction, obfuscation.
Yep.
And his endeavors for the past 6 months, you are a deeply unserious person. The only, like, this literally only talks about.
Look at that. If you're holding Hasan accountable, unserious. Unserious person.
Yeah.
Just look at his interview with that Houthi pirate, and you can see what truly unserious person is.
The genocide now, when it's to say there's a genocide going on cynically, and his entire baby-brained fan base also reiterate that point over and over again, while they think they're making a brilliant point because they misunderstood my initial assessment of the matter, which is that when I'm watching children get mutilated every goddamn day, I think it's a pathetically selfish way to approach that conversation from the personal feelings of a rich 100 millionaire sitting in his Bel Air mansion talking about his own goddamn feelings. Okay, that's it. You can call.
So Hasan is basically laying out a worldview where he can't talk about anything, I guess, because he's just a rich socialist in California. So you should shut up and stop streaming forever.
Ethan lives in Bel Air. He lives in Bel Air now?
I guess so.
I didn't think he lived in Bel Air.
You can call him crash out all day, every day. I'm a goddamn adult. I'm 33 years old. I'm not going to, cover every moron and their own personal feelings and how hurt they've been. And it's taken a year to be open about, for me to finally get to this point. I still wish Ethan well, okay? I do. But god damn, how selfish, how delusional, how stupid.
I wish him well. Delusional, selfish, stupid piece of shit. But I wish him well.
Just think.
Baby brain, piece of
that anyone outside of your marginal cult that you have whittled away over and over again, is going to look at the situation and go, yeah, you know what, dude, you are actually right. You've totally convinced me that baby murder, unlimited baby murder, is all right now, actually. That like people who call that sort of behavior out are all seemingly radical Islamist extremist terrorists who I will assume are being funded by Qatar. Or
this is the guy that gave us the baby settler argument, where that Israeli babies were actual strategic targets, since they were technically settlers as well.
Right.
Colonizers.
He was defending, he was defending Second Thought, making that argument to Ethan directly.
Well, no,
And-
Ethan asked him in the show, are babies settlers? And he's like, kinda.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
But it's so ridiculous too, because Ethan's position is like only a few degrees on Israel's only a few degrees away from Hasan's. Like Ethan was very against, the war, and very against the reaction, and very against, the bombings and all this stuff. Like the only difference was that he believed in a two-state solution. And he talks about this in the video. The only difference is that he believed in a two-state solution versus a one-state solution.
That's not very close. So that's like,
I guess
that's a world away. What are you talking about?
I guess,
Hasan doesn't want Israel to exist.
That's true. I guess you're right. It is a world away, but it's also much closer, because usually like the lines are, oh, Israel's justified. Like usually the debate is like whether Israel's justified in its actions, whether it's justified in having settlers, versus, Israel should be wiped out.
Right.
It shouldn't exist.
Yeah, that's right. I think Ethan's position is more of an honest critique of Israel, because he isn't hiding the idea that he doesn't want Israel to exist, which Hasan,
Right.
like as soon as you know the person actually doesn't think Israel has a right to exist, then all of a sudden you're having a completely different conversation about the whole topic.
Right.
Because then they are making excuses for October 7th and for Hamas.
Right.
Yeah.
Iran or Saudi Arabia or whatever other Arab nation, because I don't have any understanding of geopolitics anyway. And they're all the same to me. Okay. Go spend time with your kids, man. Holy shit. You look crazy.
All this is fucking excuses.
I know.
This is like nuance as a shield. Oh, my position is so nuanced. I don't think he doesn't think Israel should exist. So that's not a very nuanced position, right?
Spend time with your kids.
Pretty basic.
Crazy. You look like you're literally losing your mind. And virtually everyone can see it. Do you not have any friends? Listen to your producers. I'm sure they have pulled you aside on the background and been like, hey, Ethan, can you stop doing this? It's very uncomfortable every time the camera pans to them. There's a reason for it, okay? Because everyone around you thinks you're crazy.
Oh my God, this is like just so cringe gaslighting in 101 here.
I know.
Like the headcanon of the whole situation. Ethan in a crowded room, all of the people around him hate his guts.
Okay? God, it took this long for me to finally be like, dude, please. You're never going to get better unless you take accountability. Okay? Jesus Christ, go to therapy or something. My coffee is here.
This is so confession by projection.
I know.
It's like Hasan doesn't want to take any accountability for anything.
Nope.
The hold is an adult's hand.
Oh my God. What the
How
heck?
did they include this?
Is this like an edited video here?
It is.
Oh my God. What a fucking meathead.
I know.
I can't believe people look to this guy as like, oh, he's like the political mastermind here. Super fucking genius. Like all he does is read his chat and repeat back what they want to hear.
Yep.
It's not hard. He uses his chat as a fucking teleprompter.
Scary, because I'm actually a capitalist, both in secrecy and in broad daylight, because I'm rich. I'm actually at a very nice hotel. The walls are thick. you know, because I'm a commie, but also not. It doesn't even matter. Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah. That must have felt cathartic. I mean, it doesn't feel cathartic at all, because then as the classic like cry bully behavior gets reiterated over and over again, they will go, see, he cares about this. He cares about this so much. And it's like, it doesn't bother me, man. It doesn't. You're not new to this game. Okay.
I mean, he seemed pretty bothered.
He seems very bothered. He does.
A little bothered. Just a teeny tiny bit.
Look, I know he's probably got a vision board up in his room where it says Joe Rogan of the left, Joe Rogan of the left. Like, that's what he's shooting for. He's like completely downplaying all of his radical stuff because he's like, oh my God, didn't Joe Rogan get $100 million for a contract with Spotify?
Nope.
He wants to move up the ladder. He does.
No
he
way.
wants to move up. He wants to move up. He wants to be a big player in politics. That's what he wants.
It's not gonna
That's his
happen.
ultimate desire. He's just trying to act cool. He's like, oh yeah, I don't care. No big deal. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. That's a desperation in his voice.
It's just deeply embarrassing, and everyone can see it. Okay, straight up, you went from writing a Keemstar drama nuke to being hyped up by Keemstar. Like, how stupid and malleable are you as a goddamn adult that you can be manipulated by other slop tubers? Okay, it's kind of shocking. Yeah, you know, I didn't watch Ethan's video, but wow, he changed my mind with his year-long crash out. Brother, you keep agreeing with chatters who say you're giving drama clippers a reaction and saying you're right and then continuing to cover it. Yeah, I know. Because I'm a human, man. I'm a human being, okay? I'm a human being. God damn it. There's only so much I can take. What are we doing here? There's only so much I can take, god damn it. What the hell?
I mean, all this is really damage control. That's why he's doing it. So
Right.
will it work?
No.
Probably not. Yeah.
No.
This guy literally had a disagreement with me over Israel. Ended the podcast. I was so gracious to him, far more gracious than he goddamn deserves. Like, literally ends the podcast because he can't cut it. Like, he's like, oh, I don't want to talk about politics anymore because people are hurting my feelings when I talk about Israel, and because it kind of comes across like I'm defending Israel. Okay. And then everybody goes, oh, you're defending Israel. It's like his whole shtick.
He's defending Israel's right to exist, dude.
That's too much.
Yeah.
That's too much.
Yeah.
For the past year has been saying liberal Zionist talking points and then getting mad at everyone when they go, are you a Zionist? And he's like, whoa, this is anti-Semitism. It's like, shut the up, dude. What kind of moronic attitude is this? Just don't talk about politics. Just go back to talking about like gooning or Justin Baldoni or whatever new thing is happening online. You're clearly not intellectually equipped enough, and you got deluded by a sex cult, okay? Like, Destiny was able to brainwash you over the course of a year. I'm sorry. You got a child's brain. Go enjoy childish things. What is wrong with literally do politics? You're fucking fam.
Has Destiny and Ethan ever talked?
I'm not sure they have, but I mean,
think
they
that
have
they've ever
similar
interacted.
positions on Israel. Well,
I don't
actually,
know,
I
and
think Destiny's positions are way further right.
Yeah, Destiny's way on
Yeah.
on more the pro-Israel side than Ethan even is.
Yes.
It's just like there's this really obnoxious thing that some creators do. Hasan's doing it right now, where he's like, he's cultivated essentially an audience of terrorist sympathizers and psychopaths, which Ethan does a very good job of exposing why. And they're like let loose on Ethan for having this disagreement with Hasan. And Hasan, instead of like saying like, hey, you know, you guys need to treat my co-host and my friend with more respect and chill the fuck out because, you know, like, you know, we're trying to do this show together, Ethan. You know, me and Ethan trying to do this show together. And, you know, you guys are just like out of control here. Hasan just sits back and he's like, well, you know, stop making these arguments if you don't want them to attack you.
Yeah, it's so funny that he has the worldview that political commentary people basically shape reality when he won't even engage at any level in doing that.
Yes.
He's just basically a cold flip-flopper to whatever his audience wants.
Right.
Yeah.
That's exactly it.
Fucking fan base hates it. You're clearly all the people in your vicinity hate it, and you're still like, nah, I'm the number one guy. I'm the number one politics guy. Okay, dude, there's plenty of fucking dumbasses. Go ahead, have a right wing, do
Oh
your
my
little
God,
right wing
here it
tilt,
comes.
I guess.
Here it
And then
comes.
maybe you can
Oh my
find
God.
admiration again. But it's probably not going to happen in the liberal sphere that you're trying to carve out for yourself. I'm sorry.
That right there is an attack on him for the Joe Rogan of the left position. Oh
Yeah.
my God, he's a right winger. Don't take him. He's a right winger.
Liberals, and I disagree with a lot of liberals, okay? But many liberals are still infinitely more intelligent than the fucking average dumbass right winger. They get manipulated by right wingers a lot, which is why I get very mad, okay? But it's
This is another good clip showing that he's not a liberal, which obviously CNN thinks, oh, he's a liberal. Look,
Very
he's
progressive.
just a moderate liberal.
Yeah.
That's what we need. Someone like Joe Rogan to be the Joe Rogan of the
Right.
left.
much harder for you to cultivate a fan base with your unfortunate lack of knowledge over politics in that sphere, okay? Just become a right winger then. You know, look at Tim Pool. He's got a massive audience. Anyway, I've been so nice, dude. And you know what the most annoying part is?
Look at it. He lays it out that it's difficult to cultivate a moderate audience. He's like, look, if you want to be huge like me, you got to really cater to the terrorists and all these kids.
For a year, I was like, oh man, I don't want to like hear about this stuff. I'm sure Ethan means well, blah, blah, blah. And everyone was in my fucking ear constantly yelling and being like, no, he did this, he did that. And I was like, who cares? He's just like, you know, he's just doing whatever. He's just doing whatever. He's just doing whatever. And everyone was like, no, dude, listen, he made fun of Aaron Bushnell, you know, killing himself. Like, you don't understand. He's like doing all this propaganda, whatever. And in that entire time frame, I was like so fucking charitable. And I was just like, hey, I've heard the things that he said one time in 2021 about how he's like pro-Palestinian, like that's important, whatever. And he did this to himself. Like, that's what's so fucking crazy about this narcissism. Like, these dumbasses will be like, Hasan, you don't have any accountability for what? You want me to say I'm sorry for being like pro-terrorism or whatever kind of fucking Islamophobic nonsense that you've cultivated over the course of the past 15 months from a sex cults community? God damn. Oh, we have a bingo card for Hasan's reactions. Like, I saw that shit too. And it's like, you just have no interest in anything real, okay? You have no interest in anything real. You will fall victim to the whims of right-wing politics, okay? If Ethan fully flipped the script and became like a fucking right-winger, then you would also do that because you are a fucking stupid person. Anyway.
But I wish you the best, obviously. You right-wing grifter, baby brain idiot.
Oh my God. It's so delicious.
Yeah.
So delicious. The anger, the rage. Give in. Give in.
Right. Yeah.
Oh my
Look,
God.
I just want to know that people at MSNBC and CNN are watching.
Well, I mean, Hasan's, or Ethan's, I should say, content nuke on Hasan is devastating. It
Oh,
is
yeah. Yeah.
It's completely devastating. And I mean, if CNN or Twitch or if they don't react to any of this stuff, then, and if the right doesn't respond to any of this stuff, they don't, try to levy any sort of attack on Hasan, then these people are just like retarded. They're sleeping and they're scumbags and they all need to be, purged from their positions of, leadership in these companies.
Right. Truth.
Okay, let's watch the content nuke now.
That would be great.
Yes.
Let's see here. I was going to read a super chat while we were waiting, but
I got it here.
I couldn't get it up.
Oh,
Clip it.
listen, that happens to the best of us. Okay, sometimes you're just a little tired, right?
Yeah, of course. It's been a long week.
It's been a long week, it happens sometimes. Twitter sucks. Thanks so much. Twitter sucks for $20. Says, quote, you're not allowed to have an opinion if you have wife and a kids. You gotta love the unmarried fuckboy stereotype like Hasan being handed food while he's ranting about how oppressed he is because people don't like him. Very
Yeah.
true. Yeah, it is super weird that a guy that has like family and children and Hassan's like lording that over him like it's a some kind of negative. So very
Yeah.
strange.
Who needs a wife when you've got a mommy, right?
Well, that makes you chicken nuggies. That's a good point.
Yeah. Of course. The best of all worlds.
The world would not be the same.
Oh, we can skip the. Do you want to skip the very shaky?
Sure.
Okay.
King, fucking bloodthirsty, violent pig dog. Why am I held accountable? God forbid you throw up the fucking green Hamas banner.
Happy birthday to you.
I'm
All
cooked, I'm
together.
cooked.
Happy birthday from Twitch, Hasan. Happy birthday from Twitch.
Oh, hi there. It's me, your old friend, Ethan Klein. It's been a while since we've last spoken. In that time, I've had 3 kids, all boys. I've lost 100 pounds, and I've pissed off 75% of the internet. Probably a lot of you guys too. Actually talking about there at the NRA meeting that's today in Texas. Someone should buy. Oh yeah, and I got a tattoo also, so I'm cool like that now. Left or right, I always thought that despite our differences, there was one thing we could all agree on. And what was that?
Everyone in the world is on Ozempic, apparently.
Oh, yeah. That's true. That tattoo is the gayest tattoo I've ever seen.
You don't want. Wait a minute. You don't want to get little. Let's go back here. You don't want to get little frou like your little. Those are his dogs. You don't want to get your little frou dogs tattooed on your arm. How dare
I
you, Adam?
mean, look,
dare you?
I rest my case.
Okay. Listen, just
Yes.
because it's the dogs from he's got the dog from Silence of the Lambs there.
I
doesn't mean
think
anything.
I think we look, it's something we can all agree on. That tattoo is gay,
How dare you?
but not in a
That we-
homophobic way, of course.
Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad.
Love America and everything she stands for.
Oh, look, this is the thing.
Listen,
Come on.
I'm
This
so
is
on
the thing
board
we're
with
all
this.
supposed to agree with.
This is super based, okay?
This is such a great intro, too. I was like,
Yeah.
oh my God, this is so good. He knows Hasan too well.
Yep.
Differences, there was one thing we could all agree on. And what was that? That we love America and everything she stands for.
Mom and Dad and apple pie.
Sure, there's plenty to criticize and endless things to improve, but I thought it was about making a more perfect union, not tearing it down.
And marching bands, a pride that only
The thing is, there's something kind of scary brewing in America. Communism.
That's America. That's America to me.
I started a show a couple of years ago with my acquaintance, Hasan Piker. You might
Listen,
Ooh,
it is
ouch.
it is pretty. We're in a pretty good place here if we have Ethan Klein telling his whole audience, like, listen, there's a bunch of communist gobbledygook that's spreading in the country, and we need to look out for this stuff. That is very refreshing. I'm very happy to see this.
Yes. He got a hold of an advanced copy of the Joe Rogan of the Left application.
Oh, okay.
And at the
Nice.
very top, it asks, what is your position on communism?
remember him from such classics as
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers in a video game. Sorry. Holy shit. That's not what I said. You dumb cracker bitch.
and of course, the Leftovers podcast, which was our show, which we made broadly to goof on the antics of the right. Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy and controversial jokes at the time we made the show together, because who am I to judge?
Here is Ethan Klein being a delightful human being.
I was just gonna say, if there's another Holocaust, if they start rounding up the Jews again, I hope Ben gets. He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. And we went on making the show for about 2 years, and everything was good. Everyone was having fun, the audience was having fun, no problem. That was until this happened. We were doing our regular show, and for the first time I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was. I don't hate the idea of like people who can be successful. I think it's good that people can achieve success in the term monetary success. I mean, that's what that means, right? I do. You know, there's nothing wrong with that.
Because I see so many people in the chat saying no.
I don't know what y'all are tripping about. Like, what the fuck do you
What is the idea that
you
people
guys, like,
are looking for?
You guys are all like radical communists? There's that many radical communists? Suck it, chat. You're watching a capitalist pig. Deal with it. And then this happened. This comment.
It is interesting. It's like, I think Ethan represents the brain space of the average kind of like normie liberal on the left in America who kind of vaguely gets their news from mainstream sources, who thinks like, yeah, like, you know, there's some kids that run around on college campuses that say there's communists or whatever, but it's not like a big deal. He doesn't understand like how deep the rot is, especially on the internet, especially in Hasan's audience, even though he was in bed with this motherfucker. And then, you know, we talked about, he had that whole debate with Hasan about communism. And so many people, like, I heard this a lot growing up. And it really, I think, shows where like how there's a lot of whitewashing going on with communists, which is like, oh, you know, communism's a good idea on paper, but it never works in practice. And people just have this kind of like frou-frou attitude. A lot of people do, unfortunately, this frou-frou attitude about like, well, you know, a lot of people that are communists are well-meaning. And it's like, they're not really well-meaning. They want to take away people's freedoms. They want to make it so that you can't actually have free enterprise in a country. And you can't, you know, you have to literally just smash everyone down, take their wealth away, take their property away, and redistribute everything to everyone.
Yeah.
Like, this is
That's
something
not
that
nice.
this is something that needs to be on the same level of, you know, especially considering the history of all the horrifying, you know, communist atrocities that has gone on. You know, communism and socialism needs to be as reprehensible as fascism and Nazism going forward.
Nazism is National Socialism, obviously.
It is crazy that it is kind of insane that, you know, we fought the Nazis, America fought the Nazis 80 years ago, you know, wiped them out, basically destroyed fascism, though obviously some people nowadays are trying to revitalize it, but, you know, wiped out fascism, wiped out fascist governments. And then America was involved in this Cold War with the USSR for like the next 40, 50 years, right? So we're like in this massively antagonistic relationship with the USSR for 50 fucking years. And for some reason, it's like, that doesn't register. Like, it's so strange to me. Like, for some reason, the socialists just get a pass.
So much of the conflict there was whether or not the socialist system was going to be more economically successful than the capitalist system. Obviously, capitalism has won. There's so many natural experiments around, right? North and South Korea, North and South Vietnam, East and West Berlin. There are all these examples of where communism or socialism failed spectacularly, but everybody kind of ignores it. The big question that I have always is, like, is this being driven by material conditions, like a bunch of kids who just, they think, I'm never going to be able to own a house, I'm never going to have a job or have enough money to have a stable family? I mean, that's one aspect of it. Or maybe it's, you know, life is fine for these people. They're just sort of ideologically possessed by it, right? It's fun to follow Hasan online and be like a commie, right? I honestly don't know. I wish they'd build better numbers on it. There's all these left-wing NGOs that basically want to monitor the racist people in the society, right? They want to see how many racist organizations exist and stuff like that. But nobody's monitoring the commie situation or what's causing it, right?
Yeah, that's completely true.
It's very sad. Yeah.
This comment from Hasan really started to sound some alarms in my head.
If you're in a socialist country with multiple parties, and one of the parties is a capitalist party, which would surely exist, what would you do if that party started gaining momentum?
The solution to that would always be education and offering more...
Re-education?
Re-education, certainly, yeah. There should be an...
Oh my God, it's like he doesn't even get what he said there. This is the debate that we covered.
Enforcement mechanism, and in that enforcement mechanism, I think like rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well.
If putting capital,
look, he's just treating them exactly like they're criminals.
Yep,
that need to be fixed.
in re-education camps isn't disturbing enough. I started to notice that Hasan was carrying a lot of water for communist states' war crimes and genocides.
What do you call Crimea? I call it a part of Russian territory, bitch. That's what I call Crimea. I call it Crimea River, a Russian river. The annexation of Crimea is absolutely a justifiable annexation. Tibet was literally a fucking feudal slave mandate, like autonomous zone.
China did them a favor.
That was one. I mean, in America, when I say something like this, people get very upset. You know, we talk about the Dalai Lama saying "suck my tongue" or whatever, but like that's not far from the norm in fucking normal Tibetan existence before the Communist Party came in and took over.
Unilateral.
Can you imagine Hasan saying that, like, oh, some white country, some America or European country, some predominantly white country should go invade and conquer and take control of and wipe out the culture of some African country because that African country has slavery or some other, genociding people or has some other bad practices in it.
Of course not. Obviously, his audience wouldn't allow him to say something as controversial as that. Obviously Putin is jumping for joy when he says, "Oh, Crimea River over Crimea," right? Because Putin wants that land. He wants the port.
Of course.
And China obviously wants to downplay the Uyghur genocide or Tibet, the Tibet situation. So how are these talking points getting into Hasan's brain and him defending them so stridently?
It's a good question.
Do you just put 100 Chinese operatives in his chat and all of a sudden he'll say whatever you want?
I think it's a bottom. It's like this weird top down to a bottom up process. I think you have this top down of a lot of colleges, a lot of, TikTok algorithms, all stuff is basically promoting, America bad communism. That's going to bleed into people's minds to want to defend communist countries. They keep saying
this. There's
they
a
keep
step
saying
there.
What?
I like this. There's a step there. You're saying basically they get off of TikTok, then they go to Hasan's chat, and he's like getting his marching orders.
Right, and then he
TikTok.
gets audience captured, and he it's like a top down from China to a bottom up back to Hasan.
Yeah,
this circle, and it's crazy because, like, they always say, "Oh, I'm not a tanky. I don't defend, the horrible things that the Soviet Union did. I don't defend the horrible things that Mao's China does." And then they turn around and they're like, "Well, was it really so bad that China invaded Tibet?" It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it was bad. Terrible.
Unilaterally took over Tibet.
Like, these are
their culture. They basically are trying to, homogenize the culture.
If your culture,
they're trying to spoil the religion and the identity.
The part of feudal warlords and slavery, abolishing that, yes, I do think that is good.
No, China did them a favor.
This is a good way to describe Taiwan as well. The American federal government going into the fucking South and killing, unfortunately not all of them, but a decent amount of slavers and defenders of slavery. This is violent retribution from a powerful federal government.
Tibet was a separate.
What's the slavery like in Turkey, Sitch? Is it time for us to invade Turkey?
Apparently, we got to
destroy their culture.
Right.
Let's Americanize Turkey.
Squashed. Okay.
Tibet is the South in the Civil War.
Yes.
And most disturbingly, a complete whitewashing of the Chinese genocide against their Muslim minority group, the Uyghurs.
Don't they have Uyghur death camps? Is that?
It's not a death camp. They were re-education camps, and they are no longer in operation.
Is that
according
true?
to the Associated Press?
Okay.
Is it so weird to be like, listen, it's not a death camp, it's a re-education camp? What in the 1984 is this? Why would the words re-education camp ever leave your mouth and you think that's an acceptable alternative? to anything.
Look, it makes me think he doesn't even know re-education camp is a thing. Like he embraced it so readily as
Yes.
like he just thinks, oh, you just mean re-educating.
It's like
He doesn't
college.
know the history of it. Yeah,
you just
exactly.
go to a college and they educate you, right? It's an education camp. It was just a camp. They took all the Uyghurs, right? They cooked marshmallows and they made s'mores around the fire and they sung educational songs, right? It was an educational camp.
Yeah, people go there on their own.
Right.
Don't mind the handcuffs.
Don't mind the rapes and the handcuffs.
Oh yeah, terrible. I just looked it up. In 2023, it is estimated that there are 132 million slaves in Turkey.
Wait, what?
In Turkey, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, isn't Hasan from Turkey? Isn't Turkey his home country? Maybe we should invade Turkey, I think. We need to do something about this slavery, yeah. Of course, all these Muslim countries have slavery. What are you talking about, Sitch?
1.3 million slaves in Turkey today.
Yeah, it's 2023. Well, a couple of years
2023,
ago.
yeah. Right.
I don't know that there might be more now.
Well,
Who
listen,
knows?
post-COVID, yeah, they had to, increase the numbers post-COVID. So
Turkey is leading the slave state in Europe and Central Asia. Turkey is the leading slave state in Europe and Central Asia. So they got the most slaves. Doesn't Hasan have dual citizenship with Turkey? Isn't he from Turkey?
Well, his family,
I believe he does.
In America. But
yeah.
I think you're right. Yeah.
So look, by his own logic, we get to invade fucking Turkey. Okay, turn it into a satellite state of America.
Based. Look, Hasan's going full imperialist. I like it. Okay.
Yeah,
American
too.
Empire.
I like it too.
Right.
I'm down with that. I wonder what the laws are around homosexuality in Turkey. Oh, please.
Oh no.
It's got to be awful.
I saw this crazy documentary, and I don't know. I don't know the surrounding narrative or anything about it, but it was about there was doctors in the area. They would be able to procure organs.
No, no.
I'm telling you, they were in China with
that one is like Shen Yun.
They're like, we can get you an organ from a Uyghur. But why is that? Is that really that crazy?
The Associated Press quietly fucking wrote an article that didn't get a lot of coverage in mainstream media about how all the concentration camps have been closed now. Like all the re-education camps are closed now in fucking Xinjiang, and it's like very different vibes in Xinjiang, and now it's the tourism hour.
Let's see what the Associated Press actually had to say about this. These are all AP articles from the last 2 years. UK independent body reports China committed genocide in Xinjiang. China sanctioned a U.S. research firm and 2 individuals over a report about the human rights violations in Xinjiang.
It's the tourism
sanctioned. That's what they call it when they disappear them in the middle of the night.
Hour.
To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing of Uyghur rights abuses.
Tourism hour.
Uyghur County in China has the highest prison rate in the world. 1 in 25 people is in a Chinese prison.
It's the tourism hour.
48 Uyghurs detained in Thailand for almost 11 years are on hunger strike to protest their imminent deportation to China, where they face imprisonment or execution.
Not only does this AP article seem not to exist, reading the AP proved exactly the opposite. Hasan has happily eaten up the Chinese propaganda on this and has regurgitated it to his mainstream audience. Why is he defending China's genocide of their Muslim population? How does this even make sense? It only makes sense if A, he's being paid, or B, he has the political complexities of a 5-year-old. I know America bad is a meme that people laugh at online, but with Hasan, this does actually seem to be the beginning and the end of his analysis.
2 principles. Let me explain to you. 2 principles that you should keep with you, coming from a person who's Turkish, okay? When you look at a situation in the...
Coming from a person who's from the country that's 5th highest in the entire world in slavery.
Exactly. Yeah. Very
I like
proud.
this. Number 1 is North Korea.
Right.
Number 2 and 3 are countries I've never even heard of. I don't even know how to pronounce. Number 4 is Saudi Arabia. That's not good.
Yeah.
Number 5 is Turkey. So there you go, Hasan. Fifth in slavery.
Look, and Hasan will come out and say, "Oh my God, slavery is in the DNA of the United States. It's it's a stain on America that can never go away." Meanwhile, in Turkey, fucking 1.3 million slaves today.
Yeah.
Yeah. What a fucker, man.
Yep.
This guy, look, he does have the baby brain.
Turkey is above Afghanistan and Kuwait in terms of slavery.
Oh shit. Afghanistan, where the Taliban basically took over.
I know. This is insane. That was crazy. It's this got Russia as number 8. I didn't realize Russia had a bunch of slaves running around.
Slavery,
or I should say, not running around.
Slavery ain't nothing to mess with.
No.
In the Middle East, you look at what the local government is and who the Western forces are. Never align with the Western forces. So when I look at other countries, I look at the regional actor, whoever the regional power player is, and then I look at who is backed by the Western superpowers. That's a principle that you could take home with you. If you want to actually be moral, or if you want to be smart about the way you analyze other countries, that's one basic principle that you can take home with you. All of a sudden, magically, you are above on your foreign policy analysis. You're going to be better off than 90% of people that look at the situation.
After seeing all of this, I was already getting uncomfortable with our partnership. I started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy actually is.
And then this happened.
We have breaking news out of Israel this morning, where Hamas has launched a surprise attack within Israel's borders overnight.
After the shock of October 7th, I noticed a huge increase of anti-Semitic comments from Hasan's stream and Discord, including from his head mod. I was disturbed that Hasan was seemingly okay with this.
Can you, do you care that your chat is calling me racist? Do you make any attempt to modify?
I have not looked at my chat.
Moderate that at all?
I have not looked at my chat at all, but you have
I just opened it, but don't you have moderators? Do you care at all about what your audience says about me?
There's 32,000 people in here right now.
I'm just trying to tell you guys how it feels. And I'm fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, who the fuck is this child, cold, arrogant, as fuck.
I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
How can you be surprised when your Discord is literally full of fucking
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do if you're making that argument. You know that, right?
Hasan's chat had been calling me a Zionist, baby-killing genocider. Maybe it is unreasonable that I'm asking him to moderate his chat for a friend. He doesn't even know where I'm coming from because it's not something he would ever ask for.
And all these other content creators actually, whipping their communities when their chat is going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat, and I thought that was fucked up.
Ethan, I love you, but there's only
I love this part. He's such a fucking hypocrite.
so much I can do,
especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was pro-Palestinian, because
well, listen, that's what he considers from a friend. But if you're a co-host and you disagree with him on some issue, then, go fuck yourself, right?
Yeah.
Get fucked. Who cares?
share a lot of those views, and I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years. The problem with Hasan's coverage, and a lot of people like him, was their complete lack of empathy for the Jewish people who were frankly slaughtered by Hamas. He refused to show even a crumb of empathy for the Jewish victims.
But listen to what this guy has to say.
And as you might have seen, there was some sort of rave or desert party where they were having a great time until the resistance came in electrified hang gliders and took at least several dozen hipsters. But I'm sure they're doing very fine despite what the New York Post says. But nobody had seen this coming.
I mean, that's insane, right?
I don't even. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. I'm just criticizing people. You don't have to comment if you're not comfortable about it.
I honestly felt at times that he and his audience barely thought of.
He's so uncomfortable. He's so uncomfortable. Why are you making me weigh in on this?
How psychotic, how devoid of morals and pathetic of a person you have to be that you can't even strongly denounce October 7th, people coming in and just murdering a bunch of young adults who are at a fucking dance party. You can't even say like, that's disgusting. That's reprehensible. Anyone that supports that is a psychopath.
Yeah.
Boom. Very like simple, very cleanly, right? He's so terrified. I don't even know if maybe we have two worlds. Either A, Hasan doesn't care, right? Which is disgusting. He is a psychopath and doesn't care. Or B, he does care, but he's such a coward that he knows that there's always psychopaths in his audience who'll get mad at him if he comes out and says that.
Yeah, I think number two. Well, he doesn't give a fuck. It's just, this is where the charge of anti-Semitism comes from, right here.
Right.
Like
And
showing zero empathy for the Jewish people in this situation.
Yes. And then he acts like, well, like so confused, like, well, why do people say like they feel this way about me? Why are they suspect about my beliefs here? It's like, oh gee, I wonder, Hasan, why do you think?
Yeah. Would his audience really be that pissed off?
I don't know. Why is he doing it then?
He's got that many anti-Semites in his audience.
I think he's got so many anti-Semites, so many people that are just so on board with this psychotic, violent revolution message. And after that conversation he had with Ethan, okay, and after Ethan has a conversation with Hasan about supporting Second Thought and all this other stuff, Hasan still to this day is friends with Second Thought, is friends with all of Second Thought's weird LARPing socialist co-hosts who unironically, explicitly said that October 7th was good. Hasan's still friends with all those people, goes on their channel and defends them. And they even thank them. They're like, when he went on their channel a few months ago, they're like, oh, thank you. A lot of other people on the left threw us under the bus, but not you. And he's like, you're welcome. I was like, what the fuck am I listening to?
Second Thought's parents are probably like billionaires or something.
They're super wealthy.
Yeah.
They're super wealthy. Yeah. It's disgusting.
So, yeah. Hasan is playing the game. That's why this is so tragic for him, because he can see himself moving up in the political hierarchy. He wants to be like Elon Musk. He wants to be a power player in politics.
Mm-hmm.
And Ethan is just cutting him off at the knees here.
Yep.
And look, I don't think Ethan has any political aspirations. I mean, he would obviously say yes to that Joe Rogan of the left spot if it's still open. So
right,
a lot of people vying for that spot.
Of Israelis as humans.
This dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand. And there are baby settlers as well. But
Here it is, the baby settlers comment.
Christ.
There are baby settlers, obviously.
Oh my God.
There are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
Part of running defense for Hamas is downplaying the violence, specifically the sexual violence, which he's done a lot of.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much.
Oh.
So that's the other part of this problem that many people that can't contend with. Like,
why the fuck would you say that?
I don't know.
Why would you say that?
Well, here I will give some context of what I recall this clip was supposed to be about. Is he's trying to say, like, even if all those rapes like happened, he would still say that Israel is enacting a genocide. That's what he's trying to say. And you can make an argument and say, well, obviously two wrongs don't make a right. Even if all the most horrible things happen, that doesn't justify Israel like killing innocent civilians, right? You can make that argument, and that's, I guess, okay, but it doesn't really, like, if that's the argument, then why does Hasan bend over backwards to consistently defend Hamas not, doing any of these rapes or doing any of these things, defend Hamas in terms of like, and Ethan plays it. There's these like really disgusting clips where the hostages are being released, and they like wave to the Hamas people. The Hamas people wave to them and they wave back. And Hasan's like, oh my God, these Israeli Jews, they just love living with the Hamas terrorists. They should just stay with them next time, I bet you they don't even want to go back. And you actually hear in the clip that they're like, there's guns there, and they're like telling them to like wave, right? It's the most obvious thing on the planet that all this stuff is staged.
Totally staged.
And so it's like, this whole thing is just like rings false. Like, he just doesn't give a shit. He doesn't care. It's all lies. He doesn't care if they raped any of these people. He doesn't care how many fucking tragedies and horrible things, whatever. His brain is so melted and ruined by this socialist gobbledygook. It is just a toxic poison that destroys your very being, your soul.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very old world mindset, right? Where the people would go in and basically rape all the women of the conquered tribe.
Yeah.
It's so physically repulsive to me as,
Yes.
you know, a modern Western person, right?
But that's
I
that's
can't
part-
even imagine thinking that, but I can imagine people who do think that, and it appears like Hasan is one of those people.
Yes. That
Like,
was
this
part,
is justice in their minds.
that's part of why, and we talked about this at the time, that was part of why October 7th was like so psychotic in terms of like
Yes.
people like reacting like, what the fuck? Like, cause it was just this purely like out of, you know, the
Yeah,
like
7th
Middle
century.
Ages, you know, out of like the classical era. Like, what is this barbarian horde shit like going on?
Yes, yes. Like we're going to terrorize them by raping all of their women.
Yes.
Fuck. Who the fuck thinks that and goes, yep, that's the right military strategy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But Hasan is like, oh, of course. Oh, so weird.
Doesn't matter.
It's so weird. This is what growing up in Turkey around 1.3 million slaves buys you.
Terrible.
How many of those slaves were in Hasan's household, I wonder?
Nah, that's a good question.
The Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets. The Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets. Is not perfect.
Of course, if you compare the raw numbers, Gazans have lost a lot more than Israelis. 40,000 people have died, and neighborhoods have been completely flattened during this war. And while we should keep their plight at the top of our minds at all time, it also doesn't mean that we should disregard the lives of the Jewish people who are also affected by this, even if their suffering on the whole is not as great. Some of you may know that I'm an Israeli dual citizen. My wife is Israeli, my kids are half Israeli, and my entire in-law is Israeli. I lived there for 5 years, and I grew a closeness with the country and its people. One of the biggest issues between me, Hasan, and his community was that I am in favor of a two-state solution while they are in favor of a one-state solution. Their theory is that after the October 7th attack, Israel should just dissolve its borders and let Hamas enter Israel unrestrained.
What do you think Israel should have done in response to October 7th?
Instead of indiscriminately bombing Gaza, I think the first thing to do in that situation would be to dismantle the government in the way that it existed, like get Netanyahu out of power.
Okay. So you're saying Israel in
85%.
response... Hold on, dude. You're saying in response to this terrorist attack, Israel should have dismantled their own government.
First set of actions would.
What's up with the fucking baby brain here? What the fuck? Who is he calling baby brain? This is so crazy.
I know.
This is so insane. Can you imagine after September 11th? Oh yeah, we're disbanding the government now. You guys win.
Yeah. You don't think that's a good idea? You don't think it's a good idea to tell the terrorists, oh yeah, your horrifying terrorist action gets you the exact result you want to get?
Yeah, no
You
shit.
don't think that's a good idea?
No shit. And this
Oh,
is a
okay.
guy who's claiming he's a political genius.
Well,
I'm the political genius.
Listen, obviously, you know, we've heard about women stuffing their bra. Well, you know, Hasan stuffing the beanie.
I guess so. That must be exactly
He's
what's
hiding the
going on
baby
here.
brain behind the beanie.
It's so funny because look, just common sense tells you this is ridiculous. This is totally ridiculous. You don't have to be a PhD in political science to understand how retarded this is.
Be to
You just don't
democratically,
understand socialist theory. Read a book, please.
Take Netanyahu out of power. Yes.
The problem is that Israel's been at war with its neighbors for 70 plus years, and it makes a lot of sense that there be some distrust there. Is it really insane to think that Jews, as an ethnic minority in Israel, would not be safe? After all, Israel is a country of refugees. If the Jews didn't come from Europe after the Holocaust, they came from the surrounding Arab countries that expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians during the Nakba. 1 million Jews. All of these surrounding Arab countries had vibrant Jewish communities and huge number, hundreds of thousands. Now, if you look at them, you're looking at close to, if not literally, 0 Jews left in these countries.
Just to give you an idea, here's a visual representation of the Jewish refugees after 1948. Morocco had 265,000 Jews. Now it has 2,000. Algeria had 140,000. Now it has about 50. Iraq had 150,000 Jews. Now 10. And I want to give a special shout out to my boy over in Afghanistan, one known Jew. We know him. We love him. He's the one Afghan Jew.
They were forced to leave their homes, their lives, their property, and migrate to the only place in the world that would accept them, which was Israel. The irony of this whole situation is that after the 1948 war, when Israel won the war to declare its independence, the Arab countries got super anti-Semitic against their own Jewish citizenry that had nothing to do with Israel. And as a result, they kicked them all out, 1 million plus of them, and forced them to go the one place they hated the most, Israel. And now those same people that forced them out of their homes are telling them they don't belong there. So if the Jews of Israel are surrounded by Islamic militant terrorist groups that have stated their goal is to annihilate Israel as a Jewish state, and considering the historical context of Jews being pogromed from Arab countries, is it really that crazy for them to not feel safe as an ethnic minority, even a little bit?
And that's pretty much the entirety of our disagreement. Despite what you've read on TikTok and Twitter, I've donated $6,500 to a Palestinian charity after the war started.
Hey, Ethan Klein, thank you for the dono. Ethan Klein gave $6,500. My goat. Thank you, Ethan.
Condemned Netanyahu as a war criminal. They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal. Called the West Bank settlements an abomination. Settlers in the West Bank are religious zealots. They're monsters. They're genocidal. I've even said the West Bank settlers are valid military targets. When you talk about like colonial settlers and stuff, like that's what's actually happening in the West Bank right now. And these people are more or less valid military targets, in my opinion. My only crime is wanting a two-state.
It is crazy. You can be this extreme. These are pretty extreme views. You can be this extreme on it, and it's like it doesn't matter if you're not in favor of just the full-blown, removal, wiping out. It's like it's not enough. It's never enough. I think this is part of why Ethan reacted so crazily, because he felt like I give and I give, and this is what I get back.
Yeah, look, unless he comes out and says he thinks Israel doesn't have a right to exist and that all the Jewish people should just get the fuck off the land, they're going to hate him.
Yep.
They're going to hate his guts. It's just like they're basically making his argument. They're like, okay, well, we played nice. Now it's time to go scorched fucking earth on your asses.
Mm-hmm.
It just makes perfect sense. I guess if it's us or them, I'm going to go with us.
Yep.
State solution instead of one. And thinking it's not okay to kill Israeli civilians. That's it. That's why they're...
Wait a minute. Let me go back.
In my opinion, my only crime is wanting a two-state solution instead of one. And thinking it's not okay.
This is interesting Frogan comment. Aren't they all settlers? I wonder what that's in reaction to.
Oh yeah, that is their position. Look, and they're not going to budge on that position. They really aren't. So it's just like you need to put these people in the category of flat earthers. You really do.
Okay to kill Israeli civilians. That's it. That's why they're calling me a Nazi Zionist. And because of Hasan and others spreading this malicious lie about my beliefs, I'm even getting harassed on the street.
So how come you don't like Palestine?
I like Palestine.
No, you don't.
Why do you say that?
Because, bro, you're... wasn't she in the IDF?
Yeah.
Oh, damn, that's crazy.
Mandatory service.
That's
She's born
sad.
there.
That's terrorism, bro.
She was born there.
That's sad. Feel bad for you guys. Ethan Klein, bro, you're ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a rapist,
Bro,
man.
look in the fucking...
You look like a fucking rapist, Ethan. Feel bad for you guys. Ethan Klein, bro, you're ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly.
Little retribution here.
I know. This guy, he's... The only reason it's keeping his skull from caving in from the lack of a brain is that he's got his skull stapled to the inside of that hat.
Guy's name is Dating and Money. It says at Dating and Money.
Oh, of course, of course.
Yeah, so
This guy's really going to show you how to get the women and the monies, right?
Right.
He can't even string together a fucking complete sentence. He's talking to Ethan. He's like, yo, bro, you don't like Palestine, bro. You ugly.
Yeah, Timu Andrew Tate here.
I like, that's good. That's good. Timu Andrew Tate.
Basically attacking you in the street. So, oh, God. He just knew the clip would go wild, obviously. So,
right.
Whatever.
Shit, you look like a rapist, bro. I'm tired of all these coward Americans in the South trying to act like they're so tough. Oh, I'm American. Oh, you don't even run your own country. You don't run your own country, bro. You don't run your own country.
How can these people are fucking idiots. How can you say that? Like this election, the choices were like night and fucking day. Right?
No, he's saying the Jews control everything.
Oh, okay.
The Jews all the choices are run by the Jews, Adam. Don't you understand?
Oh my God. That's a whole new level of stupidity. Okay. Right. Oh.
A foreign country named Israel.
I'm like so fucking naive.
I know.
What is up with all these people that are like, oh my God, the Jews, they're everywhere. Holy shit.
It's just like Jew CRT.
Like they should just ask them like, who is hiding in the closet? And they're like, if they write, there's two choices, Nazis or Jews. And then they know, right?
No, like, listen, most people, they take a bunch of Sudafed. They see the Hat Man when they're sleeping because they're like paralyzed, the sleep paralysis demon. These people, they take a bunch of Sudafed and they see like Anne Frank hiding in the closet with their little notebook, writing like very scary things about them, and they just freak out.
Wow. It's so fucking, all of this is so weird to me. It's so weird to me. These people are real. This is like a real guy out there. Okay.
I mean,
well, look, I get it in the Middle East. All these Middle Eastern countries, they teach them this in school, so they just learn it as truth. Yeah.
Right.
So
I don't know where this guy's from or where I'm assuming he's in America when he was harassing Ethan and Neela.
Right.
But,
yeah, a lot of the political right, I think, is pro-Israel. Well, obviously because they have the Christianity thing in common, and also because it's a democracy, capitalist, first world democracy. So,
run your country. Oh my God, bro! I love you, Hasan. Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sweaty, bro.
I love you, bro.
I'm so sweaty.
I love you, bro.
oh my God, this is like such a fucking hit right here. So he's got the dating and money guy, the guy who says the Jews control everything. And he sees Hasan in the street and he's like hugging on Hasan. He's in love with Hasan. I wonder why, Sitch. Why is he in love with Hasan?
Because
he's like, oh, that baby settler comment. Oh, that was so dope. Oh, I can't believe you.
And I do like that Hasan doesn't want to hug him. And he doesn't just say like, oh, I don't want to. He's like, no, I'm sweaty. Please don't hug me. Please don't hug me. Then he hugs him anyway. He's like, oh no.
Hasan's got the Palestinian scarf there too as well. What do you call that thing?
The kafif or whatever.
Oh.
I have to interview you. You're my hero, bro. I love you, bro. You're the coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on.
Joe Rogan of the left here. Can you imagine? Oh my God. Take that picture.
You gotta look gay in that one.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Hold on. I think I look.
Oh my God. Hasan looks terrorized by this guy.
I know. It's so funny.
I think Anna might be correct. Hasan hates his fucking audience.
He does. Yeah. He wants to sit in his Hollywood mansion eating nuggies, trying to, get
Maybe
money and women all day and not interact with any of these people that he cultivates as basically terrorist sympathizers.
Right. Maybe we should do a poll. Who does Hasan hate more, his audience or Jews? What do you think? What do you think?
No, I don't know. That's a very difficult question.
I know, that's a tough one, huh?
Yeah, who knows?
Look gay in that one.
Okay.
It's a funny thing about me. I don't like terrorism, and I don't like terrorists. If they're Jews, Christians, Muslims, they're all bad. What is terrorism? It's intentionally targeting civilian population for political goals. I don't like it, none of it. And over time, I started to learn that my co-host, he really likes terrorists.
They do musicals. They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Dog, what do you look? You think I made this?
Isn't music. I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shoot. This isn't a music video, Hasan.
Taking over these ships, they started targeting the ships.
People on this.
The look on this guy's face is so good. He's just like, what the fuck?
He's really like, what do I do in this situation? Do I leave?
know, he's
do I tell someone to
torn.
stop? Like he's paralyzed with fear. He doesn't know what to do.
Yeah, totally. He's like, oh my God, why are you putting me in this situation? And Hasan, the big brain Hasan here, talk about baby fucking brain, right?
Right.
Like, why would you do that to Hasan? Doesn't have friends. Hasan doesn't care about other people at all.
No.
Helicopter right now?
Yes.
They're streaming this?
Yeah. They're flexing.
What? And they're coming in hot with guns.
Yeah, but you have to understand, this is a deterrent. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
I don't have an issue with them, let's just say. But they are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well,
he is.
I feel like this guy.
The
like,
correct answer. Yes.
Dude, I like it at first, and he plays the like a long part. He's like I like who you like, and he's like, well, they are designated as terrorist organization. He goes, excuse me? Like he doesn't even read. He's like, what do you mean? He's like, what? And he has to say it twice for it to like register. It's so crazy to him.
Do you think he's doing it just to be the edgy boy?
Hasan?
Yeah.
No.
Like
No,
I like terrorists.
No, he believes he either believes all this shit or he's just so terrified of his audience. There's nothing edgy about being totally terrified of your own audience. That's the most cuck thing ever.
It's true. Definitely true.
Regarded as a pretty brilliant person in terms of like everything that he's done.
Then I saw clips.
So that was a leader of Hezbollah he was talking about there. So
yeah, brilliant leader.
Yeah.
He was really mad when he got taken out.
Oh, really?
He was seething. It was very bizarre.
He got attacked by America.
He got wiped.
America did the Gensu drone on his face.
That is what happened.
I remember. I think we covered it. Yeah.
Yeah. We did. And we covered.
We brought up pictures of the drone. The drone has like, it's basically like a blender. Like a blender tip.
Yep. And Hasan was very mad when this guy got killed. He was very mad. He was mad when the leader of Hamas got killed. He didn't want to say it directly, but he was all like,
yeah, that dude.
Yeah, he was all like, you could tell. He's making a lot of excuses for this guy. And you're like, I thought you were against terrorist actions. Hasan, what's going on? What's going on here? Shouldn't you be against? Didn't this guy, by committing this horrible terrorist action October 7th, cause the death and destruction of so many Palestinians in Gaza?
Yeah.
Shouldn't you hate that guy's guts for basically creating this whole situation in the first place? That's very strange. He doesn't ever levy that at all against the guy.
Yeah. He doesn't want things to be solved peacefully.
No.
Through negotiation. He wants a big fat war. As long as it's not in his neighborhood, of course.
Right.
Clips like this where Hasan is explaining how he's hiding his power level to funnel in normies into radicalization.
I think that in the short term, in order to combat against that, you have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda. You want America, in the way that I feel about it, and if you want America to get out of the way for places with more revolutionary potential to do what they would normally do, I think that, one thing you have to do is advocate for a lighter form while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond Right.
social democratic idea.
I just wanted to put emphasis on the exact point of the so-called radicalization funnel, where, for example, Hasan and JT catch them while they're young, as they say, and then they start looking into this new idea, etc., and then move forwards through the funnel, get more and more informed, get more and more radicalized. You do your part in the funnel for the cause, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. You're doing, in my modest opinion, a great thing for the cause.
Now listen to Hasan during.
Okay, this clip, I'm so glad Ethan included this clip, because that clip is insane for many reasons, right? Those are the people that were cheering on October 7th, and Hasan was in the chat when they were doing that, and Hasan has continually defended them and supported them even afterwards. Okay, so he can't claim any ignorance on any of this stuff whatsoever that they've said. And that's just number one. Number two, we lived through 2 to 3 years of the media losing their mind, and still to this day, people losing their mind about how there's this right-wing pipeline that starts at Joe Rogan or Jordan Peterson, and it ends at Nick Fuentes and Nazism and Richard Spencer, right? There was countless articles, pages of inks talking about this right-wing pipeline. And then yet, when you have, and oh, by the way, especially with Jordan Peterson, all the Nazis literally fucking hate Jordan Peterson's guts, very explicitly. But then when you have the largest streamer on the left, who's an explicit socialist, who's a supporter of terrorism explicitly, goes on a podcast, and this fucking person who is advocating for October 7th says, "Thank you, Hasan, for being part of the fucking radical pipeline of shuttling people down to being psychopaths." Nothing.
Yeah.
Dead fucking silence. No fucking articles are ever written about this. He's still all the time. He's still protected by Amazon-owned Twitch and plastered all over the front page by those fucking despicable, horrible human beings that run Twitch, who should all be fucking in jail essentially for this. It's disgusting. It's disgusting to me.
It's totally disgusting. I can't see how people deny this asymmetry in media, but they do it all the time. They act like this doesn't exist.
Right.
But it happens again and again and again and again. Right. If you had anyone, Nick Fuentes, Richard Spencer, any of them coming out and laying it out so crystal clear, it'd be all over the mainstream news. It would be.
Yes. Imagine if Joe Rogan was talking
it'd be over.
to Nick Fuentes, and Nick Fuentes was like, "Yeah, it's so based that you're part of this pipeline to radicalize people into white nationalism."
Yeah. Oh my God.
It's psychotic. It's psychopathic to me that this goes on.
Our very first conversation, lied to me about how he's a social democrat to hide his power level.
We should move towards a Sweden-style economy or a Norway-style economy, which would be a social democracy.
You have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda.
With robust social safety nets.
Called radicalization funnel, catch them while they're young, as they say.
And protections for workers, like higher unionization rates.
A lighter form, while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond social democratic ideas.
Hell,
that's so devastating.
I know.
That's some good propaganda right there.
It is.
Look at that. It destroyed.
And it's so wild. And obviously, it's not about dishonesty. All the socialists that are running out to defend Hasan, they're trying to push this meme of oh, what is Ethan talking about? How did he not know Hasan was a socialist? Ignoring, that's not the claim. The claim is he was trying to say oh, I'm just an innocent social democrat baby. I just want free healthcare for people, just like they have in all the Nordic countries. I'm just an innocent little flower. I'm a little kitten, pet me, right? And then he'll go into his own space and be like, "Oh yes, I'm helping radicalize children into being terrorists."
Yeah, exactly. Baby settlers, rape as a military strategy.
Yes.
Terrorists are cool. Look, they're helping us.
Right.
Yeah. Israel has no right to exist. Yeah. Fucking insane.
Proclaimed it loudly that he is a self-described propagandist.
I'm a propagandist.
Well, no,
For the record.
I'm not calling
I'm a
you that. I'm just saying. I'm going to play you.
I'm saying I am.
Okay, well then,
I'm saying I am.
I just
before
want to
you
put
even play it.
A propagandist is much more than someone with a bias. It's someone who knowingly lies to further their political agenda.
And then I had a terrifying vision. Had I been duped? Was Hasan presenting a Trojan horse to my community, where he was just a left-leaning Democrat like myself, and as he said in the previous video, was funneling them into radicalization and turning them against me?
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet, dude.
I learned how much he hates liberals.
Dude, I hate liberals, dude. I do. I hate them. I hate them so viciously.
Did he secretly?
These are the clips that I just envisioned the CNN management going like, what the fuck? We had this guy on our network.
Yeah, what the fuck was wrong with that fat hobbit on CNN that was interviewing Hasan, and what, like, his fucking retardation of just not knowing what the fuck who he is, not doing a modicum of research. Either his staff is just horribly incompetent, or more likely they're a bunch of young socialists that are just lying to him. And all the
Totally
people involved
lying
should
to
just be
him. Yeah.
instantly fired.
They accept this narrative that it's all secret, that we're secretly infiltrating, and then we're going to kill them all in their sleep. They love that fucking narrative.
Secretly despise me this whole time?
I'm sorry, dude. I hate liberals so much.
Did this man sit next to me for 2 years and pretend to be my friend?
Dude, liberals are a burden on this planet, dude. Liberals are the most, like, scummy, vile, fucking idiots. Liberals are incredibly stupid. I hate these petulant liberals, dumb fucking liberals.
What else is someone this sociopathic capable of?
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet, dude.
Was I being manipulated this whole time?
That was my fear anyway. Regardless of his true beliefs, that broke my trust in him, and I pretty much ended the show immediately. And I felt guilty for my participation in mainstreaming Hasan. And for that, I apologize. I should have done more research, and I should have looked more deeply into who I was getting in bed with before they gave me chlamydia. Sorry, Hila. Over the past year since the show ended, I continue to watch Hasan platform.
Apology not accepted, by the way.
For the chlamydia. For the
Apology
chlamydia.
or soy. No, just platforming him. Look, you're responsible, Ethan. He's got to do some major makeup here.
Let's listen. This video is a penance.
It's a step in the right direction.
It's a step towards penance.
Certainly.
Look, a lot of, like, the way the narrative for the whole, like, right-wing pipeline got formed was because you had, some publication, some person would, like, come up with this stupid article, this concept, and then all the different, like, media outlets and the left-wing media outlets would just run with the story and then just repeat it ad nauseum.
Yeah.
To this day, and if they don't do this, I literally don't know what the fuck's going on. I have no clue why Fox News is not just using Hasan as their whipping boy, as their spanking boy. It's the perfect story for them. Do you know who's indoctrinating your children into socialism? Hasan Piker. Like, the story writes itself. It's right there for them.
Communist pipeline.
It is free money on it's free money on the table. They now have the narrative, the communist pipeline narrative. Ethan literally created the clip for them. I'm going to go out and say, if Fox News does not decide to start attacking Hasan as the communist pipeline guy, that they're actually are covering for him. And we just don't understand why. That there's someone deep within Fox News that is covering for Hasan. And it's just not, we just don't know why. There's something going on here, because there makes no sense otherwise why this is happening this way. It makes absolutely no fucking sense.
They should call it the left-wing terrorist pipeline, though.
Yes.
Communism
You're
is
right.
just, it doesn't hit as hard. It really
You're right.
doesn't. Yeah.
Or they could just call it the alt-left pipeline. The alt-left pipeline of people supporting terrorists, left-wing terrorism.
I don't think enough people know what alt-right is.
Whatever
just
you want to
call
call
it the left-wing terrorist pipeline.
Right.
That's it.
Promote and propagandize terrorist organizations.
The anti-Semitic left-wing
There you go.
terrorist
Perfect.
pipeline.
The Jew-hating left-wing terrorist pipeline.
There we go.
And every time it happened on Twitch, I would say, man, this time surely
They could attach. It's like the perfect. They can attach it to AOC. They can attach it to any other. They can attach to CNN. Say, oh, look at CNN. They always complain about us, but here they are, fucking interviewing and doing damage control and whitewashing a terrorist supporter.
Of course.
How are they not picking up this story? It's like the perfect story for them. Someone at Fox News has to be sweeping for Hasan.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
He went too far, and someone's got to do something. But as the time went on, nothing happened, and his views got more and more radical and more disturbing. I feel it's my obligation, after mainstreaming someone like Hasan, to take this on. And so it was war. Nuclear war.
I stand before you following the footsteps of intellectual giants.
One thing we've been hearing
nothing
for weeks.
but a simple man.
Now,
a simple man who understands right from wrong.
Yeah. You're an important, influential voice to a lot of people.
I'm an idiot, I'm a dumb bimbo, I don't know what I'm talking about.
And there are some things
I've gotten dumb to criticism like this. It's not. As a matter of fact, I seek it out now because I make content out of it. I think it's funny and fun.
And there are baby settlers as well.
Can you just shut the fuck up on bloodthirsty violent You think it happens out of nowhere?
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen.
Was that just the intro? Holy shit.
That was just the intro.
Wow. This is like a movie.
Thank you to ExpressVPN.
Oh, no.
ExpressVPN.
For sponsoring this video.
Are we supposed to listen to the ExpressVPN?
We can. But it is funny. Listen, it's kind of hilarious. There's like, here I am totally annihilating Hasan, going to nuke him from orbit, and ExpressVPN is helping pay for it.
Nice.
ExpressVPN's an app that lets you change your location. Let's see what you can do with this power.
Oh my God, he has like a timer countdown. Look at that. Isn't that nice?
That is nice.
He's like, this is how much pain you have to endure.
It's psychologically comforting because you're like, oh, I only have to sit through the ad for like 54 seconds.
Right. Yeah. And then I get my 2 marshmallows.
Exactly.
You can sign up for Netflix from a different country, but why would you want to do that? It was $14. It's now $3.66. Okay, but it even gets better than that. Netflix and all the streaming apps have different catalogs for each region. So let's say, for example, I want to watch some Dragon Ball Z Broly, but it's not available in the USA. Psych! All you need to do is switch locations to Canada, refresh, and boom, that easy and fast, Dragon Ball Z time. I use these websites to help find whatever shows I'm looking for. You can type in the show you want, and it will show you which region to connect to. The amount of content I have access to is insane. It's super easy to use. It's an app you connect to, and then you pick which country you want to connect to. It's that easy. So what are you waiting for? Go to expressvpn.com/h3hc for 4 free months, or scan the QR code, or go to the link in the description. Thank you so much to ExpressVPN. And now, back to our program. Meanwhile, at Twitch HQ, the marketing team is strategizing on a new advertising vertical.
My friends at Twitch headquarters, the executives, the influencers, Hasan, nice to see you, Frogan, front row. I am here to present to you an extraordinarily exciting opportunity. We have not tapped this market yet. Now, don't panic, okay? Because you're gonna wanna panic when I tell you, but listen and learn. Who's billions of dollars, eager to spend it? And what, people are too cowardly to reach out and take the money?
Not us.
Terrorism. Terrorism. Twitch is perfect. You could broadcast it straight into the veins of 18 to 35-year-old men. So here's what I'm suggesting. Hasan Piker. Yeah, we'll get drinks after the show. No, you. He's such a great guy. No, you. Give it up for Hasan Piker, everybody. Happy birthday, buddy. This dude can package anti-Semitism and anti-Americanism like nobody else. In fact, you guys got him on the front page, and he's doing terrorism for free. Basically, gentlemen and gentle ladies, Frogan, you look good today, girl. Girl, you look good. Great job on that Arab tier list. That was good. How much we get for that? Yo, you got 10 million from Qatar for that? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, Twitch. Here's the thing, with help from people like Hasan, terrorism is like in the eyes of the beholder, right? They're not terrorists, they're, go ahead, he knows. Freedom fighters, guys. We are fighting for freedom. What about the rapes and the murders? Don't mention that. What's wrong with you? And another one. The resistance isn't
not
perfect. Right? You gotta crack some eggs, man. Hasan, you know socialism didn't buy you that car.
If I knew that this is what communism would be in 2024, I wouldn't have bothered with this shit. Really. A Porsche is the symbol of the capitalist excess. What the fuck is he thinking? You guys actually believe this idiot is a socialist? Forget a religion. Hasan is the opiate of the masses. Straight to the gulag for anyone subbed to this idiot.
Even Sam Bankman-Fried knew not to get a Porsche, right?
Yes, I know. So funny.
That designer dog.
This breed's stunning, fluffy.
Listen, after all this, after all these years, still Ethan's still able to put together good comedy.
Oh, I know. It's
Excellent
hilarious.
comedy,
I'm laughing my ass off. This is
Coat
great.
comes
You think,
with price.
You think he's got his tie like a little loose just because it looks so cringe? I mean, the whole getup is like
it's perfect.
perfectly cringe.
Yes, exactly.
Oh,
fuck no.
Very cute, by the way, but those are expensive. The point is, we have the biggest political streamer on our platform that is influencing media and influencing young kids everywhere. If we can normalize terrorism, if we could rebrand it, then fuck the U.S. Navy. You know?
You see the picture in the background of the Houthi flag with the lips and the fingernails? Oh my
Yeah,
God.
they're making it sexy.
Yes. People just need to like screen cap that picture and just whenever Frogan posts, you just reply with that
Oh,
picture.
yes.
Whenever Frogan posts, or Denims or any of the other fucking retards, just post that in response to anything they say.
So true.
How much? Those guys don't pay shit. You see the army ads on Twitch? The army is fucking broke, dude. I'll tell you who loves America more than the army. Qatar. Well, I don't know if love's the right word, but they're paying more. Good CPMs coming out of Qatar. But you kids love anime, right? Can't get enough of it. I mean, look at what we've already done with Hasan. You're the fucking man, dude. Happy birthday again, man. No, we got a big party for you after. No, don't do it. Let's wait, because we got a big party and a cake and everything for you after in the back. The prostitutes, too. Don't tell anyone. That's part of the past. Look what we've done already. This Houthi pirate. I mean, who are you kidding? This guy's a fucking terrorist. He literally tweeting out he wants to kill Jews and put their heads on pikes. And somehow, not somehow, because of his genius, we have rebranded the Houthi fucking pirates, the Houthi terrorist organization. Yeah, the Islamic fundamentalists. Death to America, curse upon the Jews. That's right. That's the Jolly Roger of this man here. None other than Monkey D. Luffy. So let's get out there, guys. And let's make 2025 our biggest year, guys. Come on, guys. The resistance isn't perfect. The resistance isn't perfect. Yeah, let's get them. If you want to know where on the political spectrum Hasan sits, take a look at a recent media analysis by Ad Fonte, which rated Hasan as the most extreme left-wing, untrustworthy media source on the internet. And to give you an idea, he is opposite of InfoWars. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Hasan loves all terrorists, but what I will say is that there isn't many he don't like. Let's start with our good friend.
First of all, true. Secondly, oh my God, I loved when that chart came out and they put Hasan across from there. He was so livid. He was so fucking mad. What does it take? What does it take for Amazon and Twitch to do something about this?
He keeps winning the Streamy Award every year, too, in the news category, which is just insane. Fucking insane.
Because for all of Dan Clancy thirst trapping over women and pretending he's a communist, He doesn't. He just wants the money. That's all he
Oh,
gives a
yeah.
shit about.
So true.
Hasan makes a bunch of money. That's all he fucking cares about. That's all
Well,
he
he
cares
wants
about.
the fame too, obviously.
Yes.
He wants
Where's
to move up the hierarchy.
right? Where's the adpocalypse for Twitch?
Yeah. It's
Whatever
never
happened
coming.
to that? You know, Dan was over there like, oh, I got all these brands playing out from Twitch. I got the apocalypse going from Twitch. Blah 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 blah. Nothing. Silence.
No.
No one gives a fuck.
It's not going to happen. It's the asymmetry, I'm telling you.
Yep.
The left can do anything.
It needs Fox News pounding away on this, attacking not Twitch, but attacking Amazon, attacking Jeff Bezos.
Yeah.
You need Donald Trump going out there saying, "Oh my God, they're indoctrinating our children." You know, on Twitch.
The only thing I would worry about is that a lot of people will think if Fox News is attacking the person must be good. So a lot of normies could fall into the trap. It could make it appear that he's more palatable to people. Like Fox News is the devil in like a lot of left-wingers' minds. Even like moderate left-wing people, they think Fox News is like Nazi territory.
Here's the thing. You're correct. There'll be a lot of like retarded, mouth-breathing, moderate left people who don't look up anything on themselves. They just regurgitate whatever the news is telling them, which to be frank is like 95% of people in the political space. They just regurgitate whatever their political content news providers tell them.
Of course.
But the thing is, and so that's true, there'd be a lot of people who will just say, oh, you know, Hasan must be, you know, not so bad because Fox is attacking him. That doesn't matter. What matters is if they do pressure Twitch to remove him from the platform, essentially, and get him out of there. That's what matters. It's the same thing. Like, I'm sure a lot of people were like, oh, I'm going to go check out Jordan Peterson or any of these people because they got hit by the media. But it pressured them into other places. And it put pressure on YouTube and all this stuff. And they were able to control the conversation for years. And that's the problem going on here. Is like, and the thing that's crazy about all this stuff is, you know, I don't even care. It's not even about the socialism angle. Like, you know, if Hasan wanted to be on Twitch and just say he's in favor of socialism, fair, that's totally fine. I disagree with him to the end of time on that issue. I think it's retarded. That's fine. We live in a country that has a very wide latitude on freedom of speech, and that's great. Okay, I'm 100% in support of that. But if he's going to come out here and radicalize children into being sympathetic and maybe even engaging in violent terrorist actions, and then go on some other fucking guy's stream and brag and laugh and cheer about that. Yes, he is on a pipeline. He's a person on a pipeline that is trying to radicalize children into being fucking terrorists. Then he has to get the fuck out of here. He has to get the fuck out of here. We cannot have people that are advocating for terrorist violence. We cannot have people that are who are acknowledging and admitting that they're radicalizing children into terrorist violence to be on a streaming platform. That's psychotic.
Yeah. It's an interesting dynamic because it is closer to the pipeline situation in reality than any of these fake stories that so many people have cooked up about the right-wing pipeline.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's insane. They always pick someone on the right wing that is someone that's actually keeping people from going radical. And they're like, this is the first step on the pipeline. No, that's like the gatekeeper on the pipeline, you idiots.
It's frustrating me because they did that, you know, in 2017 through 2020. They would just be like, we're going to attack, you know, Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson and these people who, you're right, they are basically gatekeeping people away from the far right.
Yep.
And because they did that, because the mainstream media was just crying wolf on all this shit, now in this, you know, far off year of 2025, where you do see like endless streams of literal fucking Nazi content on Twitter, you see endless streams of people that are hyper fucking racist, that want to, you know, make arguments that non-white people are not really American citizens. You know, you have Tucker Carlson talking about
Tucker
how
Carlson on the pipeline. I knew.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
100%. His conversation with Piers Morgan was like fucking insane.
So now you're like, the pipeline is real.
Well, that's the problem. There are people, there definitely are people, and there were back then too, but there are people that are on a pipeline to the far right. There's always been a far left, far right pipeline. The problem was back in the past, they're just attacking the completely wrong targets. And now because they did that, if you come out and you're like, wow, it's totally fucking crazy that like Tucker Carlson is basically saying America bad, West is bad. I'm just asking questions. Should America and England really have been involved in World War II? Right. And that conversation you had with Piers Morgan recently was like totally psychotic about that whole, the revisionism of World War II. It's like now because of the false accusations a few years ago, it's all like, oh, it's just deaf on people's ears now when there's actually people that are doing this crazy shit. It's all just crying wolf now.
Yeah, it's things have changed a lot since 2017, obviously. So,
of course,
the situation is always in flux.
There is a danger where when people first become politically aware of things, and I think 2016, 2017 was a time period, 2015, even 2014 with Gamergate. I think there's a lot of people became politically aware for like the first time then. And people, you have to be very careful because there's a danger of when people first become politically aware that moment becomes cemented in their mind. And like, that's how they always see things through that prism, that lens forever. Even if things, as you said, things have changed dramatically since that time period.
The big question I always have is just before I put any major wagers down on what is real, is the material conditions versus the ideology thing. I never know if this is just a bunch of people who are just basically in like a cult. And they're in the cult because it gives them meaning, it fulfills some aspect of their life, especially in online spaces where so many people, a lot of people, the only friends they have are like online friends. It's kind of crazy.
Right.
So, or if it's genuinely the material conditions, because like there are, in any situation, you can think of material conditions that are going to make people more racist, more communist, more anti-capitalist, right? More anti-American. Like, so I'm always wondering, is it the mind virus or is it actual material conditions?
It's both. I think you're completely correct. I think there are, a lot of people, they do develop friendships, communities, revolve around these ideologies. The same thing with the communists. And there's like, and then with the Hasan fans, entire communities revolve around not only an ideology, but a content creator, a person. And that was part of why it was like so devastating for so many people in DGG to find out that Destiny is like this horrible fucking sex fest.
Totally.
It's because it's like, oh, like this
off brand.
Right. Yeah. Like this person who, we kind of all interact with each other through in this context of their community. Turns out he's like a fucking piece of shit. Right. And so people are like worried, like, well, is this going to affect my personal relationships with with these people and all that stuff? So so you're right. And I'm glad you brought it up because that is a huge part of it on all political sides of the equation. Another part of it is, a lot of people are very not in a good situation right now. A lot of people, can't find meaningful girlfriends and meaningful boyfriends, meaningful relationships to start a family with. A lot of people can't find work. A lot of people are in dire economic situations. And a lot of people are tired of, being called racist, sexist, bigots when they're not for the last 10 years.
Yep.
And so a lot of people are totally tired of all this shit. So all these, you're completely correct. All these conditions definitely weigh on people and create these attitudes. And then the problem is you have like utter scumbags like Hasan or Tucker Carlson who are just fucking grifters for money, essentially at this point. Just saying, oh, I see a group of young men out there that I can Andrew Tate. I see a group of young men that I can basically just suck up all their money and all their resources by preaching to them some message. That's not going to fucking help them in life whatsoever. That's going to just take them down this dark path of becoming more and more out of touch with reality, more and more extreme, more and more, radicalized.
Yeah. Well, if that's the case, we got to fix the situation. Obviously, we can fix the material conditions. The ideology is often harder to deal with, But I'm not as worried about it, to be honest with you. Just a bunch of yahoos believing stupid shit.
The problem is, I don't know. We don't know. It was the same thing with like, the communists. Like, it's like, you're like, it kind of seems like it just kind of jumped out of nowhere in 2014, 2016. It's like, there's like this slow march into the institutions. And all of a sudden you just turn around. And you're like, what the fuck's going on? Shit's everywhere all of a sudden. I like blinked and suddenly there's a bunch of socialists everywhere.
Yeah. If they're just going to complain, though, they can't really affect reality in any way, shape, or form, which seems to be the situation. Just
for now, yeah. But until they seize an institution, until they seize, a political party, then all of a sudden, like, I'm sure you saw that this was crazy. I'm sure you saw clips from the DNC thing where they were
I did.
Yeah, they were like so concerned. They're like, oh, I'm so concerned about, we need to make sure that we have the exact, like gender balance of people in leadership. And if there's a non-binary person, like, then they get counted as a neutral. I was like, what is happening here? This is psychotic.
People got to be stronger at work and stand up against that shit. There's too many people who are just like, go along to get along.
Yeah, that's true.
Speak up.
Luffy here and his organization, the Houthis. And yes, this is what it looks like. They are hiling Hitler. The Houthis are an Islamic military group. They're known for their cruel measures, forcibly recruiting child soldiers, shelling civilian areas, and blocking food from entering already famine-ruined parts of Yemen. They've also set up landmines in agricultural spots, making the fields virtually worthless. Women have virtually no rights, and homosexuality, of course, is punishable by death. That lines up with leftist values. Now, just how little rights do women in the...
Have you seen those man on the street clips where no one on the left knows that they're against homosexuality in the Middle East?
I have, yeah.
It's so insane.
Yeah.
The fuck, people will follow anything just because they're like, oh, everyone likes this.
Yep.
That's the thing. Whenever I think of the mind manipulation machine that TikTok is, like, you can put the most insane thing in front of somebody and, put 2 million views on it or 14 million views on it. And all of a sudden everyone's like, oh, this is the thing. I just accept this.
Right.
It's like magic.
Yep.
Houthis Yemen have. Well, according to this, there's been 1,181 violations committed by Houthi rebels against women, including torture, rape, and murder. So, not great. The Houthis have a very wholesome flag, as you can see here. It says, translated, Allah Akbar, death to America, death to Israel, and a curse upon the Jews. And that's all of them, not just the ones in Israel. And of course, victory to Islam. I get amused when these terrorists are like, we hate Jews. We want to kill Jews. And then people like Hasan are like, you're fucking racist for saying that they just want to kill Jews and that they're terrorists, man.
What you meant to say is Hezbollah is Muslim.
You're not thinking deep enough about this topic.
My criticisms of the Houthis slogan do not factor into what they are doing. Of course, it is anti-Semitic, but contextualizing it matters. Yeah, it's really interesting because, like, that is such Western-focused propaganda. Like, for a Palestinian to arrive at anti-Semitic opinions, okay, they don't need to read Mein Kampf.
He just blames Jewish people. Obviously, it's their fault. They have it coming. It's self-defense for the Muslims or the Houthis or any of that.
That's what's like psychotic about that statement. And it's so weird that Hasan is able to say it brazenly and no one really gets him, because what he's literally saying is it's Israel and Jews' fault that the Houthis are anti-Semitic. It's their fault. And you're like, well, you would never accept this for anyone else. You'd never be like, well, listen, it's okay for, like, if you're white and South African, for you to be like hyper racist against black people because, now, there's always problems with, the government basically screwing over, the white South Africans and trying to steal their land and shit. So it's okay, I guess, for them to be racist.
Yeah. Bullshit.
Oh, I almost forgot the most fun one. They brought back slavery.
Do you think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do?
That lines up with leftist values. All right, so these guys are clearly the bad guys. So my question is, how does Hasan cover such a genocidal, violent, misogynistic, homophobic, terroristic organization?
Oh, you want to see a Houthi musical?
Sure.
These were the people that the Saudis were killing, by the way. Just so you know, these fucking musically gifted individuals.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I need the money, guys.
I'm gonna grab my food.
I'm so confused. What is this?
Don't leave me. What's happening?
He's like, how am I supposed to react to this?
Yes, it's just shock and horror about his own career. And also, listen, putting aside the terrorism, this is a horrible song. It's not even a good song. What is wrong with him?
No, it's awful.
It's not even a bop. It's not even a banger. Okay,
No.
it's a bad song.
Terrible.
It's
Terrible
cringe.
video. Camcorders from like the 1980s.
Yeah, they did the vertical flip from like 1992.
Oh, I know. Terrible. He's like, should I leave? he's looking around like, should I go?
This guy has his face permanently etched for like the next 50 years. It's like the guy reacting to terrorism.
Oh yeah.
That's right, my friend. Hasan just played straight up terrorist propaganda without even being there to analyze it. Surely this must be against terms of service. Twitch does not allow content that depicts, glorifies, encourages, or supports terrorism or violent extremist actors. For example, displaying or linking terrorist or extremist propaganda even for the purpose of denouncing such content. Denouncing? Okay, but what's the rule for endorsing it? Is that okay? The answer is yes, as Hasan was never punished for this blatant violation of Twitch community guidelines. Got it. So denouncing terrorism is bad. Don't do that. Endorsing terrorism is good. Okay, got it, Twitch.
What is going on? Can you explain this? This is a 3-minute video of. What do you mean a music video? When you said music video, I'm expecting like bad example, Chris Brown dancing. You know?
No. They do they do musicals. They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Dog, what do you look? You think I made this?
This isn't music. I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hasan.
No, it is. They do musicals about like their fucking like their actions all the time.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. I've got this.
What is is he autistic? What is happening here? What is
He's
it?
trying
He's
to
like,
hide
I don't
behind
even
the
understand what you're
sarcasm.
talking about. Like, what they're doing videos. What do you mean? What are you confused about here? Look at the video. You think I made this video? Do you think I personally, Hasan Piker, made this video? No, Hasan, he doesn't think you made the fucking video.
He is trying to have plausible deniability by him thinking that it's all sarcasm. Oh, it's all just a joke. I'm just joking. I'm
Right.
joking about the terrorism.
Right.
It's
Maybe.
funny. But really his audience. This is like the dog whistle type situation.
Oh, yes, of course. Of course.
Instead of terrorist propaganda, let's call it musicals.
They do musicals.
Instead of violent jihadists, let's call them musically talented people.
They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Guys, let's just use our brains. Fiddler on the Roof, Wicked, Alexander Hamilton, man. There's no reason we can't put these Houthis on Broadway.
Well, they go, listen, you want to fucking bring a ship through here? We're going to take it. So that's exactly what the Houthis start doing. They start fucking sending in helicopters onto fucking ships. Bro, they fucking, look at this. They got the Palestinian flag that they painted under the helicopter with the Yemen flag. They fucking they start overtaking the ships. And they're like, guess what, dog? No more trade to Israel. If you are sending ships into Israel, if you are owned by an Israeli subsidiary, if you're owned by an Israeli corporation, we're going to take over your ship. You cannot fucking use this trade route anymore. Guess what, bitch? It's our fucking territorial boundary, and we're going to enforce this until you stop doing genocide in Gaza.
So let's review his claims. His first claim is that the boat is headed for Israel. It's not. It's going from Turkey to India. The next claim is that it's owned by an Israeli company. It's not. It's being chartered by a Japanese company, and the boat's owners are registered in the Isle of Man. I'd like to remind everybody that the crew that's kidnapped in this video has been missing for over a year now with zero updates on their health, whereabouts, or anything. That lines up with leftist values. Hasan's third claim is that this attack happened in their territorial waters, which is also a lie. It happened in international waters. Hasan is lying for the Houthis like he's being paid. And honestly, at this point, is he?
I'm a propagandist.
Well, no.
For the record.
No, I'm not calling
I'm a
it that.
propagandist.
This is like a hostile. They're streaming this?
Yeah. They're flexing.
What? And they're coming in hot with guns.
Yeah, but you have to understand, this is a deterrence. Israeli society is going to start getting upset. They're going to be like, I can't get my treats. I can't get my Amazon Prime deliveries. What the fuck is going on? I hate this. Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal.
I find it disturbing that Hasan thinks that a slowdown of imports is going to cause Jews to flee Israel. 80% of Israelis were born there and do not have citizenship anywhere else. So where do you want them to go, Hasan? Back to Poland or back to the Arab countries they were forced out of?
Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel.
It's crazy too when you look at. I was looking at Hasan's chat, while he's like explaining this to this guy who's like horrified that Hasan is just simping for terrorists, sweeping for terrorists, and like all the chat is like Chad based Chad Houthis. It's just like, oh my god, what is going on here?
Yeah, it's insane.
Hasan has created a leftist to terrorist pipeline. That is what he's doing. That is 100% what he's doing. And it's insane to me that Twitch just says that's allowed. That's allowed on the platform, apparently. That's 100% allowed on Twitch.
Right. All these people, I'd like to think they're just being edgy on the internet. And as soon as they bring this narrative to work with them or to any of their family members or any real person in real life, they're going to like slap the shit out of them and be like, what? What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm sure most of them, will grow out of this, will get this, you're right, they'll get made fun of, right? But there's going to be some percentage of them that won't.
Right.
They're going to be some percentage of them that will be radicalized for their whole life and may do some violent terrorist act or may continue to contribute to radicalizing other people.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is psychotic behavior. This is insane levels of behavior. And Twitch just has been letting it go on for years. And nobody says anything. Nobody does anything in the mainstream to stop them from doing this. Nobody puts any pressure on Twitch or Amazon and says, what the fuck is happening here?
Because they want Hasan to say, vote for Kamala Harris. Vote for whatever Democrat it is in the next election.
Even the DNC was like, we got to kick this guy out.
Oh, yeah, they
did.
They kicked him
even
out.
They were like, no, this is got to get him out of here. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know how much of this audience is international.
I don't
Just
know.
Other people who hate America.
Leaving Israel. That's the goal.
By telling the Jews of Israel to go back where they came from, Hasan attempts to deny Jewish heritage in the Middle East. It characterizes them not as indigenous, but as white colonizers. This is despite the fact that 60% of Jews in Israel are actually native to the Middle East.
This is wild.
So these guys did all of this, right? They did all of this.
Is that their helicopter?
Yeah.
That looks like a legit helicopter.
It is a legit helicopter.
This is wild.
So they take it over, and they tell the people in the ship, it's usually like mostly Filipino people, Filipino crews.
Oh.
And they're like, all right, well, we got no problems with you, but you're coming with us, we're taking over the ship.
What an incredible way to characterize having a gun in your face. Hasan is asking us not to believe our own eyes as we watch terrorists hostilely kidnap the crew.
We got no problems with you, but you're coming with us, we're taking over the ship.
And once again, the crew is still...
Can you imagine? Can you imagine a bunch of fucking terrorists land and they're like, listen, guys, let's everyone be chill. Let's everyone be cool.
Yeah.
We're all going to be good friends. We don't have any problems with you, but we are going to take your ship and hold you hostage for the next year.
These are the humanitarian terrorists.
Yes.
That's what he wants us to believe.
These are the MIA.
These are the Batman of terrorists. They don't even like guns.
Right. Oh my God.
For over a year, prisoners to a terrorist organization. But don't worry, guys. Hasan says they have no problem with them.
They're like, all right, well, we got no problems with you, but you're coming with us.
His face is so perfect.
I know.
Hasan, you're insane.
This is a 3-minute video of, what do you mean a music video? When you said music video, I'm expecting like, are you being serious? I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hasan.
Okay, this editing's a little self-indulgent, Ethan. Just a little. Come on. Come on.
I bet Hasan's friend really appreciated being fed terrorist propaganda on camera. Let's see what he had to say.
Because hell, even a couple days ago, I was hanging out with my buddy Hasan, and this guy unironically put a terrorist propaganda music video on and then left the room.
Left the room?
Yeah, and I was just like, and the thing is, like, in hindsight, it's hilarious, you know? But at the same time, I'm like, what is going on here? This is wild to me.
Yeah.
But like, I just, and like, he was like, yo, they're such great dancers. Look how
Oh
good.
my God.
I was like, okay. Wait, is that how it works? If you watch like a politics TikTok, you get recommended Hasan right after? Is that how it works? Bro, he's all over this page. That's crazy. Click it. Dude, Hasan be saying some wild stuff, man. So I don't know if we can.
Here's another incident of Hasan enjoying some Houthi propaganda.
How can they not agree with the Houthis when this is the kind of music video that they're coming out with? They got a beautiful voice too. Yeah, Israel been real quiet since this dropped, dude. The fucking mixtape.
Oh, Hasan, my sweet, naive friend. You say that Jews don't sing and dance like that? Then what the fuck do you call this? That's right, bitch. What the fuck you stepping on our shit?
Yeah, Israel been real quiet since this dropped, dude. The fucking mixtape.
What's going on with this, Sitch?
We've gone a little too much into the meme territory.
Is this the cultural norm now?
We've gone too far into the memes, yes.
You got a beautiful voice too. Israel been real quiet since this dropped, dude. Israel been real quiet since this dropped, dude.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got it.
Okay, the get fucked terrorist graphic is pretty good.
That's a pretty good graphic, right?
Yeah.
Houthis been real quiet since this dropped, dude.
All those terrorist videos look completely lame anyway. Cringe. Nobody's being recruited by those videos, so.
I mean, Hasan's audience is apparently.
Nah.
He keeps saying, look how look how awesome this like super cringe dance video is. And you're like, oh God, it hurts.
Nah. Even the military ones where they're supposed to be looking cool, it just looks.
Yeah, looks.
I mean, it looks like student film type shit.
Student film and like synchronized dancing. Like
Yeah.
if there was a musical about the army.
Not good. It's not Top Gun.
No.
Let's be real here.
That
It's
is
not
true.
Team America.
It's not Team America.
Yeah. It's the fucking Team America.
Yeah.
Now we come to our sweet, beautiful, cute little TikTok twink. This hairless young man is the fantasy of every tween and twix and all the boys and girls on TikTok. He's cute. He's got a mustache. He's a freedom fighter. Beautiful eyes. They call him Timothée Chalamet because he's a Houthi.
Bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother. What do you mean? Excuse me. Of course I'm about to have a... I'm a journalist, okay? This is journalism. It's so weird. It's so weird. Motherfuckers want journalism, and when I'm trying to do journalism, they go, why are you doing that? Bro, you are going to get banned? I think it would be ridiculous to do that.
Hasan now has the opportunity to express his journalistic chops, to get his boots on the ground and show us just how good of a reporter he can be.
I'm doing journalism, chat. Does he know what One Piece is?
He's been watching it since he was a kid.
The whole way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes. Yes. I love you too, man. Big time. Yeah.
I love you. I love you so much.
We're big fans of the Yemeni music videos. You can tell him that. I want to ask him about the knife. The knives are sick. What's up with the knives? You know, the curved knives.
If one of those knives comes out in front of you, it's not going back until it has blood on it.
Oh, okay. My bad. Well, I mean, I think it's cool, though.
That's the worst part right there. He doesn't call it out or anything.
No, he
He's
thinks
like-
no. He thinks it's cool. He thinks it's cool that he's like, yeah, I'm gonna kill people when I take my knife out.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay. Thank you, Hasan.
I wonder who he's killing. Could it be Jewish people, Hasan? Who do you
It's
think
probably-
he's killing?
Obviously hostages, okay, that won't smoke drugs.
Yeah. That's so crazy. He's like, oh, killing people.
Yeah.
Interesting. Like, why do they interview serial killers and stuff like that? Can you imagine, like, the serial killer starts talking about killing people and the reporter's like, oh, well, let's not talk about that. Why the fuck are you here?
Yeah, why does that be like, have you ever killed anybody? Who did you kill? What was the
I
kind of
know.
like, this conversation?
I
Was it
know.
over a bet? Was it at a bar? Like, was it an uppity hostage? What's going on here?
Yeah. Most journalists are like, when can I start talking about the knife? He brings up the knife, and Hasan
I
is like,
know.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Gotta stay away. Listen, he's like, listen, I'm trying to whitewash your reputation for my audience here. Like, you need to chill out, buddy.
Right. So weird.
That's so crazy. So they're just chilling with the captains? Like, I don't understand.
The crews on these ships, and they like win them over with their charm, and they make them hate America and the U.S. government.
He can't buy any of this. Look, talk about baby brain fucking stupid.
I know.
He's like, yes, we win them over. Oh, yes. Win me over. You're winning my heart.
I'm a journalist, okay? This is journalism. It's so weird. It's so weird. Motherfuckers want journalism, and when I'm trying to do journalism, they go, why are you doing that? What do you mean? I'm just chilling. We're just vibing. Yeah, we're just vibing. We're vibing big time.
Hasan uncritically interviewed this kid for about an hour. It was the most brazen display of disgusting terrorist propaganda that I have maybe ever seen in Western media.
What has happened to, does he know what has happened to any of the crews? Like, I heard they...
Hasan almost asked a good question, but it's actually leading to the most obscene part of this interview.
He's saying he hasn't spent much time with Chinese people, but one of the captain was Chinese, and he did qat with them, and he danced some music with them, and he was vibing. So he likes them, yeah.
So, I mean, what... That's so crazy. So they're just chilling with the captains? Like, I don't understand.
Ask yourself, why is he able to hang out with the captain and the crew of this pirated ship? Why would he even have access to that? Hasan knows why. Of course, he is a Houthi terrorist. Instead of challenging him and demanding more details about these kidnapped and missing people, he just runs defense for this guy, acting like he doesn't know why that would even happen.
He's saying that they win over the crews on these ships, and they like win them over with their charm, and they make them hate America and the U.S. government.
Can you imagine if Hasan was actually instrumental in getting the people returned, or at least finding out where the bodies were? Holy fucking shit.
Yeah,
that would be
that'd
like
be
a
nice,
giant news story. Twitch streamer finds missing crew.
Yep. family tearfully reunites with,
Missing crew, yeah,
missing
exactly.
crew that they
Can you
haven't seen
imagine?
for how long?
Over a year is what he said,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
But no, Hasan is like, fuck those people. I'm rich. I got a Porsche.
I'm
I
rich.
got a special edition Porsche.
I gotta indoctrinate my, the children of my audience into being terrorist sympathizers. So, what do I care?
He doesn't think of what a giant opportunity this is in front of him because he's empty fucking airhead.
Yep.
Oh my God. That'd be so cool if you could find those people. Kash Patel's on it.
That's so funny.
I got you. I got you.
He is. He's on. Hey, listen, he's not going to call for any airspace. He's just going to go fly right. He's going to personally fly the helicopter right in.
Look, who cares? Open your airspace. It's fucking America.
Exactly.
We should just be able to play the Star Spangled Banner over the loudspeaker and fucking blow in. Come on, Sitch. Get it together.
There you go.
It's all our airspace.
That's true.
Well, it's connected to our airspace. It should be, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is super funny, the idea of kidnapped crew members who are being forced, probably at gun.
Oh my God. Are these the real crew members?
I guess.
I feel fucking horrible.
Isn't that crazy?
Oh, they all look.
Look how happy they look.
Terrified.
They look so happy.
Look, every single one of these people look fucking terrified. They all look like they're never going to see their friends and family again.
Nope.
Did they put these, is this Arab garb that they put over them?
It's just the dumb Palestinian scarf.
Yeah, but did they put it on them?
Yes, of course. They didn't carry it with them. They don't have it with them. They made them wear it for the picture.
Oh my God. They made them wear Palestinian scarves.
Yes.
They're like, holy fucking shit. Oh my God. This is evil. This is fucking evil.
Yep.
He's like, hey, you guys ready to do some drugs? Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Holy fucking shit.
Yep.
Point to do some death to Americas and maybe some curse upon the Jews. And frankly, the callous disregard for the well-being of the literal hostages is shocking even for somebody that loves terrorists.
Look, they got like a bottled water and Cokes and shit in the middle of the room there. Did you see that?
Hey, exciting.
That's so funny. Is there a KFC there? They're everywhere. I don't think there's a KFC in Yemen, dog.
He says they have two.
Oh, they do have KFC in Yemen? That's crazy. Okay, that's sick.
Is there a KFC in Yemen? No way, dude! Holy fuck! There's a KFC in Yemen! He's just like us!
That's what I do when I yell.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so fucking true. God, Ethan is just nailing this.
Yep.
Ethan's like a natural. He understands.
This is why he was popular in the first place.
Yeah. This is like Vape Nation shit.
It is. We're back.
Does he know what?
Little excess on the meme part there.
We'll see if he maintains. I hope so.
This could use some editing. A little bit of editing.
One Piece is.
What if he's been watching it since he was a kid?
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes. That's fire. That's so fire. Oh my God. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
You guys all remember Luffy's flag, right? Now, I'm only halfway through that show, so maybe I just haven't come to it yet. But I do not remember Luffy's flag looking like this. Predictably, there was some blowback after this interview, and Hasan went immediately into damage control to rewrite history.
He said that he was just simply a Yemeni person and not a Houthi. Yeah, we don't even know if he's a Houthi or not. He's a teenager in Yemen. The dude is neither a Houthi, nor a terrorist, nor a pirate, is not a Houthi rebel. They didn't fucking call him a Houthi either. You want to know why? Because he's not one. He's not a Houthi himself. He's not a pirate, but I don't think he's not a pirate. He has reiterated the position that he is not a Houthi. Trust me, bro, I'm not Houthi. Be for real. You sucked him off the entire stream. Not even a Houthi militant or anything.
Oh my God. Perfect.
I had no
Perfect
idea
chatter.
that there was this fucking much of him trying to clean up his mess.
Oh yes, just nonstop, trying to be like, oh, listen, it's totally okay. It's totally okay. Even though it's so funny too, because like it doesn't actually matter whether this dumb fucking kid is a Houthi pirate or not. He thought he was when he interviewed him.
He did, yeah.
Yes, he said it explicitly in the chat. He acted like it during the interview. Okay, that's all that matters, Hasan. That's all that fucking matters. Doesn't matter if you were duped or not.
Yeah, it's so insane. It's so insane. Like, it's such an opportunity for him to really blow up his status and his platform, and he totally pissed it away just by blowing the guy the whole time. What a fucking weirdo.
Yep.
Like, think about Glenn Greenwald. Like, Glenn Greenwald has his entire career is based on the Edward Snowden story, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is like a career-changing story if he could use it to his advantage.
Right.
Hasan is too fucking dumb to realize that.
I think he's just too afraid of his audience. He's just too terrified of his audience. Or he just believes it, and he just believes all this radical terrorist nonsense. He's in favor of it.
Man, to push
hard to
that kid and just even try to find out where the missing crew members are.
Yeah.
God, people would definitely take notice of that. And
Of
Hasan
course.
is just like, duh. Do you watch anime?
He's trying to recruit. That's what he's
Yeah.
trying to do. He's trying to recruit.
Look, I have lots of differences with Glenn Greenwald, but God, at least he's smart, right? At least he can see like how the world is going to perceive something he's about to do. Hasan doesn't even have that capability. It's funny that he's calling everyone else stupid.
Right.
Right? Like, what is the point of even doing that interview other than just, yeah, so weird. He doesn't envision that it's going to be a huge nightmare of cleanup for days and days and days.
Nope.
You don't think he thinks of that ahead of time? How is that not obvious?
Again, he's either afraid of his audience or he's intentionally trying to radicalize them. So he'll
Right.
take the hit. It's one of those two things.
He's going to take the hit just to radicalize his audience.
Yeah, maybe.
I could see that. I could definitely see that. And then the cleanup, everyone is just nodding along going, oh yeah, of course we have to spin it, but look, the damage has already been done and that's a good thing. We've
Mhm.
already moved some people down the pipeline.
Anything like that. When I interviewed the dude who they still to this day call a Houthi terrorist, Tim Houthi's not even a fucking Houthi. I thought he wasn't a Houthi because he's not. No, he was just some fucking Yemeni TikToker. Random fucking Yemeni teenager. Didn't you brand it as him being a Houthi interview though? Bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother. What do you mean?
All right, let's just take Hasan's word for it and assume, okay, this kid is not a Houthi rebel. He's just some ordinary Yemen teenager. Let's go ahead and take a look at his social media and see if that lines up.
All right, let's see here. Tel Aviv will burn in the coming hours. Ready for sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. Maybe he's talking about football? Here he is singing a song with the words, do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew? Meaning of Houthi is a title, and it's not something to fear, but for the Jews. They are very afraid of this title. The execution we will carry out on all Zionists, with the lovely depiction of a man impaled through his asshole and out of his mouth with a pike, or how Hasan likes to say it, a pike for a cut. Okay, why would he retweet this article called Houthis Use Social Media to Boost Global Prominence and Support? Israel falls. Wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv. The Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. The ships we bombed and sank. I know the red arrow is supposed to be a cool military Hamas thing. This is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put this into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and Zionist is clearly interchangeable to this guy. Okay, but hating Jews doesn't make you a Houthi. Are you a soldier? Yes. That seems pretty definitive. You know what makes you a Houthi? Being a Houthi. At least one of the two.
Well, he was a soldier in the war of love. Okay.
I can't believe he didn't ask him about any of that shit. I mean, we covered this and it was demoralizing how little he asked him pertinent questions.
Of course.
Yeah.
Hasan is a fucking retard.
Yeah.
He's
He is,
mind-numbingly stupid, mind-numbingly cowardly, and just an all-around horrible person.
Yeah. Yes.
This is a guy who went to homeless people and was like, hey, do you want to wear this clothing that's branded by Ethan Klein's wife? You
Yes.
don't because it's ugly, right? Isn't that hilarious? Hey, Ethan, even homeless people don't want to wear your ugly wife's clothing.
That was
Oh,
his
what?
content.
Ethan Klein
Nuke.
made a video like fucking annihilating me as being a terrorist sympathizer. Well, he's a nobody, and I'm not going to talk about it, even though I literally just a week ago did an entire comedy sketch of trying to get homeless people to wear his clothing line. But I don't know who he is, and he's a nobody. I'm not going to talk about it.
That's so great. I'm glad you brought that up because that is Hasan's idea of a content nuke. Like
Yes.
one joke.
Yes.
Homeless people won't wear your wife's clothing brand.
Yep.
That's the extent of his content.
That was
nuke.
it.
I mean, by comparison, Hasan seems a lot worse.
Yeah, we have tacky clothing or radicalizing children into terrorism. I don't know.
Right.
One of those.
Yes.
It's hard to tell, right? Like,
Platforming child soldiers who have killed people.
yes, right. I don't know, man. It's hard to
Uh,
tell.
And then backpedaling for 2 months. Oh, yeah, it wasn't a child soldier. That wasn't a child soldier. That wasn't a child soldier.
Listen, guys, when I interviewed the cannibal rapist, okay, and I didn't ask him any difficult questions. I asked him about what anime he likes and just had a good time humanizing the cannibal rapist. It actually wasn't a bad reflection on me because it turns out he wasn't actually a cannibal rapist. I mean, I thought he was. That's why I interviewed him in the first place, but he wasn't actually. So it's okay.
Yeah. Oh, bizarre. Bizarre.
One of the two of them is being honest about it.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yeah.
Oh my God, is he on the terrorist most wanted list?
I think
Is that
that's
real?
I think Ethan made that picture.
Okay.
Yes,
Angela
that's
Davis.
fire. And that's so fire. Oh my God. We think the Houthis is doing what Luffy would do. They're tweeting an image of a Jewish person on a pike. I don't understand why this problem can't be approached with nuance because he is a teenager in Yemen, dude.
Talk about the bigotry of low expectations. He's a kid in Yemen, dude. What do you expect? Of course he's going to want to put a pike through a Jew's asshole and through his mouth. That's just what kids in Yemen are like, man.
And also, what do you mean? It's just a person on a pike. There's no Jewish person on a pike on that photo unless I saw something different.
Hasan claims this isn't even a Jewish person on the pike. How exactly is a naked, piked person supposed to look like a Jew for you, Hasan? You know what? You're right. Let me make it a little clearer for you. First, he needs a bigger nose, right, Hasan? Of course, he needs a yarmulke, the curly things. Oh, look, Hasan, he dropped his dreidel. He must be Jewish for sure. Or, you could just read what he wrote, you dumbass, liar, terrorist-loving, propagandist piece of shit.
This is why this entire conversation is fucking idiotic. It's not a Jewish person. He said, why am I held accountable for some random fucking 19-year-old in Yemen's tweets? What is happening? How many steps removed are we from this situation?
0? I mean, you platformed him. Do you not remember? Did the check not clear or something? When faced with fair criticism for his
I just love
that's
it.
so
I love
good.
Hasan. Why am I responsible for this? What do you mean? You interviewed him because you thought he was a fucking Houthi pirate. What do you mean? That's why that's why people are talking about it, you fucking retard.
Yeah, no one would be talking about him if it wasn't for you.
Oh my God.
Yes. The stupidity.
It knows no bounds.
Yeah. Oof.
Hasan is like the comedy henchman in like a Disney film. Like the bad
Yes.
guy always has like
Yes.
two retarded comedy henchmen.
Yes, totally.
It's like that's Hasan. Like Hasan is like the big guy in like the suit with a tiny head, who's like just says the dumbest shit ever. You're like, okay, like no one in real life is this stupid.
But he marches around like he's a genius.
I know. That's what makes it funny.
It is.
coverage of the Houthi Luffy, he has a total meltdown.
I fucking despise all of you, dude. I do. I really do. I hate all of you. You successfully got me to talk about this, and my patience is running thin on this matter. The endless selfishness The untapped well of American selfishness and American individualism is in full display. How is this the conversation that you want to have right now?
One of the most cynical methods Hasan deploys to sidestep any criticism is to deflect to the ongoing genocide in Gaza. I've seen him do this so many times. He frames it like you are selfish for trying to criticize him, no matter what the reason is, because there's a genocide happening, man. How can you criticize me at a time like this?
Claiming that I am, you know, too pro-Houthi. When someone is like focusing on that while there's an active fucking ethnic cleansing campaign happening. He also apparently thinks Twitch is liable for me interviewing a Yemeni teenager who's only known genocide his entire life. In the middle of fucking talking about fucking genocide in God.
That's really, this is where P plus P will R goes and ends.
Yeah.
It's just a justification for an individual to at first be mean, then the hate, then to be bigoted, and then to use violence, and then to kill. That's where this goes. Is just say, if I can create a framework where you are part of a group of people, even if you haven't personally oppressed me, if you're part of a group of people, and that group of people I believe has oppressed me or someone else that I know, then it's justifiable for me to not like you, to hate you, to be bigoted against you, and then eventually to kill you.
Yeah.
That's
Colonists,
where this people,
Zionists, all those are the denoting factors for the targeting.
Right.
Yeah.
And also, like, just to, you know, it's funny because he shows later in this, like, Hasan didn't even know where Yemen was on a map. To frame this conversation like this Houthi kid, like his biggest problem in life, and anyone's biggest problem in Yemen is fucking Israel. Okay, that's a country that's been in the middle of a civil war for decades. I think that's the problem that they have on their hands is the civil war. I don't think Israel's really the one that's, the thing that's causing all the problems in this kid's life. Just a guess.
Yeah, of course not.
Gaza, and this dumb fuck. Blow your nose, brother. Love you. Not trying to be mean. Just keep some tissue nearby and clear it out occasionally when needed. Much love. Fuck you, dude. My argument sucks? You think it justifies genocide? What are you, stupid? Everything that can be tangentially turned into like Jewish people are under attack is a decent way to just like drive discourse away from open genocide in Gaza. If your sole focus when Israel is doing a complete genocide in Gaza, if your sole focus revolves around that people are saying you're a Zionist, yeah, go fucking yell at streamers for not covering sufficiently the ongoing active genocide in Gaza instead of coming in here and fucking chirping at me.
It's quite a charge to just say, I'm a stenographer of the Israeli government or I'm a propagandist. I don't think there's any evidence I'm either of those things. I'm curious who you think I am doing
While
the
we're
propaganda
having this
for.
conversation, 3,000... Pierce, while we're having this back and forth, 3,840 Palestinians have been ruthlessly slaughtered in the last incursion into Gaza. I feel like this is an incredibly selfish, self-centered conversation to have.
This technique is so powerful because everyone is afraid of being labeled as a genocide denier. Pierce Morgan, with decades of experience, immediately surrenders when the genocide card is pulled.
When you're just a fucking stenographer, you're not a truth teller.
He has every right to defend himself. And grow a pair, Pierce. Stand up for yourself, man. It's time to stop being intimidated by these online overnight activists who couldn't even point to Gaza on a map before October 7th. Like Hasan, for example.
Doesn't know where Yemen is? Okay, I'm gonna click close. I'm closing it. I'm closing it. I think nope.
Oh my god.
Nope.
He picked Iran.
Nope. Got it.
How can you claim to actually care about this genocide when you're willing
Hold on, let me go back here. I want to see all of the wrong.
map before October 7th? Like
Did he
Hasan,
pick
for
Turkey first? That's his fucking country. Holy shit.
Wait a minute. We
Doesn't know where Yemen is? Okay, I'm gonna click close. I'm closing it. I'm closing it. I think nope.
No, I took Turkmenistan.
Turkmenistan.
Okay,
right
listen,
next to Turkey.
He chose Iran. That is really bad. That's really bad.
But look, he's That's a neighbor to Turkey.
Listen,
Turkey's this one here.
He doesn't know. Listen, he doesn't know where any of these fucking countries are on the map.
Look, if you're from the U.S. and you don't know where Canada or Mexico are, you're fucking an idiot.
Right.
You're a fucking idiot.
Nope.
Iraq.
Nope.
Jordan, Syria.
Nope.
He thought Israel. He thought
Saudi Arabia.
He's like, Israel, right? That's where Yemen is. It's in Israel. Listen, that explains so much. That must be why he's like, oh, this kid has known nothing but horror from the Israeli Jews. It's because he thought they were in the same country.
Dude, Yemen is so far away.
I know, he didn't realize there's like 2 to 3 countries in between. One of them being fucking Saudi Arabia, which is huge.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So crazy.
Nope. Got it.
It was literally the last. He went through every country in the Middle East.
Yeah.
It was the furthest one away, and he's like, "Oh, there it is."
Hilarious.
Got it.
How can you claim to actually care about this genocide when you're willing to so cynically exploit it
to sidestep any criticism?
What a bigot. Before we move on, Hasan has one final taste of idiocy for us all to enjoy.
Now this kid is like, I think he was like 19 at the
Oh,
time.
look at this. Someone in the chat said this. Okay, this is good news. Last week, January 22nd, the Houthis finally released the crew of the Galaxy
Really?
Leader. Yes,
No way.
just last week.
Last week.
Okay. Last
So look,
week.
they were still alive. That's the thing. I was thinking if he could. I was thinking they were probably dead, and there's no way he could find them. But look, he could have even found them.
Yep. Says,
That would have totally outed the Houthi guy too if he didn't know anything about it. He'd be like, "Are you sure you're really a Houthi pirate? You don't know anything about this?"
Says they were released. They'd been seized and held since November of 2023, so over a year. 25 Filipinos, Mexicans, Romanians, Bulgarians, and Ukrainians had been detained since Houthi fighters used a helicopter to board the Bahamas flagged vehicle as it sailed from Turkey to India. Well, I'm glad. You know, it's interesting. Filipinos, Mexicans, Romanians, Bulgarians, Ukrainians. I don't see Israelis anywhere in there. That's very interesting, huh?
It was sailing from Turkey.
It was sailing from Turkey to India.
Right. Hilarious.
But remember, Hasan's like, oh, this is, it's going to stop all the Israelis from getting their little Amazon treats, and they're going to, leave the country. Wasn't it very interesting? He didn't say it's going to stop the Israeli citizens from getting their Amazon packages, and they're going to pressure their government into stopping, the war in Gaza. He said they're going to leave they're going to ethnically cleanse themselves. Okay, they're going to leave the country.
They're going to self-deport because they can't get their Amazon. What a fucking idiot.
Oh my God.
I hate this dude. I hate this dude for just, oh man.
It's just his stupidity is almost just as offensive as the morally repugnant things that he
Look,
does.
I think stupidity is so much more offensive so many times. So
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh.
Time when I talked to him, which means that for most of his life, he has withstood genocide, right? Like he is a person whose only experience is like, it's literally like talking to fucking.
This is all fucking headcanon, dude. You had him on your show. You could have asked him questions about this shit. You fucking stupid moron.
Yeah, why didn't you ask him, like, so have you ever, like, been attacked by Jews? Have the Jews, like, slaughtered your parents? Like, tell me about the genocide that you experienced as a child, right?
Yes. Dude said he's eating at KFC, both of them, and he loves the fucking anime. Like, where's he getting this? Oh, God, he's just drowning in genocide the whole time. So stupid.
Did he not? Yes, a question. Did he not ask him because he's stupid, or did he not ask him because he knows the answer is probably going to be no?
I keep asking myself that. Like, why don't you ask him real fucking questions? I guess maybe he is worried that this is going to break Twitch TOS. Like, I think possibly he's thinking, oh, I agreed to do this, but maybe I shouldn't have. Maybe this is going to break TOS.
I mean,
so
he's like their
should
golden boy. I don't think he's worried about that at this point.
Yeah, see, I don't know why you just wouldn't ask tougher questions. Just for information to want to know. Like, if he really believes, I guess, look, honestly, he probably doesn't believe any of this shit. Like, why would he? This is all just backpedaling, spin. Like, he's trying to make excuses for the guy because now he knows what a racist fucking piece of shit he is.
Right.
So now he's trying to make excuses for all that stuff. But when he has him on the show, he probably thinks, oh, this kid is not racist. He's not anti-gay. He's just a cool freedom fighter who loves anime and KFC, right? He doesn't want to get him in trouble, and he doesn't want to bring down his stream, right?
Right. But now he has to make a bunch of justifications up,
Yeah,
after the
once
fact.
people start digging into his social media and realize, oh God, he wants to pike all the fucking Zionists.
Right, right.
Now he's got to spin some story about why is this kid so fucked up, right? Oh my God, it's genocide. It's all our fault. We fucked him up. It's our responsibility.
Right.
It wasn't the Yemen school system that tells everyone Jews are demon spawn of Satan.
Right.
Right? I don't know. It's probably the Yemeni school system, I think. This is the thing. Look, I'd love to go full journalist on Hasan's. Like, where did Hasan go to elementary school? Like, what is elementary school like in one of these Turkish schools where Hasan went?
That's a good
question.
question.
They talk about Jews?
Right.
I mean, I've seen some of these videos in some of these countries where they just,
they got the Jewish Mickey Mouse.
they fucking teach these kids to hate Jewish people. Like they teach their kids to hate Jewish people in the same way American kids learn to hate Nazis. It's like the same thing.
Yeah.
So look, if Hasan has this thing in his brain where he thinks Jewish people are like Nazis, that would explain a lot. That would explain pretty much everything, right?
It's crazy because I remember this was like a huge thing, like a while ago, was Hasan would go on and on about how dare Destiny eat chicken and waffles with Nick Fuentes. Okay. How dare he eat chicken and waffles with him and have him in his house? But mind you, this is, Destiny's probably sucking Nick Fuentes' dick, so that explains a lot. But even with Destiny maybe having sex with Nick Fuentes, he was still much more like pushing back on the conversation than Hasan did. Zero pushback on a guy who not only is as racist as Nick Fuentes, but is actively engaged or probably engaged in violence and terrorist activity. And he gave zero pushback. And yet he was like attacking Destiny crazy for the Nick Fuentes situation. I was like, insane to me.
Look, Destiny was trying both the stick and the carrot. Right? He's trying to change him in more ways than one.
You're right. Why are we listen? You know what? That makes so much sense. Destiny would get so triggered when people would like bring up the Nick Fuentes thing. And it never really clicked to me like, why is he so mad about that? And it's because he's like a scorned lover. Okay. He's like, what the fuck? I'm trying to do the carrot and stick approach in more ways than one with Nick Fuentes. I'm really trying to bring over to my side. And a proud black Hitlerian man comes forward. He drops me like a forgotten bag of potatoes on the side of the road.
He's so scorned. He's so fucking scorned.
Nick, come back now.
He's like, I never got my blowjob, Nick. We were supposed to swap.
Oh, no.
Oh man, that's too bad.
Disgusting. Terrible.
That's terrible. I know. Look, I feel bad for even thinking.
I know you don't.
But look, my cheeks hurt from laughing so hard. That's so fucking hilarious.
At least your cheeks only hurt from laughing.
I know. Not from the carrot.
Duke Norton, thanks so much for the $20. Says every day that I wake up and see Hasan's face is a day I'm glad America has the First Amendment so that others can counter stupidity with their own speech. So glad Ethan made this S-Class. He's the best class.
Yes. No, Ethan did a solid. So
he did. Ethan just annihilated Hasan here.
Seems like people are backing him up too. So hopefully this goes a long way. Hopefully we can frighten the anti-Semites back into their holes.
Right. Stanley 6 for $20 says Marxism is worse than drug addiction. As a former National Socialist, being free from ideology saved my life. A-team, by the way. Wow, look at that.
Nice.
That's interesting. That's crazy. I'm glad to hear it. Lad Gadfly for $20 says, I'm behind the stream, but I think a big part of why Americans aren't as concerned about leftism is because Nazisms were so indisputably awful. Their atrocities have given the left an amazing tool for their propaganda. I think there's two reasons. I think number one is that a lot of the American idea, like the rah-rah American idea, is based around like just a straight up, defeat of the Nazis. Where with the USSR, it was like this long, drawn out, essentially just out competing, bleeding them dry situation, which I think is good, but isn't like, it doesn't fit that narrative fold so cleanly and so nicely. I think that's the first part. The second part is we just did have a lot of people on the left in America who were communist sympathetic and communist sympathizers who I think were in the institutions. They, obviously not to the extent that they are now or they were with wokeness, but they were in there. And I think they were softening up a lot of the criticism of socialism for, forever, essentially.
Yeah, I read a book. I can't remember the name of it, but they did talk about all the people on the political left in America just so tied up in the Soviet Union story and so demoralized that it never really worked out.
Right.
So,
Yeah, because there are a lot of people back then that were like banking on this as the USSR as being some alternative to capitalism.
yeah, they were going to prove capitalism sucks,
Right.
which they believe in their heart of hearts. So,
Whoops.
yeah.
That one guy, Toad, thanks so much for the $25, says political extremism seems to be getting more and more accepted and ignored. It's true, and it is disturbing
Very
to me.
sad. Yeah.
Getting into an argument with family about Brian Thompson's murder and got some of them to say they believe most people in power deserve the same. Scary. Oh, Jesus Christ.
That must be the United Healthcare
That was the
CEO.
healthcare guy, yeah. And also he says, I bought Andrew Yang's book, gonna read it soon. MMT stream when?
I guess we're going to have to do an MMT stream sooner or later, especially if we're
Talking about tariffs.
tariffs. Yeah, exactly. Stephen Michael Davis said he'd come on and talk to us about tariffs. So
Oh, nice. Interesting.
maybe we can have him on.
Chachi McSwag for $20 says, couple hours late, still seeing the Hasan react. I like how he went from, you can't criticize me, there's a genocide going on, to you can't criticize me, there's Guantanamo going on, now that there's a ceasefire in Gaza. Oh my God, you're right. It's like, he like just immediately hopped from like the next issue. He's like, oh shit, I can't, there's a ceasefire. I gotta, I need something. Guantanamo. He's like, thank you, Trump. Hasan like thanks Trump every day that he's in the news so he can use him to deflect criticism away from himself.
Of course. Yeah. He's a big boogeyman for all of them.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Anne Frank, basically. Okay, being able to talk to Anne Frank in real time.
To quote Anne Frank, I keep my ideals because in spite of everything, I still believe that people are really good at heart. Anne Frank continues to inspire generations of people because in the face of a genocide that eventually took her and her entire family's life, except for her dad, she refused to give in to hate, malice, and violence. And then there's this guy, who would have killed Anne Frank if he ever met her.
You might think this is a sweet, innocent girl. Well, I'm happy to tell you guys we are working on a new edition just for you, Hasan. You should hear about the time she went roaming the streets of Berlin at night with a knife, slitting the throats of families, including children, babies, and the elderly. She's killed children, you guys. She even rapes people. She's just like Luffy. There is no other way to describe this than terrorist propaganda. Not only is he platforming terrorist propaganda, right, uncritically, he's participating in it. He's enhancing it. He is not just a conduit. He is an active participant who's disseminating it to more and more people in a way more consumable form. This is extremely fucked up. But why should he care? Their flag doesn't say death to fucking Turks. It says curse upon the Jews. Hasan likes to obfuscate on this and says nobody cares when Sean Penn interviewed El Chapo.
Sean Penn literally
Just a pause for obfuscate.
Oh, I know.
Just a pause.
Obfuscate. I'm getting pretty good at it.
Listen, that's the
Obfuscate,
word
yeah.
that we made popular, right? No one used that word
Obfuscate.
until we
No, it's
popularized
voluminous. That's the one that I
No,
made
we did
popular.
both. We did. Well, you may, yes, right. I did obfuscate.
Voluminous,
You did
I would say.
voluminous. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
interviewed El Chapo. Exactly, dude.
Nobody is saying you can't have difficult conversations with controversial people. You just have to ask them hard questions, guys. We know this. Now let's move on to everybody's favorite terrorist organization, our friends in the north. It's Hezbollah. Where do I even begin? Thousands of civilians have been killed globally from their terrorist acts, car bombs, and suicide attacks. They even assassinated the Lebanese prime minister. They've hijacked civilian airplanes. They've shot 15,000 rockets into civilian centers. And if you can imagine, That's not even the worst things they've done. They participated in the slaughter of over 500,000 Syrian civilians to help a dictator, Bashar Assad, stay in power. They indiscriminately bombed over civilian centers, and they killed hundreds of thousands of civilians in what can only be described as a genocide. They are a designated terrorist group by the US, by the EU, and, oh yeah, the entire Arab League, which gave them that status after their participation in the Syrian genocide. In short, nobody likes them. Well, there is one person.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
This is Hezbollah's leader, Hasan Nasrallah.
Yeah, also, too, like the way he's like, well, America designates them as terrorists. Bitch, everyone designates them as a terrorist, not just America. Like, that's so gross.
Right.
According to Hasan Piker, this man is a brilliant freedom fighter. But before we get into that, let's see how he...
I mean, that guy looks like the Islamic version of the basement-dwelling, fedora-tipping NEET, doesn't he?
Of course, yeah. He looks
Let's
very
see how
angry.
he feels about Jewish people. Here are some choice quotes from Hezbollah's leader, Hasan Nasrallah. According to Shaul Shai, Hasan Nasrallah said in a speech delivered in Beirut, "What do the Jews want? They want security and money. Throughout history, the Jews have been Allah's most cowardly and avaricious creatures. If you look all over the world, you will find no one more miserly or greedy than they are."
I don't have an issue with them.
If we search the entire world for a person more cowardly, despicable, weak, and feeble in psyche, mind, ideology, and religion, we would not find anyone like the Jew. Notice, I do not say Israeli.
I don't have an issue with them.
If Jews all gather...
This is so bad.
Oh my God, this is genius. Such a good level.
in Israel, it will say...
I always wonder about these people that spend more time talking about what other people are like than what they themselves are like. It's like,
right.
Yeah. Let me give you a dissertation on what my mortal enemy is like.
The Jew.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
It will save us the trouble of going after them worldwide. The history of Jews has proven that, regardless of the Zionist proposal, they are a people who are evil in their ideas. The state of the grandsons of apes and pigs, the Zionist Jew, the murderers of the prophet. The Jews invented the legend of the Nazi atrocities.
I don't have an issue with them.
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah base. I mean, listen.
Yes.
Listen.
Yes.
You have to remember something, okay? A lot of these dudes, you see them in their fucking fits, and you hear about like some of their attitudes about like gay people, for example, and you immediately fucking resort to Orientalist perspectives, not realizing that these motherfuckers are better read than you by a million. Okay? Like, it's not a broken clock situation. No, dude. Half of these dudes.
Did he say Orientalist perspective? What the heck
That is what he
that?
said. Yeah.
What is an Orientalist perspective? Oh, is it a
I couldn't tell you. I could look it up. Orientalism is a term that describes Western world's portrayal of the East and the power dynamics that have created it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Like,
What does that have to do with the Middle East? Does he not understand that the Middle East, when they say East, they mean like Asia. They don't mean like the Middle East.
Well, he was also talking about homosexuality. So I thought, does he mean like orientation?
No,
like sexual orientation, Orientalist.
He's trying
perspective.
He's trying to say that, like, he's trying to make the argument that it's just, you're just an idiot Westerner and you have this biased Western view of these people. That's the argument he's trying to levy here.
Okay. A biased view of the people.
Yes.
That's right. My bias is base.
Literally get educated in America and in the UK. What the fuck are you guys talking about?
The more you learn,
this is why
the more
Orientalist.
You
earn. Oh my God, no.
And it's so funny too, because like he jumps from the genocide in Gaza defense to now the Guantanamo Bay defense. He jumps from one argument to the next, even if they're completely at odds with each other. when he's talking about someone, you know, from the Middle East or someone who's in one of these countries and they're like super anti-Semitic, whatever, he'll go, "Oh my God, you know, it's not their fault. You know, they're just an ignorant backwater Middle Easterner who grew up in a bad situation."
Yeah, exactly.
Right. But then he'll turn around and be like, "Don't attack this guy from the Middle East who's like hates on the Jews and says they're all horrible and evil and bad. He was educated in fucking, you know, England or in Europe or in America or whatever. He has a first-rate education."
Yeah. He's high level intellect.
Yes. Even someone in his chat's like, "Oh, it's just a broken clock." He's like, "No, this is a smart man. You shut up, chatter. This is a smart man, a smart, fat man living in his basement
Homophobic,
talking about the
anti-gay.
Jews."
Yeah. Anti-Semite.
Literally look at these dudes and go, "Oh no, they're fucking barbaric baboons," and like sometimes they get this shit right. No, dude, he knows. It's crazy. He's read more books than you could ever imagine. Knowledge. And also, ultimately, he is regarded as a pretty brilliant a person in terms of like everything that he's done. You might not agree with his method.
He's got to be getting paid for this, man. I'm convinced now he's on the dole.
I'll believe that
Who the fuck says this? What the fuck is the purpose of even saying any of this shit?
I will believe that Hasan is getting paid by literal terrorists in the Middle East and that Twitch is getting a cut.
Yeah.
No,
that's
no,
what
that
I'm
Dan
leaning
Clancy
towards.
is personally getting a cut.
He's like the mediator. He's like the
Yes.
one negotiating the payment.
Right.
Yeah.
Methods. You might not agree with his attitude overall in terms of like his social, his opinions on civil liberties and shit like that. But ultimately, this motherfucker has read a shit ton of books.
Knowledge. I feel I've shown you guys enough evidence that Hezbollah is an evil terrorist organization, but have you considered this?
What you meant to say is Hezbollah is Muslim. Okay? That's what you meant to say. What you meant to say is they're Muslim. So, of course, as they're Muslim, it's different.
If you're wondering why Hasan's audience is so radicalized, it's because of stuff like this.
Israel, America's greatest ally, the most important country in the world, the most moral nation, the most moral democracy on the planet, is ruthlessly and mercilessly bombing southern Lebanon, including southern Beirut.
What did Lebanon do?
They just kind of were there. They happen to be Israel's neighbor.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
Even as someone who's critical of Israel, this retelling is fucking insane.
They just kind of were there.
Hezbollah started launching rockets into Israel hours after the October 7th raid began. They launched 12,000 rockets, killed nearly 100 people, including 12 children, and displaced 250,000 Israelis from northern Israel. That's what caused them to respond.
What did Lebanon do?
Shit. Why did he ask that? What do I say? Do I tell him the real reason? No, my audience will kill me for being a Zionist. Okay, let's try this.
Oh my God, it's so true.
We got
it's exactly accurate.
I
It's
know.
exactly accurate.
How did Ethan get a video audio recording of Hasan's brain? That was very impressive.
It was. Sounded
got, like,
exactly
the-
like Hasan, too.
He snuck into Hasan's house. He put the neural lace in his brain while he was sleeping.
Oh my
Technology's
God.
come so far, everybody.
My audience will hate me because I'm a Zionist shell. That's all he cares about.
Yep.
They just kind of were there. Hell yeah, another slick political saved by boots on the ground, Hasan Piker. Damn, I'm good.
Even as a...
Oh my God, that's hilarious. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. He's so proud of himself, Sitch.
I know.
Pro-Palestine activist, how does lying about this serve your agenda? All it does is further radicalize people. It removes any nuance, and it avoids any criticism for his team. And this is what continues to drive this conflict on forever. Hasan is...
Look, it also makes the Israel seem like homicidal maniacs doing things for no reason. Yeah.
Right.
That's the point, right? To make them
That
seem
is
like
the
the bad
point,
guys.
yep.
dedicated to pleasing his radical audience, even at the price of knowingly lying to them for TikTok and Twitter likes.
I'm a propagandist.
Or he's being paid, which, you know, we can't rule out. What a pathetic propagandist piece of shit liar he is. And now, let's move to Hamas, the catalyst for this entire thing. They're the ones that committed this horrible act of terrorism, one of the worst the world has ever seen, on October 7th. They are without a doubt the most extreme of all of these terrorist organizations. They are Islamic jihadists that want to convert all of Israel into an Islamic state under Sharia law. That's their stated goal. Hamas has been on the designated terrorist group pretty much as long as there's been a group. These guys have been suicide bombing civilians before ISIS leaders were even born. They fired 50,000 rockets into civilian populations and performed over 100 suicide bombings, killing thousands of civilians. Women are restricted from participating in the workplace and public life. Homosexuality is outlawed, and in some cases, of course, punishable by death. They steal foreign aid from the people of Gaza and repurpose it for military use, or they just sell it back to them. For example, why are all the Hamas leaders billionaires? And let's be real, these guys clearly are not skipping any meals. While the people of Gaza languish in poverty, these fine gentlemen are living in multi-million-dollar penthouses in Qatar. That lines up with leftist values, or, well, they were billionaires. Because they're all dead. They killed it all, they're all dead. Hamas is a bunch of psychopathic terrorists of the worst order. And nobody would be crazy enough to defend them.
Somebody got all those billions of dollars, though. They got second in command. They have access to the accounts now. Can't get rid of that money. That's the problem.
No, is this Islam again? Hasan defended Hamas? Seriously? Okay. We had to make...
If you're a terrorist, shouldn't there be like a 100% estate tax? Just makes sense, right?
Obviously, there should, there shouldn't be a
Take
tax.
all
It'd
that.
just be, oh, you don't get money. We just take your
Take
money.
all that fucking money.
Of course.
last minute changes to this part to prevent it from being age restricted on YouTube. I cut out the footage from Hamas and I will attempt to narrate it for you as best I can. In this scene, an older woman is walking hand in hand with a girl who looks about 12. And as they're getting in the back of the van, one of the terrorists gives them a wave goodbye and says goodbye to them in English.
Goodbye.
And the two of them smiling wave back.
That's crazy, dog. Dude. Okay, that's crazy. That's crazy. That actually, okay, that's too much. That's too much. That's more than I expect. Bro, every time they're releasing hostages, the next wave, they're going to be like, actually, I'm good. Like, I'm staying.
These hostages are being released at gunpoint by the people who likely murdered their family in front of them before kidnapping them. Hasan peddling this narrative that they're sad to leave their captors is beyond disgusting.
The next wave, they're going to be like, actually, I'm good.
It's plainly obvious these are traumatized victims who are scared for their life and doing what the terrorists are telling them to do in order to avoid any conflict on the way out. Oh, look at the sweet masked terrorist with his AK-47. He's so nice. Did you guys see how he waves goodbye?
Dude, okay, I'm going to be honest. This is some crazy PR. They look traumatized as fuck. Wait, what? Bro, they look like they're chilling.
This girl who had her foot blasted off on October 7th and then operated on without anesthesia or painkillers is so sorry to say goodbye to her captors. She's going to miss their hospitality, like being raped and being watched showering and changing.
The next wave, they're going to be like, actually, I'm good. Like, I'm staying.
It's so obvious the terrorists are telling them what to do. Ethan, how can you say that? They look so happy. Keep waving. These morons forgot to cut out this part. Yes, that's a terrorist giving them an order to keep waving. And she does. See how fast she reacts? Totally not a fearful victim of terroristic kidnapping. Anyone peddling this nonsense should be embarrassed and ashamed. How pathetic can you get?
The next wave, they're going to be like, actually, I'm good. Bro, they look like they're chilling.
All right, the Houthis is one.
Just so... It's just... How is the CEO of Twitch not fired? This is what needs to happen. Fox News or whoever, they have to make Hasan and Dan Clancy such a pariah for Jeff Bezos. It's because that's what happened.
Yeah,
that's what happened with the YouTube adpocalypse, which was based on a lie. Okay. And which also, you know what? The adpocalypse against YouTube was literally started by fucking Rupert Murdoch. He owned, the publications that started the bullshit hit job smears on YouTube for the adpocalypse. Why the fuck is he fucking gone to sleep, or his son, whoever runs Fox News now, gone the fuck to sleep on this? Right? He's going to go attack YouTube and Google for this shit. He's going to give Google a big headache to make YouTube shittier for everyone. And then, Twitch, platforming a guy who's promoting the most disgusting terrorist apologia ever just gets a pass.
Yeah, it's fucking terrible. I don't see how he does it.
Like, I can't imagine watching, hostages being released. And I saw those videos, and it's like the most obvious thing in the world that they look scared and terrified. These are people that have been held captive, for such a long period of time. It's been so horrible. And everything Ethan said is just 100% true. There's people that watch their family members be killed and raped. They themselves have probably been abused and raped as well. And it's just like, Hasan's just laughing about it. Like, oh, bro, look, they're waving. Ha, 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 ha. I bet they want to stay with the terrorists. I bet they loved being, held hostage for over a year. I'm sure it was just like a fucking vacation. It's despicable. It's inhuman.
It is. I want to believe that it's just, he's a fucking retard. He's just stupid. Like he honestly believes this stupid ass narrative. But the only other thing plausible is that he is like literally getting paid by someone or some entity, and it's just a fucking psychopath. Like, how can you? We saw these videos and we knew exactly what was going on. It's fucking obvious. It's so obvious.
Mm-hmm.
And to have that kind of perspective that, oh yeah, they want to go back to their captors. I mean, what? You can't have done any serious looking into October 7th and think that is just, yeah, that's exactly right. That's a true take. That's a true understanding of the world and the situation. Like, you watch any of these videos on October 7th or these documentaries on October 7th, and it's like horror show, fucking horror show. Yes, your friends are getting killed with grenades and like running for their lives and hiding, and some of them are being taken away. And like, anyone who got out, you're thinking, oh my God, like my life has just been threatened in unimaginable ways.
I know.
And that doesn't sink in with Hasan at all. Hasan can't sit down and go, wow, what if I was hiding in a porta potty with guys coming by and shooting the porta potties? It just doesn't even cross his mind.
No.
Oh, so sick. So sick. It's so sick. How can you be in this space and not think about that stuff? Especially, look, we don't talk about this stuff ad nauseum, but he fucking talks about this shit all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It's part of his brand. God, that's sickening. It's so sickening. Weirdo.
Thing, but he's not going to turn on Hamas propaganda videos and watch it on stream. There's no way. Okay, it's getting hard to defend him. Freedom fighters, musical shit.
Here is a video that came out of how Hamas produces their own motherfucking sniper rifles.
He can hardly contain his admiration for them.
Produces their own motherfucking sniper rifles.
Let's see how long he can go without offering any commentary or analysis on this Hamas hype video.
Like, what the fuck? What is this?
He's just literally radicalizing his audience. Twitch is despicable. They're a despicable company. It's insane. And they can't even claim ignorance. They know this is going on and they don't care, or they like it.
This is so fucked up. This is like so fucked up.
Is that COD?
Not again. No, Ethan. No. No. Ah.
1 minute, 36 seconds. Nice. He's taken his time to analyze and think. I expect nothing less from a journalist such as Hasan. Quiet, quiet, everybody. He's about to speak. He's gonna talk.
That's crazy.
He's done it again. I love you.
We will continue killing your soldiers by our locally manufactured snipers. Wow, there's a little message for the Americans out there as well. They're saying like artisanal snipers. So why am I showing you this?
Good question. Why are you showing us 2 minutes of uninterrupted Hamas propaganda? I'm sure he has a good answer.
The reason why I'm showing you this is because one thing that the Israeli maintenance of the apartheid has shown us is that there are no half measures on genocide. You either got to hit the full gen, okay? You can't do half genocide, a little bit of displacement, and then continue maintaining an apartheid state and maintaining an occupation, okay? Which is
where is he going with this?
Wait, is he advocating for Israel to genocide?
The
everyone in
parking lot
Gaza?
solution.
What is he saying?
I know. Look, halfway through it seems as though he's saying, look, the sniper people are never going to give up. The only way that you can deal with this is to kill them all.
I mean, yeah, where's he going?
I know. That's why I paused it. I'm like, how's he going to get out of this one? Holy shit.
is basically what America did back in the day when, you know, we were building America, Manifest Destiny, right?
Hold on. You showed this to us because of Manifest Destiny? What the fuck are you talking about?
I mean, I don't know about you, Hasan, but in America, we don't have a situation where Native American extremists are running into cities and kidnapping thousands of people and butchering and raping, innocent civilians because they're, complaining about the fact that they took their land from them.
Yeah, we sure don't.
I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. This comparison is insane.
This is just word salad. I mean, he's really saying nothing here. So he has no good reason. Got it. Okay, fine. He likes Hamas. He watches their propaganda, but he's not going to deny the violent rapes that took place. That is way beyond the pale.
I think he did try to turn it around at the end there by saying America bad. Like he just threw that in there.
So it's supposed to be like you thought I was talking about, Israel, but I was talking about America? Like what?
Yeah. Dumb.
There is one instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over and over again.
Many young people who are simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped. As I said then, I say today, Israel has a right to defend itself.
What rapes did Hezbollah do? Bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking about? The Stop Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again, doing rape fantasies once again, because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hamas has committed horrific acts of sexual violence and took
women and girls, men and boys slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people that can't contend with. Like,
I can't believe how quickly leftists go.
Why is he in such denial about it then if it doesn't change anything?
That's an excellent
fucking liar
question.
Yeah. He does care. Obviously, he knows it's terrible.
From believe all women to pics or it didn't happen. The vast majority of people, if not all, who were raped were murdered on the spot.
obviously.
Gam Goldstein Almog was kidnapped from her home on October 7th by Hamas terrorists and was held captive for 51 days. Though only 17 years old, she witnessed the murder of her father and sister on that day and is now speaking out about what she witnessed in Gaza as well in a new documentary by Sheryl Sandberg, Screams Before Silence. In new footage, Agam reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happened on October 7th.
Hasan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please, go right ahead.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happened on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most of who were in hiding and heard or saw it happen. And each week there's more stories coming out. There's a UN report that concludes it happened.
Doesn't matter.
But Hasan needs a rape kit from a mutilated body. It's so vile to deny the suffering and trauma of the victims just because you need your heroes at Hamas to be perfect. This conflict will never end until people realize that Palestinian liberation and Israeli security are not mutually exclusive. You need both. And it can be done, but not while people like Hasan lie, propagandize, and incite hate. It's people like him, ironically, that prolong the conflict indefinitely. There's no space for conversation. There's no space for rational thought. There's no space for nuance. My position on Palestine is like 5 degrees off from where Hasan is. And to him and his community, I'm the devil. I'm a Nazi. It's delusional thinking, and it's destructive to their own cause.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much.
Ethan has on the screen the woman testifying, I think, on her friend being raped, sharing her rape story.
Yep.
There's tons of these. There was one with the people who went in and basically cleaned up all the bodies that were massacred on October 7th. And they were like, oh my God, there was evidence of rape and sexual mutilation all over the place. So
Yeah.
I'm sure they have all of that catalog. So
Yeah.
it's just sick that people are denying this. And the reason that they're denying this is because they want you to believe that fucking the Jewish people are terrible people and they fucking deserve all of this shit, and that the Palestinian people are just innocent angels that have been tortured their whole entire lives.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking sick.
God forbid you throw up the fucking green Hamas banner. What is this?
And now, let's move on to our next terrorist organization, Twitch TV. Sinwar, Nasrallah, Dan Clancy. Of course, I'm being a little silly when I call Twitch a terrorist organization. It's only a megaphone for terrorist propaganda. Dan Clancy has been the CEO for a few years, and under his leadership, there's been a few notable instances, one being reducing the premium subscription split from 70-30 to 50-50, which he reversed after backlash. He also attempted to ban the size of sponsored logos on stream to 3% of the size of the screen, was also reversed after backlash. So he's essentially achieved nothing. Oh, well, there is one thing. He actually laid off 900 employees. That one he did not take back. But here's where the trouble begins. He likes Hasan. He really likes Hasan. Let me read you an excerpt from a recent interview Dan did. Not a gamer himself, Clancy mostly watches musicians or talk shows on Twitch. He particularly enjoys leftist political commentator Hasan Piker. I like the frankness and the bluntness. He's comfortable saying whatever he believes. Don't you think that might be part of the problem there, Danny boy?
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
By speaking what he believes, he should be on Rumble with the other fringe radical political streamers. But no, not under Dan Clancy's watch. Dan has elevated him to the status of Twitch Golden Boy. And if you still have doubts, let this settle the matter. Just for clarity, Dan Clancy is the one filming and singing in this video.
Happy birthday to you.
What the fuck?
Happy birthday to you.
Bro, we're never beating the Hasan runs Twitch allegations after this. This is crazy. Oh my God.
Happy birthday, dear Hasan.
This is crazy.
Happy birthday to you.
I'm cooked. I'm cooked.
Happy birthday from Twitch, Hasan. Happy birthday from Twitch.
I've been looking around.
They have to be making so much money off of him.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking blood money.
Yep. Listen, I would not be surprised if Hasan and Twitch are getting literally paid by some fucking terrorist organization somewhere.
Yeah.
And I genuinely have never seen another video like this anywhere, where Dan Clancy or any top executive forced all these poor sons of bitches during their lunch break to gather around in the crew room and sing happy birthday for Hasan Piker. How humiliating is that?
Yeah, I'm not. There's no way in hell I would fucking do that. We're singing
No.
happy birthday, Hasan. Fuck you.
Yeah.
This is my last day, motherfucker. Oh my God. Some of those people look so sad. There was one like older guy there going, oh my God, the fucking terrorist? Really?
There's also a small issue of Dan being a total creep.
Want to explore clips?
That's very nice.
And now you have a clips feed. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Suppose you want to check out the stories to see what you missed yesterday.
No.
You click there,
No.
and now you're in your
Oh
stories.
no. Oh no.
Okay?
Okay.
What's happening here? So he's going through his phone, but it's like all titty models.
Yes, he's trying to show some feature at Twitch, and it's like his Twitch, and all he does is all his top accounts. All he does is follow titty streamers. This
Wow.
old perverted man. All he does is follow titty streamers on Twitch. Now we know why on Twitch they let these girls get away with fucking anything
Right. Because he's banging them on the side.
because he's trying to.
Because he's doing the casting couch. That's
He's
his
probably doing the
personal casting couch.
Yep.
God, fucking hate modern life.
That's very nice.
Yeah.
That's also
He's like, oh shit, what did I just do?
Whoops.
Okay? Okay?
Oh my, oh my God. Which is the worst?
Yeah.
Okay? Suppose you want to check out the stories to see what you missed yesterday. You click there. And now you're in your stories. Okay?
okay. That's very nice.
Yeah.
That's also
Have a seat
Okay.
on that chair.
okay.
You know, Dan, I would have let this creep narrative go. If it didn't happen twice, roll it.
You want to see clips? Swipe this way, and now you're seeing clips. The clips are, and that's not necessarily the algorithm.
First of all, it's gross enough you're a creep, but what an incompetent idiot you are. You're the CEO of Twitch, and you get caught with the fucking... You get caught with the girlies on your homepage twice? Bro, come on, dude. You got wife, man. You got daughters.
Well, it really shows you how narcissistically egomaniacal Dan Clancy is, because after that first mass embarrassment, and I remember when that happened, like literally everyone was fucking talking about this and, you know, making fun of him for this. He didn't be like, oh, I got to make sure that I have like my own perverted personal Twitch account that's like I'm not logged into, and then I have like my business, you know, front facing Twitch account. He didn't care enough to do that because he knows he doesn't need to, because for some reason he's just given complete free reign to control Twitch however he wants, I guess.
He has daughters? Oh my God.
Creepy.
Like at least try to hide that shit from your daughters, dude. What the fuck?
You would hope.
Yeah. Oh, that's so gross.
We don't need to know. We don't need to know about this. Don't want that in my head, bro. It's also a little bit disturbing considering, you know, he's these people's bosses.
Okay?
All right, so he's incompetent. He's a creep.
Yeah, look, he thinks he's like, look, I'm promoting my favorite streamers here.
Yeah, of course.
Now they owe me a favor.
I know.
You think that's what's going on here? Look,
Probably.
the boss is promoting you. Come by my office later. Let's talk about your future at Twitch.
Jesus Christ.
These guys are Oh man, these guys are such leeches.
I wouldn't listen if I was a young titty streamer. I wouldn't want to be in a room with this fucking guy
They're gonna
alone.
go straight away though. They're like, "Oh my god, this is my career."
That's
Look,
true. They're gonna whore themselves out, probably.
He's gonna throw some. Oh yeah, look, I think I see a big bright future for you. Who knows? You
Yeah.
could be in the movies someday. I can
Yeah.
talk to one of my friends. He's a producer. They're working on a film with Tom Cruise. Oh, you'd be perfect for the female lead. Have a seat on my couch.
Let's talk about how we get you on the front page of Twitch.
No, I'm dead serious. Look, all these guys are fucking so horrible. Typical Hollywood.
She's protecting terrorist propagandists. So what's up? So what's the big deal with Dan Clancy? Well, what happened next?
See, he's probably using Hasan too. Like, look, me and Hasan are good friends. You know, come to my office and
right.
I'll get you on Hasan's stream.
Right.
Yeah. What? You can get me on Hasan's stream? Yes, of course I can. That's a lovely low-cut top you have on.
Is what really made me realize how corrupted and rotten Twitch is to the very core of the organization. First, let me introduce you to Frogan.
Why don't you go take a trip to Home Depot and buy some rope?
She's one of Hasan's main moderators. She's leading great discourse like Ethan's Islamophobic for saying, don't kill civilians. She has zero talent. She has 100 concurrent viewers, but somehow she's always on the homepage. She's winning awards. Nobody's watching her. Nobody cares. Why is she relevant? We don't know. It's important for me to show you guys what an actual horrible person Frogan is, so that you can see who Twitch is elevating. So let's start with this clip. Ludwig, a large streamer on Twitch, donated $10,000 to the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. That's a wonderful thing to do, right? No, not good enough for Frogan.
I find ultimately, like, if I were to do a charity thing where the charity thing relies on your donations, it should be something where like 95% of people feel good and are down for it. And like ultimately, regardless of what you think, that is not the situation here. So I personally donated 10K. Because I think it is worthwhile. And if you guys got some extra bread, I would recommend you donate. But I won't throw it on you, you know what I mean? No thanks. And some people are going to say that, you know what I mean? That's why it's the difference.
This is a cracker take.
Between like, hey, I can put my money where my mouth is.
Not only is she like she's attacking him for not giving enough money or for not trying to guilt everyone into giving money, but she's like makes it a race thing. She uses like a racist attack.
Yeah, that's sick. How
You
is
think
this
okay?
like a white people take?
Here's my question.
Being considerate of your audience is like a white people take?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess. So we have Frogan, who she wears a hijab. It looked like when she went to get the award, she was wearing like the full. She was almost wearing like the full burqa, essentially.
Yeah, it looks like
Yeah.
she weighs about 800 pounds, too.
I was gonna say, yeah, we got like fat Princess Leia,
Shamu, fucking
right?
women swimming in with a dress.
Right. Jabba the Frogan the Hutt here, swimming in the dress. And I'm like, but it's weird because she's wearing like the hijab and all this stuff, which you think, okay, it means that she's supposed to be some sort of like conservative, Islam follower of Islam, right? But she's got like the nose piercing, which is a little weird, and I don't know, just like the way that she like carries herself. And then I'm trying to think, okay, maybe we're thinking about this all wrong. We're assuming she's wearing the outfit, right, to something to do with religion, but maybe it's to keep Dan Clancy at bay this whole time. Right? Frogan's actually wearing like a fat suit and she's wearing the hijab to just keep Dan Clancy's like perverted old man hands off of her.
Yeah, look, success. She's doing it.
Well, but then to her mistake, it turns out Dan Clancy, he goes after all types. Okay.
No way. Holy shit.
That's why she's always on the front page, Adam.
He's going after her.
That's why she's always on the front page.
He wants to swim in her ocean. He wants to dive right in.
He's like, damn girl, you must be a whale, so I'm gonna free Willy.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
Oh, It all makes sense.
He's attracted to these emergency rent streams.
It all obviously Dan Clancy has a big thing for, the bigger ladies like Frogan. And obviously she puts out, and that's how she keeps getting awards and on the front page, despite the fact that no one watches her, no one cares about her. She's a terrible streamer.
Yeah. Terrible takes too.
Yep.
But I don't need to put your money there. I don't need to enter a fucking debate about whether that's
Cracker-ass
worthwhile.
take. I know Arabs are dying, but I'm not gonna tell you to donate. Do whatever you want. Me, I donated $10,000, but I'm not gonna promote it. Just don't say you donated $10,000 then. Look, if you're not actively believing, if you don't believe in the cause, and if you're not against genocide at this point, like, keep your fucking money. Keep your $10,000.
Because she has a terrible voice. So for podcasting, that's
I know,
just
right? Jesus, it's
toxic,
worse than my
yeah.
voice, and that's saying something.
Your voice is not bad, Sitch.
Okay, thank
you.
you.
Get out of here.
Thank
Get
you,
out of
husband.
here. This Sitch, this would not be as successful as it is if your
I
voice
thought like
was-
Frogan.
If your voice was like Frogan, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's be honest here. I mean, that's just like a naggy voice.
That's true.
Mm-hmm. What do you call someone who nags too much?
Keep your little chump change.
Don't answer.
Like, what do you want? Do you want me to say like congratulations?
Imagine being Frogan, a leftist living in LA in comfort, begging for her rent money on stream. And
Oh my God, she's in LA. Oh shit. Oh, please tell me she lives in Pacific Palisades.
Oh God, no.
telling displaced and famished Palestinian children, "No kids, you need to give that 10,000 back. Ludwig didn't pass my purity test."
Keep your fucking money.
But wait, there's more.
I have no pity at all for any fucking soldiers. Distress, thank you so much. I will never have any fucking pity for any fucking soldiers. U.S. military? Boo fucking who? I hope you get PTSD. Oh my God, I want my fucking Camaro, no student loans. Fuck you. I hope you get PTSD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into fucking America.
This clip obviously made the rounds on social media and
Why do all these socialists
Yeah.
give these like horrible takes while they're shoving food in their mouth?
Yeah.
Without, it's like every time. Every time.
Yeah. Look, she's got the egg count up. Is that how many eggs she has left, or is that how many eggs she's eaten? I can't tell. Is that a
Both.
countdown
Obviously,
counter
that's
or
both. Yeah.
or a count up counter?
Right, right. It's a good question.
rightfully outraged a lot of people. Here's how she
We covered this. We definitely covered this
We did, yeah.
because it was so crazy.
Yep.
Whatever.
responded the next day.
I hope you get PTSD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into fucking America. And they posted it in my head. I'm like, base?
Doesn't she come off as like a 4-year-old who just said fuck and was like, is like laughing because they know like mommy said
Yeah.
I'm not supposed to say fuck, but I did.
Yeah.
He, 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 he.
Totally. Yeah.
Okay.
I broke the rules. Look at me. Wasn't I great? I have no empathy for anyone, even though I'm going on and on and on about empathy and how conservatives have none. Empathy. That's it. Empathy saves the world.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm a complete piece of shit 24/7.
Yeah.
I'm Frogan.
Based? Like, am I supposed to be like I'm not walking back on it. I still fucking agree with it. Base?
The smug defiance Frogan is showing is only because she knows that Twitch will do nothing to moderate her, despite veterans being classified as a protected group in Twitch's own community guidelines.
Wow.
But wait, there's more.
Okay. 6250. 9/11 baking stream with Raph and Capri. If we get to this goal by 9/11, Capri, Raph, and I will make the Twin Towers out of a stacked cake. And we'll make an airplane. And we'll recreate 9/11.
This tweet was the final.
Okay.
That's fucking insane.
Yeah, obviously that's just literally psychopathic. But everyone's focusing on the 9/11 thing. Okay, which I understand, right?
Lines.
But there's something
But
else.
wait, there's more.
Okay.
Okay. So we got the 9/11 baking stream at $6,250. You can see on the little thing here, right? But there's something much more horrifying on this. She's
Right.
threatening her stream. This is how bad Frogan is. She's threatening her stream. She says, unless you give me $5,000, I'm going to do a hot tub stream. Can you believe,
God.
like, how despicable is that, right? How despicable is it? She's abusing her audience. She's coercing them into giving her money with her body, with her disgusting body.
This is round 2 hot tub stream, so it makes me think there's a.
Oh my
actual hot
God,
tub.
she's already subjected her chat to it once before, Adam.
I know, the Frogan hot tub stream.
Oh, no, the
please.
horror. Jesus Christ. Why, Trogan? It's just your chat. Leave your chat alone, please. I know they're stupid for listening to you, the 100 people that listen to you, but leave them alone.
Is this like a regular Frogan stream? Every single one of these streams is like, I need to make this much money for
Just
rent.
begging for money. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, listen, Dan Clancy, he doesn't pay her. He doesn't pay her in money, right? He pays her by putting her on the front of the page after, she gives him a quickie.
Yeah. What is
Right.
what is thick water? 6,500. She drinks thick water.
It's Dan Clancy's thick water. What do you mean? Why are you asking the question?
God. Oh my God. That one's aimed straight at Dan Clancy, huh?
She's like,
Is that
Dan, you want
on
me to drink your
stream?
thick water on stream?
Sick.
Dan is like, he's like, no, Frogan, listen, you're the person I do in the dark because I'm embarrassed to admit it to the world. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Ugh.
Keep your fucking mouth shut. Except for right now. Open it up and drink my thick water.
This is so bad. These are the 9/11 thing is obviously just to trigger people. So
Obviously.
I try not to be triggered by stuff like that, but I know obviously a lot of people are. So, and I get it. 9/11 is a sacred thing.
6250. 9/11 will make the twin.
This tweet was the final straw for me. You'll notice the date is October 7th, 2023, the morning of the massacre.
He's doing the test, Sitch, the October 7th test.
The October 7th test. Yeah.
Yes. We go and look at people's tweets on October 7th when we're suspicious that they might be psychopaths.
At 5:30 a.m. Pacific time. At this moment, Hamas militants had infiltrated a music festival and several kibbutzim, where they began their wanton slaying of civilians. Here's what she tweeted. Leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of a revolution happening in America. But as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. It's not what she said. It's when she said it. While she's on Twitter celebrating, I was listening to the local news in Israel. Families were calling into news stations begging for help. Let me show you what I mean.
Well, and also like that tweet, she tweeted that at 5:30 in the morning. Will she have like a fucking news alert set to Hamas that like wakes her up? She was too excited to go back to sleep. She's like, I got to tweet about this at 5:30 in the fucking morning. I'm excited.
Yeah, look, she's an early riser. Probably because she lives in LA and it's on Ethan's timeline. Oh, wait, Ethan's in LA too, right?
That's what I'm saying. They're both on the same time. It's not
Yeah.
like a time
Holy
zone thing. They're
shit.
both the same
Yeah.
time zone.
Crazy.
מה קורה? לא, איפה את?
So I guess we should probably say what's being said here. Dad, I was shot. Where are you? I don't know, Dad. He's killing us.
איפה אתם?
Where are you? Where are you? Honey, send me your location.
יואו, ממי, צריכים מיקום. תתחברו.
Hide. Find a place. Hide. Dad, I love you. We are in a car. I'm headed your way now. Send me your location. Send a location. I'm coming, honey. Send your location. God.
The morning of October 7th.
Call drops from here. Just fucking, oh God, that's so horrifying.
Yep.
I can't hear something like that and not immediately imagine that, like, that's someone I know. That's one of my
course.
friends. That's my wife screaming.
That's because you have normal human empathy.
I was fucking pain.
Yeah.
Look, I just think someone like Hasan, he's got no one he fucking cares about in his life, so it doesn't make any impression on him. He's like, what? I could hear that from anyone. Think I care about this Ethan Klein fuck? I'd love to get a call like that.
Before I care about that, like, I need to know the systemic oppression systems that are
Yes.
involved in the people. Like, is the person who's screaming white? Are they European? Are they screaming because a person who's not white and not European is attacking them? I need to know these things before I can
Yeah.
have an opinion.
He's like thinking, whose side is my audience on? They're probably on the side of the killers, so I should just fucking keep my mouth shut.
Chat, what is your take on this person screaming? Should I care about this?
Israelis were listening to calls like this all morning long, dozens of them. Imagine reading this tweet after listening to this. This woman should have moved on years ago to another profession, but for some reason Twitch is obsessed with keeping her on life support. And instead of moderating her, they actually...
Oh, you know what she looks like? I was like, it was driving me crazy. I was like, what the fuck does she look like? She looks like that. Oh my God, what's his name?
Hmm.
She looks like
Say
No
it.
Face from
No
the
Face.
Ghibli movie.
I never saw that.
Oh, she looks like No Face. Yes, it's driving me crazy. In her little outfit, you know, when he's like eating all the food and getting fatter and fatter and like shitting all the gold out. Oh my God, it's No Face, everybody. I finally got it. That's what she is. That's what
I'll
she
have to
looks
bring
like.
that up. No Face. Studio Ghibli.
Sammy's not happy that I'm disrespecting No Face.
Does she like No Face?
It's from Spirited Away. It's one of the Ghibli movies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You look up fat No Face. Okay.
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what she looks like.
Hmm. Gross.
actually gave her an award, Together for Legendary Woman, in which she would get front page placement all year long. This is actually my favorite detail about Frogan. She won a Rising Star Award at the Streamer Awards, an award show put on by her friends. And then the next year, guys, she gets nominated for Rising Star again. Are they fucking with her? You can't be Rising Star twice. It's up or it's down, man. In fact, you were never up. That was the problem. They tried to pretend like you were up, but you were always down. Rising Star twice. What's this, fucking Mario Kart? You hit a boost up there or some shit?
This is a problem with so much of the left. They do think they can just gaslight people into being popular or thinking other people are popular and that will make them popular.
Right.
Just doesn't work. Sooner or later, you got to have some substance. It's got to be something there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because Frogan is the two-time Rising Star champ, and because of her massive viewership of 100 concurrent viewers, it only makes sense that Twitch would give her one of the main stages at TwitchCon to do a 45-minute long segment. Her idea that was Twitch approved.
Oh, Andrew Clark pointed out to me, he said, Ethan made a small error here. She was nominated the first time and then won, and then she was nominated a second time and then won the second time.
Oh, okay.
But it's still like the idea is like, how do you even nominate it for Rising Star twice in a row? Like, you just keep rising. You're not like, she's never getting there. She's never actually made the stardom because no one fucking watches her. They just keep saying, oh, you keep rising, you keep rising. Like every year they're gonna nominate her for fucking Rising Star.
Ugh. Shit. Didn't they ban her? I thought they actually did end up banning her.
They did, but then I mean it wasn't
Yeah.
a permanent ban.
Oh, it was just like a
It was
week-long
temp
ban.
Yeah. This is a like
Oh my God.
this is a
those
person, you
130
know,
people were so sad.
they're shoving food in their face as they're like, you know, waking up at
Morbidly
5:30 in the
obese.
morning to talk about how base it is that innocent people are being horribly murdered. And yet she cried when Mizkif and other people were like making fun of her for being nominated for Rising Star twice.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's selfishness right there.
Yep.
An Arab to Jew racial tier list. So the premise is
Hey.
Rising Star champ, and because of her massive viewership of 100 concurrent viewers, it only makes sense that Twitch would give her one of the main stages at TwitchCon to do a 40.
Look at all these logos. Chevron, Capcom, Samsung.
Yeah. Aren't they happy to be supporting this?
Yeah. Get your look, if you guys hate Zionists, get your gas at Chevron, okay? If you think the Holocaust was fake, Chevron is your company.
5-minute long segment. Her idea that was Twitch approved, an Arab to Jew racial tier list. So the premise is who can say Habibi, an Arabic word of affection like baby or sweetheart. And this tier list determines who can say it. Top and most desirable tier is Arab. And at the bottom, the worst one is, quote, loves Sabra. Now, why does Love Sabra equate to Jews? Sabra is a well-known Israeli company that makes hummus. They've been on the divestment list for many, many years, so the activists are well aware of their status. Oh yeah, and Sabra literally means a Jew that was born in Israel.
It also plays up an anti-Semitic trope that denies Jewish identity in the Middle East. There's this idea that Israelis are all white colonizers who are stealing the culture and identity of Arabs to make it seem like they belong there. Watch Frogan and her co-hosts accuse Israelis of culturally appropriating Arab culture.
The one thing that's like funny is that there's two types of like genocide, right? There's like genocide of real people, and then there's like cultural genocide, right? Like this is fucking funny. But it's like, those motherfuckers trying to take hummus and say it's Israeli is the most insane thing to me.
Dude, the fact that they have the audacity to create Sabra and make that like the staple hummus of America, insane.
It's super offensive to us. And like that's actual like cultural appropriation. Like people get mad when someone has like dreadlocks and they call that culture. I'm like, come on, it's just like a hairdo. Like it's okay. People like white people are allowed to have dreadlocks if they want dreadlocks. But like actually trying to claim our food, our desserts.
Just one question for you guys.
Who the fuck do you think is making the hummus in Israel? Martha Stewart? No, it's the same fucking Arabic-speaking Jews that you kicked out in the 1950s. Yes, they also like hummus, and they like all the same shit you do. Because they are you. They're from your country. You kicked them all out, and now you're accusing them of stealing your culture. You want to talk about cultural genocide? Well, here it is. You racist piece of shit.
Those motherfuckers trying to take hummus and say it's Israeli is the most insane thing to me.
Hey, scumbag, here's a hummus place we used to eat at. The chef is from Yemen. Here's another dude from Syria. Does this dude look like a white colonizer to you? Would you like to tell him he's stealing your culture? Well, this is what most Israelis look like.
Dude, the fact that they have...
This is fucking hilarious. Totally hilarious. These cringe lords are trying to gatekeep hummus. They're like, look, the hummus.
We're going back to, you know, what was it 2017, 2018 when they were like the peak people whining about cultural appropriation.
Of course.
Like, oh my God, the person that opened the taco stand isn't actually Mexican. You're not allowed to do it. Oh my God, you have your hair in dreads and you're not black. You're not allowed to do that.
Yep.
We've gone.
I hate that.
We've gone so far that literally people who it was part of their culture for probably hundreds, if not 1,000 years, was to eat fucking chickpeas and hummus. And they're like, whoa, hold on a second. You're not allowed to do that because you're the wrong religion, buddy.
Yeah, it's so sick. I hate the cultural appropriation argument. It's so stupid.
Yeah, just racist.
They have the audacity to create Sabra.
This is casual bigotry being passed around like a leftist talking point. It's exactly why people are saying that anti-Semitism is coming mostly from the left. And yes, I know this dipshit is also Jewish. Incredible. He picked up so many tokens, he actually became one. And by the way, everybody on this panel is looking pretty fucking white themselves. So bearing all of this in mind, it's really not a stretch to say that the Love Sabra bracket is a dog whistle for Israelis or Jews.
The next person is one of my favorite people, Ethan Klein.
I told you guys to clap.
This is a
good reaction.
That was a good one. That's good. All right. Turn that up. Turn giraffes.
We all know where this is going.
You guys are missing a category for Zionist. That was a joke. That was just a joke in my.
Stand-ums.
It's just so bizarre because this is the kind of stuff that you think happened in like the 1940s and 50s where people were just openly racist against black people, right?
Yep.
They call them the N-word and just fucking laugh about them and make up racist stereotypes, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's on a fucking Twitch panel in front of a bunch of corporate logos.
Yeah.
In
It's pretty insane.
Yeah. It's so crazy to me. And it's just imperceivable to them. They don't realize that these are the same bigots from our past that they're always making fun of. You are the bigots now.
Well, obviously it's Love Sabra, right?
Yeah, it has to be.
That's easy. That's definitely Love Sabra.
She apparently consulted with the head of the KKK, and he told her more subtle. So if it wasn't obvious enough, they pulled me, one of the best-known Jewish creators, and immediately put me in Sabra. Hasan, by the way, who's Turkish, not Arab, is Arab. That's the good one. That's the good one. The Arab ethnicity is S tier. Then Denham's jokes that we don't have a category low enough for Zionists. Once again, calling out my.
Okay, so I was like trying to look at, stuff about Frogan, and I see her Twitch bio.
Mm-hmm.
You know how she describes herself?
Fat and ugly.
She says she's a 27-year-old public health expert.
Oh my God. Don't you love it when people are morbidly obese and they're a public health expert? Isn't that
What is
perfect?
right? What exactly about her makes her a public health expert, right? Does she know the right ratio of bacon grease that you can drink before you pass out from fat consumption? Like, what exactly? I'm very, very curious. What kind of public health information does Frogan know?
She's on an all trans fat diet.
Yeah, right. You've heard about keto. You've heard about Atkins. You've heard about paleo. But have you heard about the Frogan diet?
Yeah,
it's nothing
exactly.
but trans fat.
Right. Yes.
Okay. The concept is you want to get your arteries so clogged that you yourself become a clogged artery.
Yeah, that's great. I love it. This will be
God.
popular on Twitch. See how many
What-
people can pass out in one of those hot tubs.
From standing up. She passed out from what is she? She says it on Twitter too. That's her. It's in her bio. What the fuck is she a public health expert on?
She has like an associate degree in public health or something. I'm gonna guess. Some ridiculous low-level degree that she took a class, an online course.
She took an online course, yeah. Well, it's interesting because when I type in like public health expert, you'd expect there'd be like clips or articles or something where she's taught nothing. It's all just like her bio just keeps coming up. Nothing about what she's actually advocating for. Interesting. Okay.
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 Jewish identity.
Dude, where's the? You guys are missing a category for Zionist.
And if it isn't about being Jewish,
why would they put Ben Shapiro in the thumbnail?
One of the other most prominent Jews on YouTube, in the category next to me, when he's not even featured in the game. Who's next down there? Anne Frank? Einstein? Seth Rogen? Schindler? Well, he wasn't Jewish, but they would put him down there, let's be real. It also doesn't help their case that both my wife and Ben Shapiro's wife were born in Israel, which would make them Sabras.
Oh my God. Dr. Diller was on the case. Okay, he found it. She tweeted this out 3 years ago. She says, I made $20 an hour with a master's degree in public health. Public health professionals and public health as a field is not respected. So why should I stay? Bitch, you don't respect public health in your own fucking body.
Yeah, exactly right.
Rogan didn't leave public health. Public health left Rogan. Okay. What the fuck? She says, I have the freedom to do what I want while also educating my audience. This is what happened. Someone was like, listen, Frogan.
Not a
Okay.
good look. Yeah.
If you want to work, in the field of public health, you gotta lose a couple pounds. And she went, what? Yeah, I'm gonna go on the internet and attack Jews and veterans while I stuff my face and give Dan Clancy, BJ's to be on the front page of Twitch.
Yeah, you got to stop eating a dozen donuts for breakfast, girl. Okay.
That would be the first thing. You think a public health expert would know that. She also
can't
has a
last.
degree in sexual and reproductive health. Well, listen, that actually makes sense.
It's comedy. This is
Listen.
fucking comedy.
That actually makes sense because she first went into the field to study it because she knew that was the only way she'd ever see a penis. And then it actually helped her so much in her job of blowing Dan Clancy for clout. Okay, so it all worked out for her. That makes perfect sense.
That's exactly right. Yeah. She's living her degree.
I mean, that degree ended up being way more useful to her than her health degree. Okay.
Of course. Yeah. The sex degree.
Yeah.
Love Sabra, literally in this case, means Jew lover. That sounds pretty racist. And what about the title? How Arab are these Twitch streamers? Hold on a minute. I thought this was about hummus. I'm tired of these people gaslighting me. Haven't the Jews been gassed enough? So you're telling me you understand what a microaggression is, but you can't understand why a Jewish man might be uncomfortable with this. I feel like this is indefensible, blatant, obvious anti-Semitism, and this was greenlit by Twitch to appear on their main stage. How is that even possible? Right in front of their sponsors too. Chevron, Capcom, and Samsung. This racial tier list was brought to you by our sponsors, Chevron, Capcom, and Samsung. This is an example of Twitch management elevating a racist nobody like Frogan at the detriment of their own company's well-being. Why? After the predictable controversy this caused, Dan Clancy, the CEO, went live for the first time after 2 weeks and did an FAQ.
It's exciting to be here. Mary, thanks for having me. It's always a joy to do this with you. And
Always a joy to do this with his female director of community marketing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
we have a lot to talk about. And, looking forward to questions.
Let's take a look at some of the questions they got. This person asked, do you plan on addressing the anti-Semitism problem? Dan's response, permanent ban. Why do you not ban streamers that show terrorist propaganda on your website? Good question. Permanent ban. Do you care to comment about the ADL and anti-Semitism on Twitch? Ban.
Holy shit.
Why the fuck is the CEO?
Is that not insane? It's like he's coming on to answer questions. Oh, not these questions. You're not allowed to ask these questions.
This is crazy. Is Twitch publicly traded? Is this a publicly traded company? It's hard for me to imagine they are with this kind of
I mean, it's
shit going
owned
on.
by Amazon, but I don't like itself. I don't think it is. I don't think it's.
I get it.
Right.
Amazon bought it up.
Yeah. No, it's not publicly traded. It's just all owned by Amazon.
Right. Amazon's a publicly traded company.
Yes.
So they probably publish how much money they make off of Twitch every quarter. Which would be interesting.
That would be
sick.
The CEO banning people for asking reasonable questions about a relevant controversy they've been in.
I hate this CEO guy now. I fucking
He's a scumbag.
hate this guy.
He's a total piece of shit.
Yeah.
What the fuck is this? These are not even written like in a mean way. You are banned, just like the entire country of Israel. It had just been discovered around the same time as this Arab tier list that Twitch had secretly, without announcing it anywhere, banned the entire country of Israel from creating new accounts. This was enacted right after October 7th, and it continued on for a year. And if you're wondering how you didn't hear about it before, it's not because the Israelis weren't talking. Here's the top Israeli streamer's video about it, which is entitled, Twitch does not want Jews.
Wait, he can't be Israeli. I thought all Israelis were white Europeans that were trying to colonize people.
Right. That guy's black. What's
Oh
going
my
on
God.
here? He's a black Israeli?
Oh my god.
Views on their platform. He explains that they slowly started to realize
That's not how black people talk.
The
fuck?
They're not allowed to speak Hebrew. What the fuck? That's not what Hasan and Frogan told me.
It's fascinating. Look, I can understand why America likes Israel, right? It's the same kind of culture.
no accounts could be made, and him and his fellow Israeli streamers were causing a lot of noise to get noticed, but Twitch completely ignored them for 5 months. When he created a support ticket with Twitch, it was straight up deleted with zero explanation. Around the end of the year, when people started talking about anti-Semitism on Twitch, Dan Saltman discovered the Israel ban when he was sent the code proving the block happened, presumably from someone who works at Twitch, and it could no longer be ignored. Israeli and American media started to pick up the story, which finally forced Twitch to respond. He also explains the block started on October 13th, which happens to be Global Jihad Day, when Islamic terrorists call on others globally to act, which he thinks is an odd coincidence. They were never notified in any way, and it greatly affected their business. He says he doesn't feel safe with Dan Clancy in power, as he feels he can no longer trust him. When Israelis try to sign up, it gives you a generic error message. It doesn't say anything that suggests that you're ineligible because you're in Israel. So when one of these guys wrote to Twitch customer service, this is what they said. I am really sorry that you are having issues creating an account. We have reviewed your case thoroughly and can confirm that, unfortunately, you are not eligible to create a Twitch account. As a result, we will be closing your case at this time.
Under the new increased scrutiny, Dan Clancy panicked and posted 2 terrible explanations on Twitter that were immediately community noted.
How can Twitch say on one hand that they've reviewed the case thoroughly, and then on the other hand say it was an accident and they didn't know? This is all very fishy. A big media company like Twitch doesn't realize that their new account signups from Israel has completely flatlined? You're telling me that you guys didn't notice that? That's impossible. Then, at the same time, it was announced that Sneeko, Fresh and Fit, and the little Houthi twink terrorists were all unbanned and they could stream again on Twitch. This is like the holy trinity of anti-Semitism.
So guys, yeah, we're back on Twitch.
Ethan does bring up a good point about the whole, Twitch is a large company. They have analytics. They're looking at all the markets. They're looking at, the geolocation information for people signing up to figure out what's going on. It is impossible for Twitch for months to be like, oh, someone put in the hard code data to prevent anyone with an Israeli IP from signing up to Twitch, and we just never noticed our analytics for some reason. A massive drop in, at the start of conflict in the Middle East, where you think there'd be more people, more eyes in the situation, logging on Twitch, watching people, watching media. There's actually this massive drop off. Like, it's impossible for no one to notice this at the company.
Of course, yeah. They should have picked up on it much quicker.
And then, Ethan doesn't really go over it, but the explanation that this was supposed to be some kind of thing to prevent people from uploading terrorist videos on October the 7th, and then they just forgot to turn it off, is obviously insane because, many people point out, they never did this with Russia or Ukraine whatsoever. But then if that was the case, they would just publicly say at the time, we're implementing this policy, for a week or something to try to clean up people from uploading, violent terrorist videos that are not allowed on the platform. They wouldn't hide it. They wouldn't not talk about it and keep it fucking in the shadows until finally it reaches a point where people, keep pointing it out until they have to cover it.
They banned on October 13th. October 13th is the day that Israel began bombing the Gaza Strip.
Oh, okay. So that actually was probably someone at Twitch was well, if you're going to do that.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's exactly what happened.
Yep. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Welcome. I know we had gotten banned or whatever, or we got suspended, but I went ahead and appealed it, and we're back in the house, man. So for all the haters out there that were oh yeah, they got banned on Twitch. Hey, be mad. Be mad, guys, because we are back in the house. They can't stop us.
They did stop them an hour later. All 3 of the accounts were eventually rebanned. But the decision to unban those 3 creators at that exact time, and being 3 of the best known anti-Semites on the internet, seems to clearly be trying to send a message. And then it was discovered that Twitch's head of policy and community guidelines was previously fired from her job publicly by the British government. Why? She does not like the Jews. That's right. Their head of trust and safety was previously suspended from her job at Ofcom for being too anti-Zionist. And guess where her...
I mean, listen, if you're too anti-Semitic for the Brits...
Are the
that's
Brits
saying a lot.
anti-Semitic? I don't know.
I
Now they're
feel-
like throwing people in jail just for posting racist shit.
Racist, but
Yeah.
anti-Semitic.
They
But
can go.
It
like,
depends the direction that you're going in. Okay.
I can't imagine the Brits throwing around the swastika on their social media and not getting like a tap on the door.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But
Very
look,
next job-
I'm with you. Like, what the fuck? Like, they're picking up these people that are fired for racism.
Mm-hmm.
very next job was at. That's right, Twitch TV. Apparently she was posting pro-Hamas tweets only mere days after October 7th happened. That's so interesting. It sounds just like someone else we know. It's almost like supporting terrorists is institutional. Hell, it might even be a prerequisite. Take a look at this tweet from Twitch's senior manager of inclusive marketing, Bridget Chermating, on October 12th.
All of these people are, you know, they're just like Palestinian simps.
I know.
It's just infected, totally infected.
People are posting screenshots of them donating to Israel relief funds. Shake my head, y'all are truly rooting for the oppressor. Read a damn book. This tweet was made only 5 days after the October 7th massacre. The donations she's criticizing would go to families like this, if they were still alive. This entire family was murdered in cold blood by Hamas terrorists on October 7th. Bridget, who did these little girls oppress? How can you act so high and mighty for your cause and be so callous and inhuman for the innocents on the other side? This statement was made by the senior manager for inclusive marketing.
Well, they don't give a fuck. They have that old primal brain that you can do anything to the oppressor. That's why it's so scary. These people are so scary.
Is that some kind of joke? Is this what inclusion looks like at Twitch? Is it really crazy at this point, after all this, to say that Twitch has an anti-Semitism problem? I think it would be harder at this point to argue the opposite. Oh, Bridget, one more thing. Sorry, I forgot. Can you tell me the answer to this riddle? What's the difference between a Boy Scout and a Jewish kid? I'm standing by. Let us know. And yes, it's true. I should point out this tweet is from 2011. This one, however, is from 22. Sarah Silverman tweeted out.
Does anyone know? I don't know. I don't know what this is even supposed to be referencing.
Ask
Unless it's like,
ChatGPT.
oh, I don't know if I want that on my ChatGPT record. Like,
Oh,
if it was a
is that
Girl
what it
Scout,
is?
you'd assume it's some sort of like Holocaust oven cookie joke or something.
Oh, yeah,
right.
you're right.
But with Boy Scouts, I don't even know what direction that's supposed to go in.
And a Jew tweeted out, Kanye threatened the Jews yesterday on Twitter and it's not even trending. Why do mostly only Jews speak up against Jewish hate? The science is so loud. Bridget said, this was the energy I was around when I worked with 2 Jewish women in social impact who were both senior to me. She's trying to make Sarah Silverman seem like some kind of Jewish Karen for caring about anti-Semitism. I wouldn't really care about any of this if she wasn't the head of fucking diversity at Twitch. What the fuck is happening here? This is insane. So with people like her decide.
Also, that that aged very poorly, considering this is right before Kanye goes on his anti-Semitism mark.
Oh, yeah.
Is going on Alex Jones talking about how much he loves Hitler arc. So, not
Well, the trust and safety person probably loves that, though. Probably love that arc. Was hoping it could be on Twitch.
right. Well, listen, we'll see. Kanye came back to X the other day.
Did he
was
really? He's
he did.
back?
He's back. Elon was very happy about this. So I'm curious if maybe he'll get a Twitch channel. Maybe become a Twitch streamer.
They must have had a talk.
Oh my God! Someone in the chat knows the answer. You're so right. How did Callum6163, how did I not get this?
What's
so
the answer?
obvious? Boy Scouts come back from camp.
Oh fuck, that's dark.
Ooh,
Why?
that's the answer.
Why? Why would? Oh my god! Why the fuck would? Why would you tweet that?
Listen, it's fine.
What is and isn't okay on Twitch, there's no surprise that you end up with these extraordinarily uneven enforcements of the rules. Take, for example, this clip of the streamer Destiny. He was permanently banned for what he said here.
That community is never worth engaging with. There's just no point in doing it. Like, it's too, the risk of me, like, ending up getting, like, permabanned and my life destroyed because of these, like, inbred fucking disgusting losers is, like, it's just not worth it. It's just totally not worth it.
And okay, you know, fair enough. If you're going to be consistent with the enforcement, then, you know, let's have a friendly place, a safe environment. It's calling a minority group inbred, which results in a permanent ban. Okay. Okay, has anyone else done that?
The Jewish KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine, okay? Every week there was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag. Oh, these inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude. A nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred, ultra-orthodox psychopaths that these inbred don't understand. Educated, inbred, fundamentalist hicks.
Calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus.
Untrained, inbred asses shipped into...
Is this like a... I'm wondering if those people were like, you know, harassing them and calling them inbred. Did they just learn that directly from Hasan? Are those Hasan fans?
Maybe. Yeah, that's
that's
a good idea.
Like, this isn't an attack or like a stereotype that I've heard, like levied before. I've heard Hasan going on and on about this.
Yeah.
To southern Lebanon, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture.
So weird. Yeah, I don't call people inbred. I mean, I may have used it once or twice, but it sounds like he uses it all the time.
You want to see clips?
Inbred, 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 inbred.
Happy birthday from Twitch, Hasan.
The clips are, and that's not necessarily the algorithm.
اسألوا أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي واسألوا عن الحشود العسكري.
None of these people would have anything to do with that fucker if he wasn't like the head of Twitch.
Mm-hmm.
It's all,
of course.
That's if that power base is the only thing that makes people get in the same room with him.
Yep.
Hasan, a non-Jewish person, is referring to Jews as inbred consistently throughout his career.
Inbred, ultra-Orthodox psychopaths.
Zero punishment. Hasan interviewing a Houthi pirate.
The Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Zero punishment. Hasan watching terrorist propaganda with zero critical commentary.
They do like, they do musicals. They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Zero punishment. Hasan threatening a sitting congressperson. This one actually blew my mind. When I saw he tweeted that, I said, he's done after this for sure. For sure he is. For those that may not recognize this weapon, I'll explain. Shinzo Abe is a former Japanese prime minister. He served from 2012 to 2020. He was assassinated in July of 22 in a stunning fashion that left the Japanese public horrified. He was killed with a makeshift weapon that the shooter had built himself at home. So when Hasan saw this tweet that he didn't like, he posted the schematics in what can only be presumed as an invitation to someone in his fan base to build this weapon and then assassinate this sitting congressperson who wrote a tweet he did not like. I genuinely do not know how he didn't land himself in prison for making terroristic threats. Zero punishment.
That's crazy.
Is there, like, at this point, is there what could Hasan eat a baby on a stream, and it'd be fine as long
Yeah.
as it was a white baby.
Yeah.
Or a Jewish baby.
I
If
mean,
it was a
I
white
don't-
Jewish baby, it would be like, that'd be the twofer right there for Twitch.
When did he send that Tom Cotton tweet? Had to be during the Biden administration, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're like, let him go.
They're like, it's fine, whatever.
Yeah.
Twitch doesn't give a shit. Literally doesn't care.
Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods.
And this isn't just a Hasan problem. It underscores a disturbing trend among leftists on Twitch. The problem is, if you can believe it, these people are frequently making death threats and facing zero consequence. I know it sounds far-fetched, but I assure you it's very real.
Listen, I'll up the number, okay? 30K to anyone who'll make this dipshit disappear.
Bro, that Destiny guy needs to get Not gonna fucking lie.
It would just be so easy to it would solve all of our problems. Like, we would have socialism now at this point, right? We would have socialism at this point if someone just went out of their way and it would be so easy.
Thing that happens,
listen. These guys are so dumb. This whole time they're going on about how they wish someone would kill Destiny. All you had to do was get some hot socialist chick to literally say, "What's up" on Discord, and he would do the whole thing himself.
That's true. That's true. Look, he ended his own life.
These guys are so retarded. Had they never seen a Project Veritas video? Okay.
No, don't they know about the honeypot?
James O'Keefe has the easiest formula on the planet. He's like, let me find some attractive woman, go find some fucking lonely guy who works at some organization, and be like, oh, tell me about how you hate America, because that gets me really hot. And then just record it. It's the easiest thing on the planet.
This is
Come
why
on.
Hasan has to be a fucking idiot, because why didn't he just Veritas Destiny? He hates him so much. Look, he's got money. It's so easy to do. Just hire somebody.
I bet there's free. I bet they would have done it for free. I bet they could find some 18-year-old, 18-year-old socialist, girl to go into the Discord and just literally be like, "What's up?" to Destiny, and he would do the rest himself.
Right. Yeah.
So simple. Come on, guys. Let's think.
Holy shit, guys. If you live in Florida, I have an opportunity for you. If you want to earn $100,000, let me know.
Actually, Mike...
Jokes aside, it is kind of fucking batshit crazy. All these guys are like making maybe jokes about killing Destiny, and Twitch is like, whatever. I don't give a fuck. This is kind of insane.
It is crazy because you see these law enforcement officers do undercover stings on people like this, and they get fucking 20 years for trying to kill their significant other or something like that.
Right,
So,
right. Yeah.
but they would never do that. They're just making idle threats. Like, they would never follow through with some law enforcement officer. It is just deteriorating the social norm that, hey, we don't put public hits out on people, right?
That's the problem, because it starts as jokes, and then once that becomes accepted,
Yeah,
it
somebody
evolves, right?
somebody is falling into a sting operation with law enforcement because they're actually trying to do it.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
From PA, the dude that's stuck in the before image of a transformation story did receive a 3-day ban.
Oh, wow.
That's a pretty good insult. That's a pretty solid insult.
Stuck in the before picture of a
He's
transformation
perpetually
story.
stuck in the before picture. That's pretty
God,
good.
He's got quite the belly there.
Oh, got quite everything there.
3-day ban.
This man put a bounty on a fellow streamer's head. This man should not be getting a 3-day suspension. He should be getting a knock on his door from the FBI.
I made this video for 2 reasons. First, to stop Hasan infiltrating mainstream media. Hasan has been welcomed by many mainstream outlets. They
There he
view
is.
him as a friendly social democrat, as someone who's just trying to spread progressive politics online to an important demographic. But we know that's not true. He is not their friend or their ally. If you ever see Hasan rubbing shoulders with anyone from mainstream media, let them know politely, with all the civility in the world, what kind of person he is when he thinks mainstream media isn't watching. Help them understand that his name should be associated with people like Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones, other fringe, radical political commentators. Number 2, Twitch must be held accountable. Twitch has proven that it will not change by choice, and so it is our moral imperative to enact that change through any reasonable means that we can. Samsung, Chevron, and Capcom. Twitch has given them a lasting association with a racial tier list with Arabs at the top and Jews at the bottom. These brands have every right to know, and they should. We all recall YouTube's adpocalypse. It happened when ads were running over ISIS recruitment videos and it caused a brand exodus. The same thing is happening now on Twitch, but instead of ISIS, it's the Houthis, Hamas, and Hezbollah. Dan Clancy's refusal to moderate extremists is the only reason for any of this. He is the sole person to blame. He had so many opportunities to stop this. Ultimately, after dedicating months of my life to creating this video, I am left with one overwhelming conclusion. Fuck this dude.
Nice. Nicely
Beautiful.
done.
This is it. No, there's no excuse at any point ever again for anyone to defend Hasan or sympathize or simp for Hasan. He's a terrorist sympathizer. He needs to be banned from Twitch for radicalizing his audience, for promoting violence, for promoting bigotry, for promoting hatred. And all these fucking retards in the mainstream media who are going to look to him to be the next Joe Rogan of the left or whatever are either woefully ignorant, being lied to by their young staff, or are also terrorist propagandists themselves. And it makes no sense to me that Fox News and the right-wing media is not using this free money on the table. It's right there. It's right there. And no one wants to pick it up.
Yeah, it makes me think money's involved. I'm like, who are the most popular Twitch streamers?
Or they just don't want to they don't want to piss off Jeff Bezos. Maybe they have some connection to Amazon, so they just can't go hard on Twitch or anything. Like, that would make the most sense.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I just pulled up a Twitch creator. I'm trying to get some numbers on Twitch creators by popularity. There's a lot of Twitch creators that are not Hasan. Like, what does it matter if they lose one Twitch creator?
Mm-hmm.
That makes me think it is completely ideological. Like, they're in on the spreading the message, right?
It's got to be
message.
from Twitch's like higher up standpoint. Yeah, you're right. It has to be ideological with Clancy and all these other fucking people that run this place are just the most disgusting, far leftist terrorist sympathizers around. It's got to be it. Because you're right. It can't, Hasan makes them money and he probably makes them a lot of money, but overall total as part of Twitch, it's got to be so toxic and poison for their entire brand.
Ninja seems to be number one. There's Kai, who I've seen. There's XQC, obviously, who we've talked about.
Mm-hmm.
XQC is 7th. Like, Hasan isn't even in this list.
Because Hasan gets
just
top.
Say fuck you to Hasan.
Hasan gets top for he's the top political streamer, but most of the top streams are not going to be. They're not political streams. They're like video game streamers.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, who gives a fuck? Like, you would think they're protecting him because it's going to really impact their income, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't look like really, no. It's just like, oh, okay. We're not going to lose it. If you're not going to lose a lot of money, why are you dealing with the headaches? You're dealing with them because you believe in the ideological message.
Right.
In the political space.
There's a Twitch subs count and stats thing. Oh, no, wait a minute. We're wrong.
Where is he?
We're completely wrong. So, according to Twitch Tracker, if you do it by current active subscribers, Hasan is the 4th channel on Twitch. So
then that does make sense.
Right. So it could just literally just
so it
be
could
money.
be a substantial hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, that makes sense. They're like, hell no. If the company is going to lose, I don't know, $500,000 a year, $500,000 a month. I don't know how much they're making off of this guy, right?
I don't
They're
know.
not going to, they're going to not say anything to him.
That's why I said it's got to be people pressuring Amazon, because Twitch is not going to do anything if they make too much money. But Amazon, they get some teeny tiny amount from Twitch. So if they're like, they're good, it's basically with Google with YouTube and the apocalypse. So like, don't make trouble for us, Twitch. You have to press on Amazon.
I think depending upon the corporate structure, if all the money Twitch makes are included in Amazon profits, so it would matter to Amazon.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it matters to Amazon.
No,
but it
the
doesn't
money
matter
matters to Amazon.
Yeah, the money. Well, no, it matters to Amazon in terms of like, because the whole thing with Google and YouTube is, with the apocalypse, was it wasn't so much that they were threatening YouTube. It was that the advertisers
They threatened the advertisers. Yeah,
they were
took their
threatening
money
Google
away.
though. They were threatening Google.
Right.
That's why Google's like, what the fuck, YouTube? Like, we don't give you don't make a lot of money for us in the grand scheme of things, of
Right.
the ginormous company of Google. Like, don't fuck with our money. So that's why I'm saying you have to. Now it's a little bit more difficult because with Google, it's a little easier because like Google is primarily a company that makes money through ad placement, unlike Amazon. So
Twitch made an estimated $3 billion in revenue in 2023.
nice. Good for them.
The amount
How much
of money
did Amazon make?
I mean, they would make $3 billion. That $3 billion.
Amazon
would-
made 574 billion.
Right, but in that 574 billion is the 3 billion from Twitch.
Yeah, I
Like
understand
this
that.
is why they buy these other companies.
Of course, right.
So, but if Twitch fires Hasan and they make 2.5 billion because he brings in 500 million in revenue,
I mean, I
they're like,
wouldn't think it'd be
"Fuck
that much. I can't imagine it's that.
Well, I don't know the numbers. That's why I'm just
Right.
like, it's got to be enough that they're like, well, we're gonna put up with all this shit.
Mm-hmm. Phil Kogan for $20 says Hasan Piker is literally an anchor baby. And yes, I actually mean literally. I mean, you're not incorrect. That is true.
It is true.
There's anyone who's a good example against birthright citizenship, it's Hasan Piker.
Yeah, well, I don't think Trump's going to get the birthright citizenship wish list that he's hoping for.
No, of course I'm gonna strike that down, obviously, but it's I'm just saying. I'm just saying, if you want the poster child of why birthright citizenship is a bad idea.
I want to interview his elementary school teachers because they probably will say some crazy shit. They'll be like, of course we taught him Jewish people are horrible. We teach all of our kids that.
There was this clip. Wait, let's see if I can find it.
Twitch splits the revenue from subscriptions 50-50. So whatever Hasan makes, he makes that much money for Twitch as well. So we got to figure out how much Hasan makes.
Wait, he splits it's a 50-50 split from people that sub to his channel?
Yeah.
Isn't it? So it's a worse split than YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting. Good leftist there, I guess, right?
Hasan makes $200K a month on Twitch alone.
Well, so does that mean that Twitch makes 200K? Or is that gets split in half? Right? I don't know how they're calculating that.
Who's the highest paid Twitch streamer? Ninja, 500,000 per month.
Hasan has a special contract. He gets more of the split. I get that makes sense for the top people. Doesn't make sense, yeah.
Oh yeah, they would come in.
So here, I sent you a clip. So Dr. Diller, because he's fucking insane, he watched both Denham's and Frogan's response, like 4-hour response to this video. Because they watched
this
the
video?
Yes. Talk about how much of a pussy Hasan is. Both Denham's and Frogan have more testicular fortitude than Hasan. They both watched this video on their own stream.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're going to content mine his ass.
Of course. Of course. But Dodger put this clip out. There's some amazing things in here, but he put this clip out. That's pretty hilarious.
Can you put it in the watch together? Is that what's going
It's
on?
a Twitch clip.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That doesn't, we're not able to put that in the watch together.
I'm sorry. It's a Twitter clip.
Oh, okay.
The Twitter clip. I sent it to
I
you.
was going to say. Twitter clip? I don't know how to do that.
Equal Shit Oxford 2 hours says, but Sitch, if Hasan is banned, won't you lose a lolcow? You listen, you are correct. If
It's for the
Hasan
good of
is banned,
society, though.
it will financially harm me and Adam, right? But there's something that's more important than money. There's something that's more important than content, okay?
Uh-huh.
It's the radicalization of their children. Think of the children. That's more important, okay? We'll take the hit, guys. We'll take the hit for the sake of the children, for the sake of American society.
Yeah. Plus, there's all kinds of other lolcows we can make fun of. So it won't be too devastating.
Dr. Yoder says, no, Frogan was there when the stream was on, but she did not watch it. Okay. Just too busy eating. Zero Fox says, Hasan did watch the Destiny content nuke instead. Oh, of course. Right. Of course. Which, by the way, I wanted to watch that. And I started to watch it. And I watched it for like 5 minutes. And the guy, he kept throwing clips at Destiny for like, oh, he attacked the BLM rioters. And I was like, oh, God. I don't know if I'm
Yeah, that guy's a huge leftist. That guy
I was
who
like,
did it. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I can watch this fucking shit. Like after, we have like Hasan's masterpiece and we have this fucking retard. So
You mean Ethan's masterpiece?
I'm sorry. You're right. Ethan's
How dare
masterpiece.
you?
I know.
That was a
right?
horrible slip up.
Well,
Sitch.
listen,
I can't
Hasan
believe you
had to
did that.
contribute. He's masterfully stupid. Okay. And masterfully terrible person.
Is this
So,
Denims here?
This is Denims.
Now, why does Denims hate Jewish people?
Because it's popular and trendy on Twitch.
Is that it? Is that really it?
Because she's a Hasan orbiter and Hasan, doesn't like him.
Okay. It's so weird.
Yeah.
Like she would Holocaust the Jews just so she could get close to Hasan.
I mean,
That's so bad.
You got to get clout, right?
Yeah, look, these people are fucking evil, Sitch. They're evil.
Were you about to have?
Are you ready?
I'm
I got it up. I got it up this time.
I'm so glad you got it up.
Now
Right.
it's ready to go.
Okay.
Ready to dive in? Ready to get
I'm ready.
Ready to get going?
I'm ready to get going,
Okay.
baby.
3, 2, 1, blast off.
Were you about to have a Houthi rebel on?
I'm sure he's going to present evidence of him being a Houthi.
A few moments later. Why would he retweet this article called Houthis Use Social Media to Boost Global Prominence and Support? Israel falls. Wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv. The Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. The ships we bombed and sank. I know the red arrow is supposed to be a cool military Hamas thing. This is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put this into your stomach.
Were you about to?
So she just sits there and stares?
She just sits there and stares. Yeah. Isn't that amazing?
Wow.
Wow.
God, this is fucking. I'm horrified by this whole situation.
Mm-hmm. And Dr. Liller said that both Denims and Frogan, when they got to the part in the video where Ethan was talking about that guy, that accosted them on the street.
Yeah.
Was like yelling at them to the car. They're both like, how do you know this is a Hasan fan? They probably he's like a sneaker fan or something. And then it like cuts to, him showing
loving
the clip of
Hasan.
him with like Hasan taking the picture.
Yeah.
Oh my God. It's terrible. Terrible. Well, I guess we'll see. I don't know. I don't expect this, unfortunately, to pick up a lot of steam, but it should. No one should ever be associated with Hasan ever again, especially after this.
I'm going to ask Google why Denims hates Jewish people and see what they say.
You do that. And Andrew Clark for $10 says, Sitch, last show you were very clear and reasonable. Thank you. I don't know how Adam missed that you were speaking about the disparity of evil being smaller than reported and instead turned it into a binary. Why did you miss that, Adam?
People got super triggered over that, and it was kind of funny because they all got way fucking more triggered than either of us got. So
They triggered at me or you or both of us.
both, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting.
Obviously, people who agree with you are triggered at me.
Right.
And people who agree with me are triggered at you. So that's always how it breaks down. But obviously, we're always trying to understand both perspectives. So, I mean, I fully understand your perspective. I'm sure you fully understand my perspective.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
but a lot of people don't really get both perspectives, which is kind of interesting. So,
Alex
it's that
asked for
two
five.
movies thing.
Right. Alex asked for $5. Says I've been working on Oh, I read that one. Joshua Calejero for 19 months. Oh, sorry, Joshua. Jose, I can never say it. Josue, right? For 19 months. 19 months. I can never say his name right. Last time I asked for good mojo before an interview, it went great. Now I have a final round this week. So any more S-Class A-Team love for me. Okay.
Oh,
here we
yeah,
go.
totally.
Here we go, everybody. Everybody, I want you to put your hands together, raise them in the sky. Okay, we're going to give a blast of Spirit Bomb free will to Josue here. So he annihilates that final round of the interview and gets the dream job. I don't know what this job is, but I'm going to assume it's the dream job of a lifetime. Okay.
Right.
You're going to get a 6-figure salary coming your way from this amazing job, whatever this job is. So incredible. We're all going to just put our hands up in the air and we're going to throw the free will spirit bomb of success.
Yes. I'm throwing my heart out to you right now.
That's
as hard
right.
as I can.
Wait a minute. Stop. Don't bring your heart back at him. Don't bring your heart back to your chest. What are you doing?
I'm throwing it out in spirit. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. I hope you do good. Obviously, having a good job is great.
Right.
Nothing better.
Doctor there for 34 months. Thanks so much. Says I've waited so long. Yeah, I mean, and Ethan delivered.
For this content nuke.
If you told me that Ethan was making some long expose on Hasan, I've been like, oh, whatever. I'm sure it's all just things I've seen before, right? I would not have expected to be such a thorough, persuasively soul-destroying experience of Hasan.
It's great. Let's hope something happens with it, though.
Yes.
Hasan seems to be untouchable now.
Right.
Very sad.
We'll see. This is a big domino. Student McDuck for 18 months says, think about it. Hasan might be afraid of his audience, not so much hates them. Think about Hasan might be afraid. Yeah, he's both. I think he's afraid and hates them. It's both those things. Potentially criminal Hasan for $5 says Trump broke Pisco's brain. He's going to have a mental breakdown if he doesn't learn to chill. That is true.
Yeah, look, and
That
I
is
hope he
true.
does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're rooting for the mental breakdown?
I am. I got to
Okay.
admit.
Right.
Yeah, look, he's not a good person. So
No.
he is very sanctimonious and full of himself. So I think a mental breakdown might help him get some humility in his life. So ultimately it would be good for him.
You think that would be like a moment, like the whole Destiny situation should be a moment of reflection for Pisco. This is a guy, you're right. Sanctimonious, exact correct word. Self-righteous, sanctimonious. Oh, I'm so moral. I'm so great. I know all the right moral things. And yet he's like 2 feet away from a sexual predator.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly right.
This whole
And he's
time.
willing to cover up for.
Right. And so you have one of two situations. Either A, Pisco knew what was going on and didn't give a shit, in which case, fuck him. He's a total hypocrite, lying scumbag. Or best case scenario, he didn't know what was going on. He's just ignorantly blind to it. In which case, why would anyone trust his moral compass at this point?
Yeah. Great point. Great fucking point. He's also just, oh God, he's like a political baby brain. He doesn't get it. He totally doesn't understand.
No.
That's the worst too. The people who think they're total geniuses, but really they're just dumbasses.
Like Hasan.
Yeah. Yeah, Hasan's a good example. Oh my God. They're not going to learn anything from the election. It's hilarious.
No.
The Republicans are probably going to overreach anyway, so they'll probably lose seats in the midterm.
Well, yeah, because it's funny because you see the DNC, they get David Hogg to be some fucking vice chair or whatever. That DNC meeting was
Only of Florida, though.
right. But I mean, just that
so
that DNC chair thing is just like, the whole meeting was just this like optics fucking,
it was
nightmare.
horrendous.
Right?
Yeah, it was awesome.
So, so, and you're right. So it's like, okay, they obviously like these people not learn anything whatsoever. But then you're right because you're gonna have Trump's gonna massively overreach. Republicans are gonna overreach, and who the fuck knows what horrible thing is gonna happen, both in them doing that and also the response.
Tariffs are a big fucking gamble. They're a big gamble. Look, we'll see what happens. It's so weird to me that you hear people thinking that Trump can actually get rid of the income tax and replace it with tariffs. I'm just like, what? It's like the tariffs, I think, are like 1%. That's just bizarre. It's like having a job where 99% of your income comes from and having like a side hustle where you make 1% and you're thinking, I'm just going to go with the side hustle.
Of course.
Really?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it doesn't make much sense. I think you're going to lose your house in just a matter of time, right? Kooks. Yeah. We'll see.
Dude. Oh, Yasuka Gigasaki for $5 says, friendly reminder that Hasan admitted to visiting a brothel in Germany that was later busted for sex trafficking of underage girls. That statement is true.
Really? Wow.
Yep.
I wonder how many of them Hasan had sex with.
That's an excellent question.
Yeah.
Stooge McDuck for $5 Aussie bucks says, how unfortunate for Hasan that his content nuke comes out just a week after the Destiny situation preventing his victory lap. That's so fucking true. Oh my God. This last week, Hasan was like on cloud 9. He was dancing through the sky. He's like, Destiny, my number one enemy has been annihilated. His career, oh my God, all his orbiters running away. He was dancing around. He was so happy. He was prancing. He had a prance in his step everywhere he went. He was dancing through the house as he was eating his little chicken nuggies that his mom made him, right? And then all of a sudden he like turns, and then Ethan's like, no, 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 not that bitch. Drops a fucking nuke on his head, and he's like, oh, SpaghettiOs.
Of course, it's over.
Drops all. You can just.
Of course,
you can.
Hasan's using it for cover though. Still using the.
Oh, he's gonna
Destiny
try.
thing.
He's gonna try,
Yeah.
but it's not gonna work. You can see in your mind the visual image. Hasan is like, it's like risky business. He's like dancing through his mansion, in his underwear with the chicken nuggies in his mouth. He's got like the bowl of chicken nuggies, the little dinosaur shaped chicken nuggies, and then all of a sudden, like he turns and he sees on the computer like the alert, and it's like the Hasan, Ethan. Content nuke, and the chicken nuggies just like slowly cinematically like fall out of his mouth. The camera watches the chicken nugget slowly hit the ground and then bounce, the crumbs going everywhere. The cameras does the zoom in on Hasan's face as he stares in horror.
I wish. Jeez, you make it sound so good.
I
love
know.
that you know all of these super old movies. Oh,
My parents
risky
are
business, huh?
I know, like 10 people in chat I don't want to talk about. That was a famous
I mean,
meme
that came
before
out when
memes.
I was a kid.
Well, my parents, my boomer parents are like huge in like movie buffs. So when I was young, they like made me watch
Really?
a billion movies. Yeah. So
Sit down and watch Risky Business. Now, when we go out of town, you better not do any of this.
I mean,
okay?
that's literally what my dad said when we watched
Did
the
he?
movie. Yeah.
I bet. Yeah.
Right.
You boys, you be good when we go out of town.
Risky
no
business.
running a underage brothel in my home.
Yes. Risky business is people probably seen the meme scene of Tom Cruise in his underwear and socks, like sliding around.
Of course. What is the song? I take those
old time rock and roll.
Yeah, I take those old records off the right.
Yeah.
Even older song.
Yeah,
That's
it's
like
true.
way fucking old song.
It's true. It's a good point.
Fascinating. Are you gonna watch Severance, the TV show Severance?
Isn't it on Apple?
I sent you a preview. I watched the first season because my wife was like, "Oh my god, season 2 of this show's coming out," and I'm like, "Why are you so up with this show?" But the season 1 was really good. Had a really good season finale, and I think we're on episode 3 of season 2. I'm all caught up. I was gonna do a poll. Who's watching Severance? I'm curious how much of our audience is.
Sure.
It's pretty good, and also, I mean, it's very David Lynch. There's a lot of, but more. I mean, you can understand what's going on.
You like
Sometimes
weird
David Lynch
things.
there's a lot of super weird shit, which is cool.
Right.
But I like story. Story's number one, but weird shit is a close second, I think.
I like weird stuff as long as there's some sense to it. I feel like that's the problem with a lot of weird
There
artsy
is,
shit.
yeah.
Yeah,
Look,
there's
no,
just
it's not.
just-
It's not that you don't understand what's going on, artsy
Right.
shit. Like you can
Okay.
totally tell what's going on, yeah.
Gotcha.
And they're very good. The pacing is really good. They're good at dropping the hook.
Mhm.
A lot of times shows, there's like too much mystery, so there's not enough hook.
Right.
But they're pretty good about constantly putting something that you're striving for. Maybe none of you've seen the first season, so the first season is good. I don't know how much I don't want to spoil it for you.
Oh, they canceled. Sam told me yesterday they canceled. I don't know if you ever watched it. They canceled season 3 of Good Omens.
I've never seen that.
Okay, because of Neil Gaiman got in trouble
Oh no.
for all of his whatever he did. Something weird sex related. I don't even remember what it was. I didn't really look into it that much, but which honestly, season 1 of Good Omens, I'd recommend that to you, Adam. Season 1 of Good Omens is good. Season 2 is really shitty. It's like depressing how shitty it is compared to season 1.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
I was worried about that with season 2 of this because the first episode, there's some parts that are just like way too boring. So, but they pulled it together. I think it's going in the right direction now.
Right.
What's up?
And I guess I don't know what they're going to do with Sandman. I don't know if Sandman is going to be canceled too now. So I guess they're just going to kick them off the show and try to do it themselves.
It's weird because the content that really people like on YouTube is commentary about shows that suck. Like,
yes.
Can you even do like a video on a show that's good and people are interested in it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
You
probably
can.
not, because they're watching the show. They're like, look, I don't want to watch this video. You're going to spoil the show for me.
Yeah, I've always heard good things about Dirk Gently, but I'd never seen it. I should probably watch it one of these days. I don't know if you've ever seen it, Adam.
Dirk, what is it?
Dirk Gently Holistic Detective Agency.
No.
Okay. It's on
Is that a
Netflix.
comedy?
I assume so.
All right, I did a poll.
Okay.
Are
Fondue
you
for
watching
$5.
the TV show Severance? Yes, no, I only watch YouTube.
There you go.
Your 3 choices.
Sitch, there was a weird guy in chat who's streaming on Twitch to hundreds of vulnerable youths. He is uninformed leftist.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He was in our chat?
Oh, okay. Well,
Send him the link. Invite him on the show.
There you go. Fondue Friday says this is the scene in the action movie where the guy getting chased starts throwing random people in the way as they run. True. That's Hasan.
That is Hasan.
He's like looking for like people that look like Destiny to throw in like the way. Yeah, exactly. He thinks that the cancel mob is like a bear, right? You don't have to outrun the bear. You just have to outrun the guy next to you.
Look at this. Severance is very good. Only TV show I have enjoyed in years. Yeah, it's
Oh,
like
look at that.
shockingly good. And I mean, it's got some real heavyweight actors, but it's also got some real like no-name actors that are super good. Like a lot of the actors are really good.
Mm-hmm.
In the last episode, there was the trans knight from Game of Thrones. I kept thinking, who is this? I know this face. This face is so familiar to
The
me.
trans knight from Game of Thrones.
I don't think she's really trans, but she's like that super masculine knight in Game of
Brienne?
Thrones. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, she's not trans.
No, I know, but
Yeah,
you know,
okay. Yeah.
look, the
Brienne of
trans
Tarth.
movement has really done a job on masculine looking women, right?
Terrible. That's bad.
You're like, she's completely female.
Right.
Yeah, I know, but yeah, she was in it. And I had that who is this? Like their face is so familiar. You know how it is when you're trying to remember, where have I seen her before?
Right.
That game that you have to play.
Yeah.
It's just rooted in all human brains. They're like, wait, I know this person. They're a friend or a family member. I got to remember.
Right.
No, I just saw him in another show. Oh, yeah, Game of Thrones. Yes. Christopher Walken is in it. He's obviously an amazing actor. I can't remember the name of the actor that is in. He plays the bowler in Big Lebowski. He's a really good actor.
The German one?
The Mexican one or Latino one. The really psychotic.
Oh, John
bowler.
Turturro.
Turturro. That's
Turturro,
it.
yeah.
Yes, John Turturro.
Yeah.
He's in Box Full of Moonlight. I think that's the only movie I can think of that he actually stars in.
He was in Oh Brother, We're Out Thou.
Oh, yeah. He is a fucking amazing actor.
He turned you into a toad.
So he's in it. And obviously he's a fucking amazing actor. Christopher Walken's an amazing
He got peed
actor.
on by a transformer.
And the main guy, whose name, oh, you're right. He did. Oh, shit. And Transformers. I
He
forgot
got peed
about
on
that.
by a by Bumblebee, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, that's hilarious. And the main guy is Adam something. I don't remember his last name, but he's in our favorite movie, Sitch, obviously.
I
guess I should look up his
I don't know if
name.
you're being like serious or sarcastic here.
I mean, a little bit of both. So, what is it? Adam Scott. That's his name. He was in Parks and Rec, I believe. Like,
Oh, he's in he plays that demon in The Good Place. I like Adam Scott. Yeah.
oh yeah, my wife watches The Good Place, but I never have really. I mean, I've seen it in passing, like I was walking past the TV.
Good Place is
It's an interesting concept. It seems like something I would enjoy if I sat down
the
and
first
watched it.
2 seasons are very good. I don't like I don't like the season 3. I don't like most of season 3, and then season 4 brings it back.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my take on The Good Place. Without spoiling it for anyone. He's in Step Brothers. Yes. Your favorite
That's
movie,
what.
Step
Look, that's
Brothers.
what it
Yeah.
was. Yeah.
Right.
The Catalina wine mixer. I'm gonna get my nut. You better get my nut.
Mm-hmm. Everyone in the chat knew Step Brothers.
Of
They all know.
course.
They all
of
figured it
course.
out. Yeah,
They all do.
exactly.
Yeah.
Favorite fucking terrible movie.
Step Brothers is legendary.
Legendarily bad.
I watched Step Brothers. Look, I told my dad, I'm like, you're gonna watch this movie. It's fucking great. All he did was laugh his ass all the way through the movie. And to this day, he still complains that it's the worst movie ever made. I'm like,
He
"Dude."
liked it while he was watching it and he still hates it?
Yes. I'm like, Dad, you fucking laughed for 2 hours straight. What the fuck?
Uh-huh.
That movie's awful. Movie's fucking terrible.
He was just laughing to make you feel better. Okay. Obviously he understood. He's like, this
Oh
movie's terrible.
no. Oh no. Look, the goal of a comedy is to make you laugh. If you're not laughing,
Mhm.
then it fails. It utterly fails. So
Right.
yeah. Anyways.
FGC Sensei for 5 Canadian, thanks so much, says back in the old quote, every criticism comes from destiny deflection. Even if it was true, it doesn't absolve the criticism. 2 things can be wrong at once. Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, obviously that is true, number 1. But then number 2, it's like, this wasn't even compiled by Destiny in the first place. That's what makes it even sillier. So
Yeah, totally. But he did manage to tie it to Ethan. He's like, "Oh my God, you listen to Destiny.
right.
Destiny's groomed you. This whole content thing. It's not like you didn't do a podcast with him. Jeez."
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, I don't like Step Brothers, Lucy.
You don't like Step Brothers?
No,
Really?
no.
Really?
It's not that
Holy
funny.
shit! I didn't know that.
We've talked about it. What do you mean?
No, I thought you were cool, but I guess not. It's just like,
I thought it was hilarious that you're like you fucking love this movie. I'm
how
just
do you
like,
look? How do you like the other guys? It's like the same kind of like
It's
screwball
because the other
comedy.
guys is hilarious and well written and good,
Right.
and Step Brothers is not none of those things.
Oh, that's interesting. How do you like Your Highness?
Your Highness is funny. Your Highness is
Yeah,
a funny movie.
Your
Yeah.
Highness is hilarious.
Yeah.
Secrets. Painful secret. Oh my
It's
God.
really weird. Like, I feel like Will Ferrell he's like so hit or miss. I feel like
Right.
sometimes he'll be in movies and he'll be like properly constrained, and
Mhm.
he's like really funny. And then sometimes they're just like, you go do whatever you want, and it's a disaster. I think it's the same. I feel like it's the same thing with like the first Anchorman. I think is great,
Right.
and then the second one is like, oh, just
What
not
about
anywhere
Talladega
near.
Nights?
I don't really like Talladega Nights either.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh man.
I mean, it's not
Not
terrible.
even like Sacha Baron Cohen's character?
He's fine.
Sitch,
guess.
you don't have to like it, okay? It's not
whatever.
It's
you
not
know?
like mandatory.
It's it's whatever.
You do you, okay?
It's fine. It's whatever. So it's okay, I guess.
Wow.
It's not great.
I wonder that people always ask what our favorite movies are. Well, not always, but it does come up in the super chats from time to time. And I was like, I'm gonna try to figure out what my favorite movie is. I'm gonna do like a list of movies.
Mm.
So I asked on Twitter, and people kept throwing movies at me, and I think my list got to like 150 movies.
Wow.
And I was like, oh shit. Well, let me see here. Oh no, it got to 59. Look at me exaggerating. Look, I'm exaggerating for effect.
Mhm.
I just added 100. I got 59 movies that are great.
Okay, well maybe we'll go through and we'll make a tier list. Right.
Yeah, sure. We can do
That'll be
that.
fun to do on the other channel, on the movie channel.
Oh yeah. We could do that. That'd be cool.
Do a Sitch and Adam tier list. And then also, I had this idea, or me and Sammy had this idea, it'd be funny, is that we should have Adam watch a bunch of anime openings and have him do a tier list based on, like, knowing nothing about the anime, it's just based on the opening.
Right.
If he's like, oh, I watched that, or this is trash.
I'm watching some anime now, and I can't remember what it is. It's on Netflix about a fat assassin, like a retired
Oh,
assassin.
Sakamoto Days?
Sakamoto Days. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
totally. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
You're
we
like,
watched.
yeah, I don't like soccer.
No, we watched the first 2 episodes, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm interested. I'll watch the rest. It's supposedly like super fucking popular in Japan.
I like the
comic.
device of, so the guy is the strong silent type, but his sidekick can read minds. So a lot of the conversation is him not really talking, but the other guy reading his mind, which I think that's a cool kind of device.
Right,
Literary
right.
story device.
Yeah.
Literary device sounds so pretentious. Story device. Fuck,
Coins
I
for
hate
$5 says, I agree with Sitch. The best Will Ferrell movies are when he isn't the main driver of the movie. That is true, with one exception. Well, I guess it depends on how we define the driver. Megamind, because he's the main character, Megamind.
Oh yeah, that's a great movie.
Though it's
Is that
not
on my
driven-
list. Holy shit!
Megamind.
I need to
yeah,
add
but
one.
You gotta add it. but though it's not like driven, like it's obviously like very tightly scripted and everything because it's animated. You know, they didn't just say like Will Ferrell like just improvise a bunch of random shit. So
I'm adding it to the list. Number 60.
Okay. Good.
Love that movie. So good.
Megamind's one of the greats.
And I was falling to my death.
That's right. It's got the classic Hollywood movie opening.
Yeah, great device.
The what was the name of that movie? The
Was
guy's
it-
dead in the beginning.
It
Hollywood
was a
Boulevard.
great day, and then I realized I was falling to my death.
Yep. Adam Unfriended for $5 says, "Let's be real. Hasan has a peanut-sized brain and the self-awareness of a snail. He can't be the Rogan of the left. S-class is best class."
Yeah, as soon as he's in an environment where he has to go 5 minutes without saying or he's gonna die. It's gonna be terrible.
Eagle Shadox for $2 says, "Geez, everything he says is insecure projection." True. Sunset Boulevard. Thank you, David Puff. Ralph
That's
Famail
not
for five.
on the list.
Sunset Boulevard?
You like Sunset Boulevard? Really?
No.
Oh.
I was just because that's like the famous movie where it starts with the guy dead in the beginning.
He might actually call it out in Megamind that it's dramatic irony. That's what it's called when you know the ending.
Yes.
Yeah. But I think they subvert that because he's falling to his death and they stop.
Well, he obviously doesn't die, right?
No, they go back in time so he could die.
He doesn't go back in time. What are you talking about?
It
It stops before he saves himself. Then there's a flashback, and then he saves himself.
But he saves himself at the end of the movie, I believe. It's been a long
Yes.
time since I saw Megamind.
Oh, when you said go back in time, you mean like because the movie's a flashback. Yeah.
Yes.
Right. I
So
understand what
you could, when he cuts away from him falling to his death, like he could actually be falling to his death.
Yeah,
That's not
yeah,
what happens in the spoiler alert.
Right,
He ends up getting saved in the end of the movie, but
Right.
the hook is supposed to be, oh, how did he wind up in this horrible situation? Like
Right.
Sunset Boulevard, it's a guy who drowned in a swimming pool.
He's
right?
dead.
Yeah.
Yes. Right.
Yes. Yeah.
Listen, people are mad at me. Okay. It's
Sunset Boulevard.
It's not. I'm not saying it's a bad movie.
1950s.
I just don't like it. Okay, it's an old movie. I'm a young spring chicken. Okay, watching Risky Business from 1983.
I know. I was gonna say.
Okay. You couldn't get me with Sunset Boulevard. I had to watch that in my film classes. So
I don't have
hit me.
2001 on this list.
that's because that's a terrible movie and it shouldn't be included on any list except
Have
for
you seen-
movies that should be thrown into a dumpster.
Have you seen Shoot 'Em Up?
Shoot 'Em Up is good.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it on like favorite movie list, but it's a
Oh,
good movie.
really?
Yeah.
Oh, it's like action comedy delight.
Taken. Taken is an action movie. That's really good. Crank is like one of the best action comedy.
Oh yeah, that's good. That's not on my list.
Shoot 'Em Up is
though.
good. Don't get me wrong. I don't know if I'd put it on like top 50 movies.
How about Sexy Beast?
I've never seen that.
Oh, really? Wow. Got to see Sexy
I
Beast.
never even heard of that.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, Sexy Beast is pretty good.
What do you think of Casablanca?
Casablanca?
God, my fucking parents. That was like
There's gambling in Casablanca?
They love Casablanca. That's like one of their all-time favorite movies.
The
And they're-
problem with old movies, someone needs to edit them
Yes.
for modern sensibilities.
The pacing can be
Yeah,
very, very slow in these old movies. Yeah.
The content, the conflict, all of that kind of stuff I think is great. The pacing is just way too slow. And I think if you edited Casablanca down a bit, it'd probably be 10 times better.
Yeah, probably. Because like some of it is just that like, obviously we have shorter attention spans than everyone used to. That's part of it. But the part of it's also just when film is like new, like versus like now, everyone's seen like a billion movies. So there's a lot of like movies can like skip a lot of things that people just automatically like their brain assumes they know.
Get in the elevator, hit the button.
Right. You don't need to see
go
the guy
downstairs.
walk up to the elevator, press the button, get in, get out. Like you get like you're like I get it. He leaves and then he shows up somewhere else. I don't need to see how he gets there, right? So
Yes.
you're correct. But no, it's I don't know. I have not seen Casablanca as an adult. My parents were probably pretty dumb for showing it to me as a kid. As a kid, I thought it was horribly boring.
Bored as
Yeah,
shit.
so I don't.
What are these adults talking about?
I'm just like,
where
what
are
is
the
happening?
robots?
This movie's black and white. What the fuck?
How come there's no robots?
My parents showed me Casablanca as a kid. They showed me fucking what was it called? Gone with the Wind as a kid.
Oh yeah. My dad showed me 12 Angry Men, but I like that.
I like that too.
12 Angry Men is
12 Angry Men. See, but
Yeah.
that's one that kind of goes against the grain. Even the original one is fantastic and
very
holds up.
good. Yeah.
So that's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah. You're like all these racist fucks.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. 2001 is a great movie.
Mm-hmm.
Someone in the chat is giving you a hard time.
No, 2001's terrible. Listen, 2001 book, one of my favorite science fiction books of all time. The movie's trash. Trash movie.
David
Trash movie.
Puff. Holy shit, Adam! I can't believe you're saying this shit. What shit? What?
The old
what did I
movie
say?
thing.
I just said, look, I don't like Casablanca. Look, if you edited Casablanca down to 20 minutes, it would probably be pretty good. Just
Mhm.
get the. There's a lot of just dead shit in there.
Right.
Yeah.
I
Maybe
did like
do a
one of my-
little music update.
There you go. I did like my parents showed me Marx Brothers when I was a kid. I did appreciate the Marx Brothers.
Hmm.
Which is funny because I did not like, this is probably very contentious. I said this on stream. This is a very contentious opinion. I did not like the Three Stooges. Ever. But I like
Yeah.
the Marx Brothers.
Never been a big Stooges fan either.
Right.
So
Ralph O'Mail for $5 says Destiny confirmed revenge porner Hasan femboy terrorist H3 burning half his audience quarter pounder Goonergate Trump pardon January 6 DA sector rises. There you go.
yeah, you sent me some tweets on Trump firing J6. I guess we're going to talk about that next week.
Probably. Yeah, Trump fired like everyone involved in January 6 prosecutions, I believe, against him and documents prosecutions against him.
I'm conflicted because there had to be some people railroaded by the justice system. I think so.
Well, not those people. Oh, yeah, those people too. Yeah, also anyone that was involved with prosecuting.
Well, the
January
judges
6th
and the
defendants,
prosecutors
defendants,
were
yeah.
railroading people as well. So
People were, like, how dare you prosecute someone, spraying pepper spray in a guy's face, right?
this is crazy. Everyone's like, "Oh my god, what are you talking about?" I'm like, I never look at the chat, so when I do, I'm like, "What?"
Philip Kogan for $5 says, Gone with the Wind wouldn't be remembered if it wasn't for the, frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. That's true.
Oh yeah, that was like
That's
the
the
big
one.
meme line.
That's true. All I remember from Gone with the Wind is that, and then the black lady saying she doesn't know nothing about birth and babies.
Right. Gone with the Wind is boring as fuck.
I recall it being boring, yes. Slate King for $10 says, you guys are giving the communists too much credit. For many, my parents hate communism is enough. I really don't think that's it. I really don't think that's the thing.
Like it's a rebellion thing. I think that could be a lot of it, though.
I don't like most parents of these kids of that age range. They don't have strong opinions about communism.
Right.
I don't think a lot of like young boomers and Xers were like, oh my God, I really got to teach my child about the dangers of communism.
I remember when I was a little kid, maybe 6, 7, 8 years old, I asked my granddad about communism. Like, what is communism? What is the Soviet Union? And he described it as the lack of freedom that you had to have, basically get permission to go anywhere or do anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That didn't make a lot of sense to me.
Right.
He didn't really dive into the economic aspect of it. I'm not sure he knew what communism was, to be honest with you.
Right. Was he in like the war? Was he in one of the wars?
He was in Korea, the Korean War.
Okay.
Yeah, he was shot down. He was like a prisoner of war and shit.
Damn, that's awful.
Yep. Sworn to kill North Korean soldiers on sight. So you couldn't take him to the meeting that Trump did.
Right.
Otherwise, he would have to invoke his sacred oath and kill Kim Jong-il right on sight.
Yeah, I don't think that would have worked very well for peace.
Yeah. I started reading that Mark Esper book too.
Oh, how is it?
Long stretches of boring.
Oh, I really, because it's funny, because when I got it, I just went to the part.
You skipped straight there.
I skipped straight to the part about the Kash Patel stuff. So I
You
don't
didn't
know
even
anything about the
read the intro?
No.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna go back because I was like, oh, it seemed kind of interesting when he was kind of going through, but like how all the stuff was playing out.
There is moments of partisanship, but it's not too bad. And he does give Trump credit on the North Korea stuff, which I was like, okay, well, he can't be too partisan if he's going to give Trump credit on that, which is super high risk. Obviously, he critiques him on doing foreign policy over Twitter, which is just like drives so many people crazy. So
Right.
the question for me is always whether or not it can be effective. So yeah.
The part that
interesting.
I told you, because I guess when we were saying this on stream, and I told you about in Mark Esper's book, was when he was talking about the whole Kash Patel hostage situation, because I went after the stream and I listened to the rest of the Kash Patel confirmation hearing, and only one fucking person
Brought it up,
and
the
it's funny.
Esper thing.
It was literally right where we stopped at too, which is what always happens.
Sucks. Yeah.
But only one person asked Kash Patel about the whole hostage situation.
What was his response?
Well, let me give the context for people if they don't remember. Essentially, Mark Esper made this accusation that in the waning months of the Trump's first term, so it was like October, right before the election.
It was October 31st. And keep in mind, the election is on what, November 5th?
Yes.
So look, it's 5 days before the election.
Right. We're right at the.
That's
yeah, we're like-
important. That's an important
Yes.
fact. Yes.
Right. So there was some guy who was kidnapped by terrorists in Nigeria, or was it Niger? They had to fly through Nigeria. I don't know. Some guy's kidnapped by terrorists, and they set up this like rescue operation, essentially.
Rescue mission. Yes.
Yeah. And the way that Mark Esper tells the story is that he says that they get like Trump wants to go ahead with the mission. So Mark Esper is like told like Trump wants to go ahead with the mission. Like you got to like do all the check marks. So Mark Esper calls like all the various, people he's got to call that are the heads of all the, the FBI, CIA, whatever.
He's
Department
defense
of Justice.
secretary at the time, right?
Yeah, right.
Mark
yes.
Esper is. Yes.
Yeah. So he's got to
Okay.
call like, a dozen people or whatever to make sure everyone's like on board with this rescue operation. So he does that. He's like, boom, 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 everyone's on board. And then he gets this, and he's like, we need to make sure that we get Nigeria, the government of
Airspace
Nigeria,
clearance, yeah.
to give us airspace clearance so we can fly through their airspace to go rescue the hostage. And he gets this message
Is
that
it one
Kash
hostage
Patel,
or multiple hostages? I thought it was multiple hostages, but
I
go
thought
ahead.
it was two in the article I read, but when Mark Esper telling the story in the book, it sounds like there's only one. So I don't know.
Okay.
There's one or two people. So, so Mark Esper says that he gets this message that Kash Patel supposedly got the confirmation that that America could fly through the Nigerian airspace. And so then he picks up the phone and he calls Trump and he's like, all cylinders are go, we can go rescue those people. So they go and they send the plane out. And then right as they're like about to fly over Nigeria, someone figures out Kash Patel supposedly never really did get clearance from Nigeria to fly over the airspace. He just like made it up or something. It's just not true. And so they have to spend the next 45 minutes trying to get airspace clearance from the Nigerian government while the airplane is circling around, which obviously, they have like a mission window time that's like fast approaching, it's closing, they're running out of fuel, other constraints. And they're also worried that, the longer they circle around, it's more likely that one of these terrorists can find out that they're about to engage in this operation and they can, kill the hostage, move the hostage, whatever. But right before, I think he says it's just a few minutes before they have to actually call the rescue operation off, they finally get clearance from the Nigerian government that they can use their airspace. They fly in and they manage to rescue the hostage. So that was the story.
Star Spangled Banner. We saved the day we rescued the guy. Right. So
Now-
what does Kash Patel say?
And
on this?
it was kind of annoying because there's articles that talk about people interacting with Kash afterwards, supposedly giving testimony or supposedly saying that they called him afterwards and he was just like, whatever, it all worked out. So why are you yelling at me? But in Mark Esper's book, he just explain the situation. He doesn't really go into what happened after
Oh
the
my
fact or
God.
anything,
Oh my
which is
God.
annoying because I'm like, what the fuck? I want to know what the hell happened there, right? So anyway, so I'm really interested into what the fuck, to me, because this is a huge thing. You want to be the head of the FBI.
Yeah.
Maybe ruined.
Look, if
almost.
if he comes on our show, we're asking him about this.
Yes.
What the hell happened there?
Right. This is a crazy thing because it's okay, you almost ruined a hostage. Supposedly the story is true, right?
Well,
That you would
I
almost-
have my theory on what happened.
Right.
So
You almost ruined a hostage rescue or something, and why would you make up that a government gave airspace clearance? It's a very weird story.
well,
And
no, there's
so-
a perfectly logical reason why you would make it up. but
Okay. So
what does he say in the confirmation?
okay, so I'm just waiting. Okay, someone's got to ask this fucking question, right? We got to get to this got to be super important because obviously you agree this is a super important issue if you're going to be in charge of the FBI.
Well, I mean, I don't know, really.
You don't think so? You think
wait?
you think if Kash Patel just made up just say the worst case scenario is true, he literally just lied about this for I don't know, for no reason. You don't think you're
Well,
whatever.
look,
he'll still
for
be
for
in
no
charge of the
reason is
FBI?
stupid, but I think there is a tangible reason for him.
Okay,
to do
so
it.
even if there's a good reason and he lied about getting airspace clearance,
yeah,
it
if
doesn't,
if
that
there's a
doesn't
good
bother
reason.
you. Okay, well, whatever. Anyway, so they ask him to me.
Look,
I
if
think
I'm the
that's-
hostage, I'm fully on his side. I'm like, thank you, fucking Kash. It saved my life.
Yeah, but would you, or would you? What if you start getting shot at by the fucking Nigerians because they don't know why is a random fucking plane going through their
Look,
airspace
what did
or
he
something?
say in the confirmation?
I just think
hearing?
it's weird. So
what
anyway,
what was the question that was asked by
so the
the
guy asked
congressperson?
him. So the
Right.
guy asked him about this at the confirmation hearing. Finally,
Why did you lie about?
they're like, yeah, he's asking
air
about the
clearance?
situation,
Yes.
and all he says, he gives the worst answer ever. He just says, "You can ask XYZ people, and they'll tell you that everything I did on that day was totally based and good."
Mhm.
Next question.
Really? Okay, so that actually comports with my
No.
assumption of what happened.
There's no explanation. He gives no fucking explanation about what happened at all. He just says, "Ask other people," and the guy who's asking the questions just moves the fuck on and doesn't say, "Well, wait a minute, hold on a second. Explain it. What happened? I don't want to ask someone else. I'm asking you. You were there."
Well,
Is
so
it
what do you
true?
think? What do you think happened? You know, because we've had this conversation before. You know what I think happened, but what do you think happened?
I honestly don't. I don't know. I can't even wager
Really?
what the
Okay.
motivation would be.
Here's the situation, right?
Right.
It's October 31st. In 5 days, 5 days ish, they're gonna
Mhm.
lose their opportunity to do this rescue mission if
Right.
Donald Trump loses the election, right? So it's high stakes. It's definitely high stakes. So all through the book, Kash sets this narrative that there are people in the government that are basically standing in the way of things that they want to do. They're dragging their feet. They're making excuses. They're doing all kinds of shit. So Kash Patel perceives this, we don't have airspace clearance, as them trying to stop them from getting this huge win days before the election.
He doesn't
right?
say this in the book, to be clear, though. This is your extrapolation.
Yeah, look, and the reason why you wouldn't say this in the book is because this is a huge, he's basically taking the heat for Donald Trump, because Donald Trump can't say, "Oh, I don't care if we have airspace clearance, just go in there anyway," right? So he's basically saying, go in there anyway, even if we don't have airspace clearance, which is fucking huge, right? Obviously, if it goes if the whole mission goes down in flames, Kash Patel is going to be on the hook, and he's the one that's going to take all the heat for it, right? Instead of Donald Trump. So he does this, but obviously this puts pressure on them to actually get the airspace clearance. They, in the end, do get the airspace clearance, and everything goes off without a hitch. So this would be the logical reason for him to do this. Like, he wants to save the hostages because he knows they won't get another opportunity to do this. He thinks that they're standing in his way because they don't want Donald Trump to get this huge win before the election. And if Donald Trump loses the election, they probably won't get another chance to save the hostage. So that's fucked up.
Right. Well,
So look, if you're the hostage, you're like, thank you fucking God, somebody pushed this mission through.
Okay. Here's the problem with that theory.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of whether, well, either it's true. Here's the problem. It's either true. What you're saying is exactly true in terms of that was Kash Patel's mindset. And if that's the case, he's an idiot and a psychopath for a reason I'm about to tell you in a second, or it doesn't make sense. And the reason that what you're saying doesn't make sense is because, unless Mark Esper is just totally fucking lying, which we have no evidence of, is that in Mark Esper's book, he lays out the exact scenario of them trying to get the hostages back, and no one is dragging their feet. Trump says, I want to go ahead with the rescue plan. They say, okay, we got to like run it through, like, and he's all doing this in like in like an hour. It's not like this is like something that's going on for weeks. They've come up with this idea for the rescue plan. They planned it for they came up with a plan in a few days or whatever. They say, Trump says, okay, I want to do it, make it happen. Mark Esper's like, okay, I got to like call like 10 people, in the next hour to make it happen. He calls the 10 people. Everyone's like, do it. And he's like, okay. While he's doing that, he's like, while he's like calling all the other people, he's like, someone go get airspace clearance from Nigeria. It's not like a big deal. No one's really expecting Nigeria to say no, right? It's just like a formality essentially, or it's just something to prevent some sort of like miscommunication or to prevent someone from accidentally shooting at the fucking plane or something. No one's expecting Nigeria to say no. It's just like a thing you just do. And then suddenly he gets this call that like, oh yeah, Kash Patel says we got it from, Secretary of State. And so it's not like no one is dragging their feet.
What is the conversation between Kash Patel and the guy that told him we don't have airspace clearance? Like, Kash Patel has a conversation with somebody. They say, oh my God, we don't have airspace clearance. We're going to have to call this mission off. And Kash Patel thinks that person is the one dragging the feet, standing in the way.
There's no indication that happened. The way it's described in Mark Esper's book is Trump says, do this. They're on the path to doing it. And they're like, okay, like you have to do a checklist before the thing, before that day. It's planned for that day. He's like, do it ASAP. And they're like, we're going to do it ASAP. But before we do it, there's the checklist of things we have to do first. And one of the checklists is get Nigeria. But wait, there's no one ever has indicated at any point that getting airspace clearance from Nigeria was like a difficult thing or that no one wanted to do it.
Who got the airspace clearance?
At the end of the day, I think it was the Secretary of State did it.
Whose job was it to get the airspace
The Secretary of State, or someone that worked for them.
Okay. Look, I haven't read Mark Esper's account, so once I read Mark Esper's account, I'm happy to come back and weigh in.
Mm-hmm.
So, but the idea that he did this on a troll because he thought it would be funny, I mean, just that doesn't make any sense.
That's why I'm saying I don't know what the thought process is because, again, unless Mark Esper is just totally fucking lying, no one is holding up the process. It's just a checkbox to do. I don't know why the fuck he would risk jeopardizing the mission for this, unless you could be correct in terms of like they're going through the checklist, and Kash Patel is so mind-numbingly stupid that he's like, oh, they want to get clearance from Nigerian airspace. We don't need that. Fuck that. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to pretend like we got it already anyway, and just everything will be fine. And he just assuming people are trying to, and he's assuming he's wrongly assuming that people are like trying to stifle the mission, or so the deep state's trying to stifle the mission for some reason when no one is trying to stifle the mission.
He could completely be wrong. Like, I grant that, but you can't read that book and not think Kash Patel is thinking anybody that tells him no about anything really could say yes, but they're just telling
You're
him
correct.
no for political
He is
reasons.
highly- yes.
And
No,
are
you're-
fucking dragging their feet. Okay.
Right. You're
So if
completely
you
correct.
know Kash Patel's mind, as soon as somebody says to him, oh, we can't get airspace, we're not going to be able to get airspace for 48 hours, he's going to think they can get airspace. It's not going to be difficult. And they're fucking lying to me.
No.
So he's going to turn around and call and say, we have airspace, and force the issue. That immediately puts pressure on them to get the airspace or fucking
Right.
risk the mission.
Yes, you're correct.
So that is like, that
Hold
makes
on.
sense. Look, all these people are
it does.
super high risk people.
Yes, you're correct. That mentality makes sense. When you read Kash's book, it's dripping with his fucking paranoia. He thinks every
Yes.
single person.
Yes.
Yes. He thinks every single person that
And you
tells
can say
him
that's crazy all you want, but
I know.
look,
I know. You're correct.
it is
in
what
terms
it
of,
is.
In terms of motivation, he thinks every single person he interacts with that doesn't agree with him or doesn't stand by him is like
Or
an
even
evil,
just says no.
Who
Like,
says no? Yeah, is an evil
is
deep
there
state
cookies in the
actor.
cafeteria?
Right.
No.
No.
Oh, you
the
fucking
deep
deep
state's
state.
taking all the cookies. Right. So as I'm saying,
Yes.
yeah, what you're saying makes perfect sense. I'm just saying, number one, we have no indication that anyone ever told him no, or it even doesn't really logically make sense why they would have problems getting airspace clearance from Nigeria in the first place.
Well, that's where
At
you
all.
kind of lose me a little bit, because I'm like, oh, I guess you've read the Esper account though. That's how you know. Because I haven't read the Esper account yet.
Well, just no, Mike. When he talk about, like, no one ever says
You make
like,
it
oh,
sound
it's-
like I can call Nigeria and
Well,
get
no,
airspace
obviously
clearance.
no, I mean, like, someone from the fucking government has to call them to get airspace clearance, but there's no indication of, like, why would Nigeria say no? Like, no, it's never brought up. He doesn't.
No, it's
Kash
why
doesn't bring
would
it
the-
up. Mark Esper doesn't bring it up. No one acts like it's. No one. That's what's weird about it. The account in the Mark Esper book. Nobody acts like, or at least he doesn't act like it's like something that's like even perceived of as a problem to do.
If there's someone though that doesn't perceives this as some kind of big political win for Donald Trump on the eve of the election, you don't think anybody would slow walk or struggle to make this not happen for some kind of oopsie, we didn't get airspace clearance from Nigeria reason? You
Well,
don't think that's within the realm of
Well,
possibility?
there's two things. The number one, as I said, we have zero evidence from anyone. Even Kash himself has not said this. Like, that's why I was listening at the confirmation hearing for him to give some explanation. There's nobody says anything about this whatsoever. Number one. Number two, say you're correct in terms of there's some person somewhere in the Trump administration who's trying to prevent this hostage from being rescued for whatever reason, right? And their one person has the power to negate to not call Nigeria. All Kash would do is just fucking call Donald Trump and say, this fucking person is in the way of your hostage rescue. Or I could have called Mark Esper, call anybody and be like, this guy is stifling the hostage rescue operation because he doesn't want to call Nigeria. That would be like the move to do. It wouldn't be to just lie about it.
I mean, maybe that works. Maybe it doesn't. I mean, the move he played got the hostage out. So
because he was
it
lucky.
It is high
he
risk.
was lucky. You don't want to play dice with people's lives like over something that is like this is the thing too.
Look, if I'm the hostage, I want him to play dice.
Well, wait,
saving
you
my
no,
ass.
you don't. No, you don't. Not
I
unless
do.
you know that it's
Don't
actually.
tell me. I do. I want my fucking ass.
You do
saved.
not unless you know that there's a good reason for it, right? If Kash is sitting in his
my
office
God.
and he has a paranoid schizophrenic delusion that the deep state is trying to prevent Donald Trump from saving hostages, and he just came up with that out of thin air, so he's going to lie about this airspace thing. You don't want him to gamble on that, right? You want it to be about something real.
I want him to gamble and save my life.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. Obviously, look, if the helicopter crashes and all the people trying to save me die, I'm gonna be like, that sucks. But thank you for trying to save me.
I literally don't. What do you the chat, the people in chat that are like saying I'm stretching or assuming, what are you talking about?
Oh, I thought you were talking to me.
No. Like, I have no clue. Wait,
how
Adam's come up with a hypothetical situation that no one has, even including Kash Patel, has
but it makes
said himself.
logical sense.
And I'm saying like, there was no indication of that, and it makes no sense. You wouldn't do this. You would call Trump because, and you're like, oh, you're stretching.
How does when I say not make any sense?
Stop. Pause. How am I stretching for something that no one, including the person involved, has ever said based on you conceiving a hypothetical that's literally like from thin air?
It makes
based on
logical
his
sense.
own delusions.
That's
okay,
how
and
it
I'm
makes-
stretching here.
It makes logical sense.
Okay.
You got to know how people think. That's the thing.
Yeah, it could make logical sense that Kash Patel is a paranoid
my God.
schizophrenic. That's possible. But I'm not even saying that. I'm supposedly the one that's so biased against Kash here when I keep saying I don't know what his reasoning was.
Read some super chats. I want to bring up this Coleman Hughes clip so we can watch it. You used to watch Coleman Hughes, right? You've probably seen this. You're like, of course. Did you watch the talk he did with H.R. McMaster?
I did not know.
Okay. So then you will not have seen this. But I need to run to the bathroom first, so.
Okay. I'm baffled by Theod in the chat here.
Yell at
saying,
the chat.
I just
yell at the
to
chat.
me,
Well, look, I'm going. Be
you go to the
nice
bathroom.
to Sitch,
You go to the bathroom.
okay?
Adam.
Please
you go to the
be
bathroom.
nice to Sitch.
It's crazy to me. I don't believe you. I don't believe that you could have a person who could possibly endanger people's lives, and you're not even remotely interested in like, why would you do that? Is there a good reason for why you did that? And everyone around it just seems kind of confused and baffled by the action. And you're like, what? It's not a big deal. It doesn't matter. Make that guy the head of the FBI. That's fine. Okay. Listen, you have very low standards, I guess. I guess I have higher standards of things. Wanting to know why people are gambling with people's lives before I make them the head of the FBI, I guess. Benjamin Fairhall for 5 Aussie bucks says Hasan obviously believed the original misinformation about Hitler being a right winger. He is a Reddit special kid. Okay. Silver Camaro 78 for $2 says no way for a second Ethan didn't know about Hasan. I mean, he knew he was a socialist. Obviously, they had the big conversation. Obviously he didn't know about the terrorist stuff. I don't think he would have ever streamed with him if he knew about the terrorist stuff. So.
Oh shit! How's that even possible?
What?
Well, I did a bookmark of where the fucking on this video, but it's not there.
Oh.
Where's my comment? What? Okay, I'm gonna have to guesstimate where it is in this.
Can you bring up the transcript?
It's the it's 550. Understanding the deep state.
True Powers A for 24 months. Thanks so much for me. 2 years free will seeker says Hasan thinks China's re-education camps are like Uncle Ruckus from the Boondocks view of slavery. That is so fucking true. That's 100% true. Bo Peck for $5 says Racing King of the Hammers later this week. Wish us luck. Just hoping to finish. A-Team reigns supreme.
Supreme. Look at that. That's great.
Well, good luck.
Be sure, if you guys back the comic book, be sure to update or make sure your address is the same. Look, you don't have to update your address if you haven't moved and you have the same address, but make sure, because I'm going to start mailing comics out. So I want to make sure we send it to the right address. Put a note in the chat, obvious. It's pinned in the, I guess I'll put a link in the description too. So here, you got your watch together up? I guess I should take this down. So H.R. McMaster, you read his book, right?
Yes. I liked his book.
Right. So H.R. McMaster constantly talks about Millie, Esper, some other guy that are kind of like a team against McMaster.
That involve life.
Mm-hmm.
And McMaster really sees his, well, I think he talks about it in this clip. So let's just play the clip.
And death, right? War and peace are driven by this complex. When I did my research, the first book I wrote, Coleman, was about how and why Vietnam became an American war. I mean, I was dead in all those archives, and newly declassified documents and tapes of telephone conversations and meetings, and the evidence just isn't there, right? And I, as was my experience in government as well, as a military officer and certainly as national security advisor. So, hey, I would just say, hey, show me the evidence that exists. It doesn't exist. It's, I think, more of a holdover, as you allude to, of kind of the new left interpretation of history, an anti-capitalist kind of interpretation of history. But, there's
Are you fast forwarding?
I didn't do anything.
Oh, okay.
Be a recognition, Coleman. Hey, these companies, right? U.S. companies, they're not philanthropic organizations, right? They're public companies that have a responsibility to their
fast forward
shareholders.
a little to get to Coleman's next question.
That's popular.
It was a mistake, but it wasn't driven by, a profit motive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the third pillar that's popular to talk about, largely because Trump has popularized it, is the so-called deep state. And, the idea is that there's these sort of permanent unelected bureaucrats in Washington that are actually driving the policy, and the president is unable to execute on certain things because he's going to be opposed at every level by these sort of permanent bureaucrats. And to give this point of view its due, in reading your book and reading Jared Kushner's book, John Bolton's book, you do actually see that there are what I would say are obstructionist elements in the bureaucracy of the Pentagon, for instance, or the State Department, where the president wants to do A and can't just execute because, people are slow rolling the policy and so forth. So what do you make of the criticism that there is a deep state?
Okay. Now, this is familiar, right, to the context of what we're talking about with Kash Patel and the rescue mission.
First of all, I've read McMaster's book, and he talks about this, and we've talked about McMaster's book.
Yeah, look, Esper is one of the guys he talks about in the book.
Right. And he
Esper,
talks about
Millie, and some other guy.
Well, McMaster's talks about basically everyone around Trump is kind of breaking into various factions that all have their own things. And the thing with Esper, the thing that Esper was trying to slow walk was Trump wanted to pull out troops from basically everywhere. Not just Afghanistan, but like Africa, like any place in the world where there's American troops, Trump wanted to get rid of them for whatever reason. And Esper was really against this. And that was the thing he was trying to really push back on.
Yeah.
Esper specifically.
So let's hear McMaster's
But to wait, hold on. For you to compare that to the headcanon situation where you acknowledge that either A, this didn't happen, or B, if it did happen, Kash is literally crazy for the actions that he did on it, is strange to me that you would use this example to somehow relate it to the Kash Patel situation.
I want to know what happened, okay?
I do too. That's why I wanted someone to ask the question.
I like calling it headcanon, I think, is downplaying it. This is my theory. I'm not married to it. If someone can present evidence that goes against this theory that is a more logical understanding of what actually happened, I'm happy to accept it. But look, you're not presenting anything about what happened here. You don't even have a theory.
I know. I presented everything that we know about it. I'm not
what's
making
your
up
theory?
a scenario.
What happened?
Okay. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. That's why I want someone to ask about it. My problem is that you're number one. Not only you're creating a theory, you're trying to create a theory that's like to somehow, like
I'm trying to create a theory that's plausible.
But you understand. This is what's weird. Even if, as I said to you, if I acknowledge your theory, it makes Kash look insane. Are you saying that you think Kash is like insane? But then you're kind of jokingly saying, well, no, he's justified in doing that, and that's a good thing. So that's why I don't understand. Like you're like using this theory to like justify this crazy action.
It really depends upon your appetite for risk. Like there are people that have a higher appetite for risk that I think you would point to and you'd say, those people are insane.
No,
look, I would probably point to some of these people and say they're insane.
Okay.
So when you're saying like insane, I mean,
No, wait.
That's relative.
Hold on. And I fucking hate that we have to keep coming back to this story because I feel like everyone in the chat is over this. So I don't even know why you would bring up this clip so we can rehash the stupid story again.
No, I want to hear just his response.
No, but hold on. Because this is if you're going to keep bringing up this risk thing, okay, there's a difference between a hypothetical scenario where assume like they're like, oh, we need to get the airspace clearance from Nigeria, right? And whoever is in charge of that says no. He looks at Kash Patel in his eyes and he says, no, I fucking hate Donald Trump. I don't want him to win the election. I will do everything I can to make sure that he cannot get airspace clearance. Fuck you. Fuck the hostage, right? Say that scenario happens. Okay. If that happened, then suddenly you can say, okay, well, maybe you should make this risky decision to try to force it because there's a hostage there. And, if you don't try to save them now, who knows? They could be killed. They could be moved, whatever, right? So that's when I would that's when I would agree and say, okay, that would maybe then that scenario, that the risk would make sense. But
do you know
wait,
the risk?
Hold on. So you agree with that? Wait. Just go with me on this journey. Because if I have to repeat this again, I'm going to lose my mind.
No, look, I agree. Okay. Look, if that's your theory, then okay.
No, so you agree. So in scenario
I think it's
A,
a little far-fetched, but
I understand that, but I'm trying to give the most extreme version, right? So you agree in scenario A, we both agree the risk would make sense in that situation.
Well, I would immediately, right? No, I would ask, what are the risks that we do it without clearance? Are we going to get shot down? Are people just going to be mad? Like, what is the fallout from doing it with no clearance? Like, do you know the risk of doing it with no clearance? Maybe the risk is nil with no clearance. Maybe that's why he's like, we do this shit with no clearance all the time and it's no big deal. Then it's not even really a risk.
If there was no risk involved or no problems involved, I don't think they would theoretically almost cancel the entire mission because they couldn't get airspace clearance.
Unless, of course, they're slow walking it and Kash Patel is correct.
They're not going to wait.
Unless the thing is just an excuse.
Who's slow walking it?
Anyone.
You think that the Secretary of Defense and the military are going to send a plane out there, and then right before it gets to the hostages, they're going to risk the hostages' lives just because they want to slow walk it to harm Trump's re-election chances? You think that Mark Esper is literally a psychopathic, evil person who's going to risk the hostages' lives just because he just wants to, just because he doesn't want Trump to get this win? And he's going to say, well, we're just going to fly the plane around in circles. You think that's what's going on here?
Look, I can't read Mark Esper's mind.
Well, you're reading. Okay. Well, first of all, you've created an entire situation, a fantasy situation for Kash Patel. I'm trying to engage with you. And I'm even saying in the hypothetical where the guy literally tells him that they're not going to do it, I would agree with you that the risk
Sitch,
would make
you're borderline
sense.
bad faith here. You're being borderline bad faith here. You're totally, like, you're saying what I'm saying is a fantasy. Like, that's just bad faith. It really is. Okay. You agreed with me that I have the psychological profile of Kash Patel down from the book. Okay. I'm just superimposing that psychological profile that you agree with on Kash Patel. So stop with the fantasy stuff. Okay. Stop trying to downplay my position.
You're right. You're right. I only brought it up because you said, like, I can't mind read Mark Esper. Okay.
Look, I haven't. I just started Mark Esper's book. Once I've read his whole book, I'll be happy to mind read him all you want. Okay. Like,
I'm not going to answer. I'm just going to lay. Okay. I'm just going to lay this out because I don't know. You don't want to answer the hypothetical. I don't know why, but whatever.
Hypothetical A, I'll answer whatever hypothetical you want.
You said, like, okay. You don't know. That's fine. You don't know. It's fine.
I don't know the risk profile.
Okay. Well, whatever. Okay.
You don't know the risk
profile now. I agree. I don't know all the risk profile either. But in hypothetical A, where the guy literally tells Kash Patel, I refuse to do this, whatever, I say, okay, I understand the risk profile there, and maybe it makes sense for Kash Patel to roll the dice. In hypothetical scenario B, where nobody tells Kash that, or somebody just tells Kash, oh, we got to get air clearance from Nigeria. And then Kash creates a headcanon in his mind that somehow he translates that into the deep state trying to prevent Trump from saving the hostages. Then I say, well, that's not worth the risk to risk the hostages on any risk profile because no one's actually stopping in the way. It's in his fucking mind. It's not a real thing. And that's the only thing I was trying to show you when you're talking about, like, whether it makes sense for Kash Patel to roll the dice on the risk or not. It depends on what actually happened in the scenario. And you can't automatically assume that scenario A is what happened.
Yeah, look, I'm just trying to come up with, like, a logical way to think of the problem through, like what actually happened here. I don't know all of the players involved at all. So can we let's listen to the McMaster's clip. Is that cool?
Yeah, play it.
Hey, Coleman, there kind of is, but it's not like it's.
So he just asked him what if there's a deep state, and he says there kind of is.
So what do you make of the criticism that there is a deep state?
Hey, Coleman, there kind of is, but it's not like it's not in the kind of the far the far right or far left conspiracy theory way, right? Gosh, they don't run the world or the deep state. They can't completely obstruct the president's directives, but there is, I would call it bureaucratic inertia, right? Bureaucratic resistance. People who think they know better and who don't understand their role, right? Cohen, I think Epictetus, was quite wise when he said, "This is what is most important: to play well the role assigned you." And I think in Washington, in any administration, there are kind of three groups of people, right? I read about this in the book. There are people who are there because they understand their role, right? I had been in the Army for 33 years when I took over as National Security Advisor. Donald Trump was my 7th commander in chief since I took the oath of service on the plane at West Point at age 17 under Jimmy Carter. So, I mean, I knew my job was not to make policy. Nobody elects generals. My job was to give the president options, give the president best advice, and then hey, the president, the guy who got elected, he makes the decisions. But then there's a second group of people. They're not there to give the president options. They're there to manipulate decisions consistent with their agenda, something they bring into the government because they think they're the smartest person or the wisest person, or they've got the solution to a problem. And then kind of the third group of people, this was maybe overrepresented in the Trump 1 administration, see the president as an emergency, right, or a danger to be contained. Mm-hmm. And they see it as their job to protect, the country and maybe the world from the president. The problem with that second and third group of people is, hey, nobody elected you. So if you believe that the radical idea of our nation is that sovereignty lies with the people, you're actually undermining the Constitution of the United States. So I think it all comes down to, hey, what is your role?
Okay, that's good enough. So
it's so ironic that all the people, all the, the talking head, Trump sycophantic puppets all attack Mick Masterson as being part of the deep state.
Oh, he's like the most neutral one of all the people I've read their books. Obviously, I read Bolton's book, and Bolton is obviously
so anti-Trump. Yeah, like it's
Bolton is obviously in the second category. He's there to manipulate the situation for his own ends. Like he's a giant egomaniac.
He thinks he knows better.
He thinks he knows best. Yeah, exactly. So you've got these three categories of people, right? And McMaster's is really kind of the only one I can see that's in that role. So right. I think it's interesting because it goes to the Kash argument that so many people are there to basically manipulate the situation for their own political ends. So I think it's very easy to look at people who are giving you honest answers and think, oh, they're not really giving me honest answers. So I understand that this is kind of the culture that you see around you all the time.
I think I'm not gonna argue the point. I think it's wildly unfair for you to create an excuse for the situation. Well, hold on.
It's
without
unfair.
It is unfair for you to create an excuse for the behavior.
This is an excuse. I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck happened. I'm not making an excuse.
You're 100% making an excuse for Kash. And if you want, you can look into it, and you can look into it, and you can see answer all those questions about if you can find more information about someone stonewalling him, if you can find more information about what exactly is the risk of engaging that action. Does it so that you can come before you throw this justification out there? Do you have a strong opinion about, is it actually makes sense for him to do that or not? Is it a worthwhile risk or not to even engage in this behavior? For maybe it's just some bullshit formality and no one cares.
You don't even know the risk. You don't even know the risk.
Yeah,
you
I said
it
I
yourself,
didn't know the
you
risk.
don't even know the risk.
I said that.
Maybe they do these missions all the time without airspace clearance. He's like, airspace clearance. That's a luxury. That's a fucking luxury. I'm just going to go in anyway.
I'm assuming based on the fact that they had the plane almost pull off the entire mission, that it was something that's serious. And that no one in any article or anyone ever heard talk about it says airspace clearance is not a big deal. It's bullshit. Obviously,
according
Mark
to
Esper is
Sitch, you
part of the
can't
deep
even come
state
up with
and
a theory without like making excuses for people. Really? Really?
I don't want to come up with a
That's
theory because
insane.
what are you talking about?
I'm supposed to go, look, I have no idea because I don't want to make any excuses for Kash Patel.
No, hold on. You
That's
do the exact.
insane.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Well,
Hold on.
any theory I come out with, you're going to say that's making an excuse
Wait a minute.
for Kash
Why?
Patel.
Wait. Okay, here's the question. Why do you feel compelled? Why when we talk
Because
about
I
this
want
story
to understand
for
the
the first time,
situation.
why do you feel
That's why I
compelled to
feel
come up with a
compelled.
theory instead of saying that sounds really weird? I don't know why he did that. I would like to know more information about that instead of trying to come up with a headcanon where you justify his actions. That's very strange to me.
Okay. That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to justify his actions.
Yes.
That's insane. That's insane.
You just said like 5 minutes ago, well, if I was one of those hostages, I would like Kash to roll those dice.
Look, if it turns out that the airspace clearance is just a luxury, that they've done 10 missions before without the airspace clearance and all of them turned out successful, I think he should throw the dice too. It's fact dependent. The thing that I'm talking about are completely fact dependent.
Okay, you're right. So go look up the facts.
But look, you're the one saying it's really weird when you don't even know if they've done 25 missions without airspace clearance. What gives you the luxury of saying it's weird that they're doing this? Why do you get to take that side of it?
I told you why. Because they almost called off the entire mission when they couldn't get airspace clearance.
Who said that? Where did
Mark
that
Esper
information
said
come
that.
from? Mark
Every
Esper,
article that,
exactly.
Every article
that wants to
that
crap
talks
on
about
Trump
the
says
story.
it.
Wait, do you think Mark Esper lied wait, you cannot say
Are people
that everyone was
capable of
lying
lying?
about the airplane like circling around? Like that's
How do you
not
know
part.
Mark Esper is not lying?
Wait, do you think that the part about the story where they said we had the plane circle around and not go into the country, that's fake? You think they just flew in anyway? They said we don't need airspace clearance. They flew in anyway, and they brought the hostage back. Everything's happy.
No,
Mark Esper
obviously
tells
that's
this
not
story.
fake.
Newspaper articles tell the story, and no one at any point says that's actually not what happened. We just flew in and ignored airspace clearance. Airspace clearance doesn't matter. Like, listen, if you want to push that idea, maybe that's what happened. But I want you to actually research this and to come up with some information about it. Okay, that all these people are lying about all this stuff.
I mean, it's not like I didn't go and read Cash's book. It's not like I didn't read.
Cash tells
it's
like
not
one
I didn't
sentence
read
about this story, about this incident.
Yeah, look, ever since you brought it up, I've been doing research. Like, what's the big deal? I don't understand. You brought it up and you said nobody knows what happened here. And that made me curious. I was like, how is this possible? Nobody knows what happened here.
Yeah,
and I've been doing research ever since.
No,
So
you're
making it sound like I didn't do any research, but
no, you didn't do research into the specific incident. You read his book,
Oh my God.
and you came up with this idea.
I'm literally reading Mark Esper's book. What the fuck? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I read articles.
I told you all the
too.
I told you all the parts that Mark Esper said.
Yes, and I read many of the articles.
Okay.
Yes.
So if you want to bring forward this claim that Mark Esper is lying or whatever, I'm just saying, I would like you to come up with some reason for that.
Look, you're 100% convinced that everything that comes out of Kash Patel's mouth is a lie.
I don't think it's a lie. I think he's incredibly biased. That book is dripping with bias, which you acknowledge. His book is dripping with bias.
Anyone can read Mark Esper's book, and it's not an unbiased account.
I only read that one part, so I said I don't even have an idea about Mark Esper's entire book.
I gave him credit for some neutrality in some situations. So, but I haven't read enough of Mark Esper to know if he's lying or not. Look, and he could be lying because he thinks that's doing the right thing. maybe Mark Esper believes that Donald Trump is going to be a Hitlerian threat if he's reelected.
Okay.
So he's lying about the airspace
Yeah,
clearance.
but you okay, whatever. We can move on.
Look, I'm only saying that. I don't believe that. I have to know the facts.
Adam Unfriended for $10 says the only reason leftists, Marxists, and communism are popular with kids is because of freedom of technology, but leftists, Marxists, and communists don't like it when it goes the other way. That is true. Vel for $5 New Zealand dollars says, I'm a few weeks behind. Did you ever lock in a fan name for Sammy? If not, I propose G units.
G units?
I feel like someone else was G unit. I felt like we had a G unit for someone
Yeah,
else.
who came on with a G name? I don't
I
remember.
don't remember who it was, though.
It had to be Sammy G. Sammy G's been on numerous times, so.
Maybe. G unit's not bad. Lives in Dell's Wall specifically for $5 says Ethan needs to post a video of him training boxing with Sam Hyde without explanation and leave Hasan to interpret it how he will.
No way. Is that true?
He should. It's pretty funny. He said he needs to. He didn't actually do that. But.
Oh, he needs to. I thought, oh, that's much different.
Right. Festiva for $5 says, have we made the Destiny is the Andrew Tate of the left joke yet? Yeah, someone made that before, but.
It's a good joke, though. We should make it regularly.
Well, listen, he's not as bad as Andrew Tate. I feel like that's a little too hyperbolic for my taste. But
oh, okay.
Andrew Tate was like a sex trafficker. I mean, like a serial, he's like probably like a serial rapist. It's a little different than sharing, sharing nudes. It's a little bit different. So, oh, my tab crashed here.
Did it?
Yeah. Obviously, the deep state took my RAM, so
that's cool.
I gotta get air clearance for the RAM to be shipped in from China.
Stan Lee 6 for $20. Marxism is worse than drug addiction. As a former National Socialist, being free from ideology saved my life. 18, but.
What happened?
I died. Holy cow.
Okay.
18, by the way. No, I just need to pull. Read.
I don't know where we are. Oh, laughter is deadly for $2. Says, keep up the great work. Love to see you guys grow. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Aggressive
We're
Goose for
working
7
on that.
months says, the first thing America should have done after 9/11 is disassemble their government. Hasan. Yeah, about the size of it. Automod for Joe says, wait, why did Hasan video beep out brainwash? I don't know. That's a good question. Joe the Make for 34 months says, cheers, fellas. Nothing to say other than keep up the fight. Fuck Hasan and go America.
Hell yeah.
Pie Not for $10 says, I agree with Ethan on what he said about Hasan, but I cannot feel sorry for him. He was warned about people like him by Jordan Peterson, but he ignored the warning signs. That is true. It is totally true. So. That one guy Toad for $5 says, also bought Andrew Yang's book. Gonna read it soon. MNT stream. Oh, I already said that wrong.
Oh, yeah, I read his book. Pretty sure I read Yang's book.
Jay Hendricks for $5 says, $5 to never make me sit through someone's ad again.
Oh,
listen,
my
we're
goodness.
Watching the content. Okay.
Don't they do that on EFAP, though?
Right.
They're like, we have to watch the ads, too.
Mm-hmm.
We never do that.
Right.
But look, this was amazing. Ethan should get the credit. So we did it.
Mhm.
You guys can fast forward through it in our stream.
There you go. Drew Dogman for 22 months says, why does it take liberals so damn long to sniff out these commies? 5 years ago, I saw 5 seconds of Hasan and knew exactly what he was instantly. It takes people give a lot of charity to their own team. I mean, the same reason,
Yeah, true.
listen, there are people that still to this day try to argue with you that Nick Fuentes is not a white nationalist. And so, it takes people a long time to sniff out the shitty actors that are somewhat associated with their political team. Loser Domain for 34 months. Thank you so much. Says, thank you guys for keeping me from going hard right. You guys are great gatekeepers. Look at that. Also, did you guys know that Shu is a big fan of Spoon?
Oh, Spoon's been around and he's like not that bad. I think we actually get along pretty well now. So
Really?
yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, we buried the hatchet.
Okay.
It's stupid to fight over dumb shit. So
Zero for $5 says, can we use Trump's executive order on birthright citizenship to take away Hasan's citizenship and kick him from the country, asking for a friend? Well, even if it magically passed the Supreme Court, would have to, it's not retroactive anyway. So.
oh, that's a shame.
Right.
Did you see that pro-Palestinian Chinese exchange student that they revoked the visa for?
Mm-hmm. Say that again? Oh, yeah, I did see that story, yes.
Yeah. Oof. Go back to China and protest like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Although she's probably working for the CCP. Are you okay? I don't know where you are, so I can't jump in and read here.
Ace for 2 months says, Lonerbox and Turkey Tom did good videos on the Tiny drama and changed my mind on Eurydice. According to Pixie, a victim of Tiny, Eurydice was an ally to her. Okay. I mean, I didn't listen to her interview with Turkey Tom. I guess I don't really give a shit enough about Eurydice to form an opinion about her involvement one way or another on the topic. So I just kind of was like, whatever. Maybe she's bad. Maybe she's not bad. I know that I watched a little bit of it. She was saying that Pixie asked for her assistance, or I think Pixie was threatening to Minecraft herself or something. So
she
whatever.
stepped in. She's like, oh my God, this would be terrible for our podcast if one of the girls that Steven fucked over killed herself.
Well,
I better do some damage control
That's definitely a very dark way to look at the situation, I guess.
Yeah.
If Pixie herself is fine with not so Eurydice, then fair enough, right? She'd be the one to adjudicate the claim ultimately. So Lives in Deswall specifically for $5 says, quote, he's read more books than you, so he's right. Hasan Piker responding to Hasan Nasrallah's claim that gays should be killed and Jews are evil. That's terrible.
Nice.
Yeah,
I think I finally found the spot.
Lives in Deswall specifically for $2 says, no idea how the last super chat wasn't censored. Yeah, it's very strange what how it all works. So
you got killed and Jews in the same super chat.
Right.
Yeah, that is surprising.
Zero for $2 says, Frogan is what happens if Luke doesn't save Leia. There. Terrible.
That's good. I love it.
Adam Unfriended for $10 says, of course, Adam knows all the secrets of cast coaching. That's how he landed his
couching.
Cast couch. Oh, they
like,
put coaching.
The
they
casting
meant
couch.
couching, yes.
Yeah.
That's how he landed his wife, and his practice runs with other women before marriage. That man's basically the MVP of romantic rehearsals.
Oh, yes.
Wow.
That's it. That's exactly right. No way. Look, I would never. It's so weird, but you do see it in Hollywood. Oh, from just the worst people. Oh, the worst people. So I myself would never do anything like that. Obviously, I'm married now. So, but if there was a situation where there's like chemistry or something like that on a set, I don't blame people for indulging if that's a thing. But obviously, if you're in a position of power and you're taking advantage of people who are potentially going to be working with you on certain projects, oh, that ain't right. That ain't right. There's several restaurants that you can go to in Southern California where you can just see this. Like, all of the couples are just wrong. It's like some fucking geezer and some chick or guy. It is LA. In their early 20s that have just fresh off the bus talking about some sort of project or something like that. And you're going, oh my God, please do not sleep with that geezer.
One hopes. I know girls that have been propositioned by old people. Be like
Oh
their
yeah.
sugar dads. It's
Oh
gross.
yeah. Oh yeah. God, it's so disgusting. Why can't the movie industry just be like a regular professional industry? Such why? Why is that, right?
Because it's filled with degenerate leftists. I don't know.
Well, it attracts a bunch of people who are there to take advantage of naive people, completely naive people. Yeah.
I think it attracts a lot of narcissists, specifically, probably more than other industries. It attracts a lot of, it also attracts a lot of attractive women, specifically because of, to be an actress. So
yeah, true.
Fondue for $5 says, I will give Ethan some credit with Frogan leaving in the long silence, and her stream just adds to her lack of charisma. It's true.
Yes.
One man banned for $2 says, Muslim Zordon. Oh, she does look like the Muslim Zordon from Power Rangers. That is true. Stacy Pastry for $5 says, Sitch, your voice is massively entertaining. You could easily do voice acting. I would say you can act on screen, but I haven't seen your face. Well, thank you, Stacy. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Sitch is like always denigrating his voice, but
everyone likes it but me. So.
Yeah.
Adam Unfriended for 25 months says, this Hasan Ethan stuff is dumb. We all come from the Semitic Middle East, and religion and tribalism are fueling these absurd takes. Very true.
Yep, unfortunate.
Stanley 6 for $5 says, I don't get why it's all or nothing for far left and far right on the Jews. It baffles me they can't have a nuanced take on Israel while not being racist.
Yeah.
Are you at the Superchats?
I am, yeah.
All right, I gotta go to the bathroom. You move to the next one.
Okay. Philip Collins for 25 months. Free Will Seeker says, how prescient of destiny his life was destroyed for a much more scumbaggy reason. Yes. Very good. Solidos for $5 says, there is a button. Pressing it will lead to permanent catering of Hasan's rep. Oh, cratering, I think is probably what you meant to say. Permanent cratering of Hasan's rep, but permanently restore Vosh to prime representation. Do you press it? Oh my God. That is like the two unthinkable options scenario, isn't it? Well, actually, no. I guess the thinkable option is obviously pressing it for Hasan. But the Vosh. Yeah, look, I'm not going to press it. I don't think, I think Vosh is fine being completely gone, and he's probably just as dangerous as Hasan. Maybe Hasan is going to be gone anyway, so I'm going to take the risk and not press it. Leave Vosh in his place and hope Hasan is soon following Vosh. Okay, Floki TV for $5. QT admitted she lost big sponsors the last Stream Awards. Who's QT? Because Hasan was nominated. Is that who's QT? Chat, who's QT?
What?
The apocalypse is happening, but been regulated to politics tag. Oh, I guess so. I guess you're saying that they're losing advertisers, but only in the politics realm. Who's QT? Do you know?
No.
Quentin Tarantino?
I don't think it's him.
Quentin Tarantino admitted she lost big sponsors the last Stream Awards because Hasan was nominated.
Cutie Cinderella on Twitch?
I don't know. Philip Coggins for $20.
Is it supposed to be XQC?
I thought it might be XQC.
Okay. Cutie's a Destiny Orbiter. Cutie is host of the awards. Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Philip Coggins for $20 says Hasan Piker is literally an anchor. Oh, I think you read this one. An anchor baby. Yes, I actually mean literally. True. Equal shoutouts for $2. But Sitch, if banned, would you lose? Oh, I guess you're right. You did read that.
Lou Silver for $5 says Amazon, Google, BlackRock, etc. M&A is antitrust. He who slaps horse for 20 months says, always loves the show. What I think explains everything in modern culture is that one NIMH study, Mouse Utopia.
Rudyard puts a lot of weight on that Mouse Utopia study too.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't necessarily buy the Mouse Utopia study. So first of all, they're like mice. You know, obviously we're human beings. We have much larger brains, much more ability to deal with problem solving. I think a lot of people point to that Mouse Utopia study as the idea that if we had UBI or some equivalent where we didn't actually get our identity from our jobs, we would somehow just be sad and depressed for the rest of eternity. But I don't think so. There's too many other ways that humans get their identity other than their work, and I think we'll be just fine. If humans achieve the Mouse Utopia, right, all of our physical needs met, society's going to be just fine. Sitch, do you agree or disagree?
If all our needs, our physical needs are met, everything was going to be fine.
Yeah.
No, I don't 100% buy the Mouse Utopia like as being a complete one-to-one for humans, but I think there is some truth to it. People need to have meaning in their life beyond just their physical needs being met. And if I think it's true, I think it definitely is true to some level that, you know, people can fall into decadence and it does make them detached from their lives, from society. And I do see a lot of, you know, I caution to just be like 100% yes, Mouse Utopia, but I do see a lot of parallels between Mouse Utopia and people's engagement in the world today and in politics today.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of, you know, all the socialists, all these people that are, you know, permanently online, all this other shit. So
if we do get to the Mouse Utopia situation where everyone's physical needs are met, I will have my answer to whether it's ideology or material conditions, because people will be forming their identities around communism and socialism and some YouTuber that I like and, you know, Star Wars, right? Star Wars fan. But it won't be driven by material conditions, because the material conditions factor will be kind of taken away, right? They'll know their material conditions are fine. They have a place to live. They have spending money. All that's taken care of. Because we live in the Mouse Utopia, right? Everything is taken care of. All the cocaine you want, all the sex robots you want.
well, people always need to compete. So they're going to have to figure out some way to do that.
Well, they could play sports. They could play video games. They could play card games. They could play all sorts of games. That's the thing. We compete as human beings in lots of places where we don't necessarily do it to produce things.
Right. No,
Yeah.
exactly. But I think that's why I do think Mouse Utopia is useful, but it's not a one-to-one parallel, is that I don't know if mice have that capacity, like literally once their physical needs are met, I don't think they have the capacity to create the new forms of competition and status hierarchies that humans do already as it is. So
that's why I pointed to the larger brains being the big factor, the
Right.
big difference, because the mouse don't compete in games.
Right. So there is an issue which I think could more closely align with the Mouse Utopia, which is, you know, when everyone has their physical needs met and everyone has their little sex robots or whatever, I think that's when you start to get into the weird Mouse Utopia scenarios, especially if anyone could put on the little, you know, neural lace VR helmet and you have the AI can generate, you know, whatever fake interactions you have with AI people with as much user made content as you want. Like, I don't know, it's the potential for it to be very damaging for society is definitely there. You could definitely see it going off and veering off in the dark direction, obviously. But we'll find out. We're going to go full steam ahead, baby.
Yeah.
Stanley
Full
6.
luxury space communism.
Right. Stanley 6 for $2 says kind of ironic. It was President's Sunday. Save the day. Yeah. What didn't he though? Didn't he like release a lot of that information even when Pixie didn't want him to? So, I mean, he doesn't give a shit about really anyone. So, because he's totally like his own unhinged piece of shit. But
yeah, I don't like President's Day. So.
right. But at least it was good content. Lou Silver for $10 for $20. Thank you so much. Says, as a child, we Jews are told, as I was by my great late mother, hating us is the only thing all the other races agree on. We learn to live with this. What?
Look, Lou, I'm not sure if you meant to send the super chat twice, but it looks like you sent the same super chat. So.
I'm not sure I understand it.
As children, we Jews are told, as I was,
I get it.
Great late mother hating us
is the only thing all the other races agree on. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
I understand. Yeah, everyone hates the Jews. Definitely seems like that.
I fucking hate that. I do.
Right.
I do hate that. Yeah.
Right.
Does seem a little too common. Read it again.
I gotcha. You know, it's funny. I don't remember why we were talking about it. I told Sammy the other day about how, like, in the Middle Ages, you know, the Christians were like charging people for interest. And that's why, like, the Jews, like, ran a lot of the banks and everything.
Right.
And she's like, oh, maybe they were right to drive people out.
Yes. Is that true or is that apocryphal?
I believe it's true to some extent.
I've read that the first bankers were the metalsmiths. Because there's like no Jewish component to that. Well, I guess that's a different, like, I guess they were the first currency traders, not necessarily the first bankers.
Well, no, I mean, obviously people traded currency, people had interest rates before the Jews in the Middle Ages did. It was just a specific time period where, because of the religion, there was some, prevention of certain Christians in some countries involved in behavior.
Well, when people traded precious metals, like the metalsmiths had like safes basically for keeping precious metals in. So a lot of people would take their precious metals to the metalsmith for safekeeping, right? And
because that's who had the safe. Yes.
Yeah, because that's who had the safe. And the metalsmith would write a receipt, and that receipt became the thing that they would pass around and pay with. They'd say, look, you can go to the metalsmith and get this. Here's my receipt, right? But then the metalsmiths were like, hey, maybe I write some receipts for metal that's not in the safe, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I can go out and spend some money.
And then they're like, we need a regulator here. We need the government to regulate somebody.
Yeah, exactly.
And that was on that day that the first libertarian was born and started to scream into the void. No!
So all of a sudden, that's where you get fractional reserve banking, right?
Exactly.
We got 10% gold.
Right.
Interesting.
Ned for 15 months says, would Sitch win a fight against Adam's 5-headed horse-sized duck?
Oh, no, of course not. Of course, Sitch is going to say yes. He's going to be like, I go for the legs.
Well, if it's got 5 heads and it's got 1 duck body, I mean, it's going to be really top-heavy, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be really top-heavy.
That's an easy win.
Right, and each head has its own brain. It's going to want to go in its own direction. It's going to be really easy to, like, confuse it.
Do you have to decapitate all 5 heads, or you just decapitate 1 and it's dead? Look, you got 5. It's easier, right?
I mean,
you
it'll
5
bleed
heads
out
to choose from.
Right? Yeah, it'll bleed out if you chop off 1 head, right?
Definitely.
Jose Calahero for $5 says, sorry, I had to duck out of the stream. Thanks for the spirit bomb of free will, and I'll be celebrating with my copy of Super Villains Anonymous. We'll look at
nice. Make sure address is correct.
Ben Toki for 10 Aussie bucks says, the complete party switch between leftists and right-of-ways blaming / defending the economy on the president being defending or blaming the economy on the president being in power has been so sad. Nobody believes anything. Yeah, it's so hilarious to me because that's exactly what it is. So as soon as your guy is like out of
economy's
office, you're
better
like, oh, the
now.
economy's doing well. It's because of him. Or if it's doing bad, well, it's not him. Right? Everyone just switches on a dime. It's so funny. So
We're going to have a big test with these trade tariffs.
right.
And the head of the Federal Reserve, Chairman Powell, is basically signaling that he's going to stand strong against Trump, and the Fed is a completely independent organization. And if Trump wants interest rates to go down, he can fuck off.
Mm-hmm.
So it's funny. I think Trump is an MMTer at heart. He's like, we just got to get these interest rates down.
I mean, the tariffs, these 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico are definitely going to raise prices. So I don't know.
It's hard. It's hard to imagine that they're not in the short term. It really is.
Yeah.
It really is. Like in the long term, maybe it saves money because more businesses move back to America.
Well,
it's
but
a
are they?
huge
But
gamble.
here's kind of the problem. It's like, are they even supposed to be a long term? Because everyone keeps saying Trump is using the tariffs as a negotiation tactic, not necessarily to keep them in place forever. And if that's the case, it's like, well, then there is no long, like, it's just to get something. But then it's like, well, what
Yeah.
is the ask? The ask is to stop illegal immigration and fentanyl. And I'm like, okay, good luck with that, I guess.
That's like so weird tying that to tariffs.
Yeah.
I don't get that at all.
I think he just sees tariffs as like his all around weapon that he can control. And so
Right.
he's going to tie anything he can to tariffs, essentially.
Right. It's a thing you can use to put pressure on other nations to do things. And he wants them to stop the flow of fentanyl and illegal immigration.
Right. But it's like, it puts, I mean, tariff is essentially, it's a self-tax. You're putting a tax on yourself. So it's putting pressure on both your country and the other country.
Yeah. I mean, you are bringing in money. So you are shrinking the money supply by doing it.
And in terms of like, I don't know, in terms of people bringing jobs over, back and stuff, it depends. Because if they can't come to some agreement, these tariffs like exist through the entirety of Trump's terms, are companies going to view this as like, okay, whoever is president after Trump is going to keep these tariffs, especially like assume if the economy does poorly, which is going to, obviously the economy is going to be hit by this. Are they really going to expect the next president to maintain these tariffs? So they're going to spend the millions of dollars to bring jobs over, back, only for the tariffs to go off when Trump's not president anymore, or Trump caves or whatever. And then they just blew all this money to move factories to the US for nothing. Like, it's a
No,
very
they're
risky
gonna stay.
gamble.
They're
Yeah.
going to stay if they endeavor to move the factory. They're going to stay here.
No, I'm saying like, are they going to risk spending a bunch of money to move to America where it's going to be more expensive to produce whatever they want to produce, with the thought process of like, well, the tariffs could go away, in a few years anyway.
Right.
So,
well, they're going to sit down and go, well, how do you really, because JD Vance could be coming in next and the tariff could still be in. I don't know.
Right.
You
Well,
wouldn't know what to factor in.
they're going to wait. They're going to wait to see how the economy reacts and then see how the public reacts. Because if somehow the economy doesn't react poorly and it's fine, then yeah, maybe they'll definitely be more incentivized to move. But if the economy reacts very poorly and prices of everything starts to go up, then you're going to say, oh, we'll see what happens.
These tariffs are in effect now, right? I mean, they've already happened. I
believe they
saying.
just passed. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a big nothing burger. Maybe nothing happens.
Maybe, but I'm skeptical. So, Ben, I just read that one. Andrew Clark for Twitter says Neurotic did well, positively covering House of the Dragon. Well, there you go.
I like Gary.
WTF1A1A for $5 says, hey, where can I find those studies of trans kids being screwed? I remember you talking about it, but I wasn't able to save it so I can read it later.
Is that the cast report?
Talk about the cat. Yeah, I don't know where you're referring to specifically.
I got a lot from Time to Think is the book about the Tavistock Clinic in the UK. Lots of insane shit in that book. So Time to Think is the book. Oh my God, for $2. Adam and Sitch.
Oh God.
FMK. Oh, it's Fuck, Marry, Kill. Ethan, Destiny, Hasan, Be Honest. A Very Dead Horse. Member for 29 months.
So I currently have the flu and have dozed out multiple times during the stream. Sorry, the resulting fever dreams are too bizarre to explain.
Oh, wow. Yeah, look, the flu sucks. Hope you feel better. I finally got rid of my flu after like 6 months. God, it seemed like it was with me forever. Well, it wasn't 6 months, but it did feel like a good couple months there. J-Mac!
Our surrogate father, thanks so much, J-Mac, for $20. Says, I've had multiple strangers say I look like Adam Scott. I honestly don't see it.
Oh, wow. Wow.
I mean, I can like kind of see it. I wouldn't, my mind doesn't go there. Like now that you say it, I can kind of maybe see it in a certain perspective, but I don't
Wow.
think you look like Adam Scott either.
Yeah, it's not the first thing that jumps to mind for sure.
No.
But now that it's been brought up, I might be able to like squint and do the thing.
Jacob Lloyd for $5 says, would a foreign agent investigation force Amazon's hand? It would be a PR nightmare if the Qatari funding accusations were true. That, I mean, if that was true, that would 100%, force Amazon's hand. Yeah. Because then the government would get involved probably. Then, the news organizations would be more likely to report on the story. So
What if Kash Patel uncovers a plot like that?
I will give Kash Patel credit if he could find out that Hasan and Twitch is being funded by Qatar or some other country.
See, look, Sitch is open-minded. Kash can change his mind. He's just got to do some good stuff.
If Kash can get rid of Hasan, okay, I'll say, listen, Kash, you could get at least 10 hostages killed for that trade, right?
No, come on.
I'll grant him that.
No,
I'll grant him. I'll grant
no
him 10 hostages
were
being
killed,
murdered.
Okay.
Yes.
God,
that one.
no hostages were killed. Okay.
No, I'm saying I'm granting him 10 hypothetical hostages.
Okay.
Listen, you're the FBI. Maybe the FBI is going to have some hostages get killed. Who knows?
It could happen. I mean, they do
Right.
bring them in on hostage situations. Isn't it weird that Donald Trump and Elon Musk are completely complaining about DEI all the time now? As soon as Donald Trump takes office, like planes are falling out of the fucking sky everywhere. Holy shit.
Yeah.
There's like a plane crash a day now.
It's crazy.
Sometimes involving two planes running into one another.
Or a helicopter and an airplane running into each other. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
That's crazy.
there are a lot of accounts there was this one account who they posted a picture of one of the female, I don't know if she's the person who was like, I don't know how many people like pilot the helicopter at once, but one of the women who was in the military, who was in the plane, who maybe was one of the pilots or the pilot or whatever, they posted a picture of her. And this guy was like, he came up with this whole conspiracy theory that the reason that the family like didn't want to say her name immediately was because they were scrubbing her Facebook page to make her not lesbian.
Yeah, I saw this.
And I was like, there's some people on the right that are doing their best to prove the left
stereotype.
correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, that the right is just filled with stupid bigots that just fucking hate, non-white, non-straight people. And I'm like, there's some, and non-males. And there's some people on the right that are just speed running to try to make the left's point. I'm like, this is such a bad fucking look. These people are unhinged about this
The picture he posted too, he was trying to say that they were lesbians. And I mean, it looked like they were best friends or maybe brother or maybe sisters. Like it didn't even look like it was a romantic.
No, they're
photo.
just like standing next to each other, smiling with their arms around their waist, like you would a picture.
Yeah. I was
Right?
like, fucking holy shit.
What is wrong
A
with
woman
people?
with a friend?
I know.
I can't imagine such a thing.
Yep. Stanley 6 for $5 says, man, it's almost like if you guys did a media channel, it'd be successful. Not like you having one or anything. That's true.
Well, maybe. I mean, the thing is, obviously, we stream regularly on this channel, so I think if we started streaming on the other channel 1 day a week, God, it's just right now I got so much shit going on. It's tough.
Yeah, we'll have more time once the comics meld out and everything.
Yeah. Exactly.
Ace for $5 says Professor Flowers and the Defense Force for her were the future of Ghosts of Things to Come, aka support for October 7th. Did you guys read my old super chat?
We read all your super chats
'em, yeah.
and the Professor Flowers. That's some good lore, of course. Yeah.
That's true.
They went
That
to
was,
the
I
map
guess.
for her. She was totally anti-Semitic and all that.
Yep, that was a good. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
That was definitely the future ghost of things to come.
I tried to get her on the show, but she didn't want to come.
That's true. The Eating King of Brohan for 22 months says you fell for a classic blunder. Never suggest remaking, updating, or fixing anything for the modern audience if you actually wanted to improve.
I noticed that as soon as I said for modern audiences, I was
Oh,
like,
I didn't even
no.
catch it. You said the dreaded code word.
I said it about editing old movies. Yeah.
Said modern
know.
audiences. You could
I
hear
could
Critical
hear-
Drinkers.
I know, in my head.
Echoey voice.
Modern audience. Yeah. I knew
There
I
you
fucked
go.
up, but
I
look,
can't
I just
believe you
went with
said
it.
that.
Look, Sitch says taint on every other fucking show now. Okay. I don't know why he has to say it, but he does. It's like his favorite word.
Why
now.
don't you like the word taint? What's wrong with that word?
It's just the chat immediately fills up with everyone. Taint.
I know. I do it for them.
Taint is, I guess, part of the male
I
anatomy
do it for
or
the
something.
fan. You
Here it
guess. You
comes.
don't know where the taint is?
No, I couldn't tell you what the taint.
Okay.
Look, if you want me to do the thing that
You can
Hasan
Google
did,
it if you want.
if the thing that Hasan did with the countries, trying to figure out which one was Yemen, that would be like me with the taint. I'd be like, is it here? Is it here?
Wow.
Is it here? Where is it?
Okay.
What is it?
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't want to think about it.
Well, whatever you do not send out pictures of where it is on the body. Okay, don't do that.
Don't do that.
Benjamin Farrell for 5 Aussie bucks says, "Oh, I read that. I read that one." Silver Camaro for $2 says, "No way for a second. No way for a second. Ethan didn't know about his. Oh, I said that one already too. How did I
About
know that
Hasan? Really?
Yeah. As I said, I think
I
he didn't know
mean-
about the terrorist shit. Obviously, to that extent.
Yeah, he thought he was just a normal.
I mean, he's married to an
Democrat.
Israeli person. I don't think he knew about that, obviously. Alex asks for $5 says, the thing I noticed with Will Ferrell movies is that he seems to operate on louder equals funnier. Also, what were your thoughts on my first super chat on woke? Oh, the acronym. You're right about Will Ferrell. The acronym for woke, walking on, and you got the K, cracked eggshells. I mean, walk on cracked eggshells is perfect if you just accept the K.
That's
So-
tough, though.
I don't know if it needs an acronym because I think woke is sort of losing steam anyway. So does it make sense to try to create an acronym? I don't think you're going to save the woke term by doing that.
Yeah, someone recently used the woke right term. It was just like, oh my God, please make it stop. And I was like, another creator dipping into this. But look, I think you're right. I think
Didn't Joe
woke
Rogan
is-
say it?
Oh, maybe it was Joe Rogan. I'm not sure.
He acknowledged it.
Yeah, he did say that there was a woke right, but this was a different situation. Because I remember that one too, and I was like, oh, everyone. So woke just means like far now, far left or far right. Doesn't
Sodos
matter,
for
I don't care.
$5 says Adam has become such a cheerleader for Team Trump that he's writing entire fan fictions to justify Trump and Patel lying. S-class remains best class.
Yeah, disagree.
Fondue for $5 says Sitch, always keep in mind when it comes to topics with incomplete information, Adam was born lucky.
Fuck yeah, that's
There you go.
exactly right. Look, I got it right.
Wait on them die rolls.
Look, I'm throwing my hat in the ring. I'm making predictions. Shit's playing out.
Ace for $5 says, I love Adam, but have to do this joke. Adam carries so much water for Trump and his goons, he could be called Water MAGA Boy. No hate, Adam. No hate.
Yeah. Okay.
That's an old movie. The Water Boy.
That's the thing. Okay, I guess we make the
Bobby
show boring.
Boucher.
We just go, oh my God, I can't think of any reason why someone would do that. Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
No mind reading.
Listen, Adam Boucher.
Let's just make the show as boring as we possibly can.
Medulla oblongata.
I won't do any research. I won't learn anything about anything. Look, I'll be like Frogan. Oh, that's a cracker statement. That's a cracker.
Foosball is for the devil. I ain't having you play any foosball, Adam.
This is a cracker response.
Waterboy is, I don't know. I saw it like a long time. I loved it when I was a kid. I have no clue if I saw it again, if it would be like hold up, if any of the Adam Sandler movies hold up to my modern audience.
Oh, no, you're doing it.
I
Holy
know.
shit.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm scared. I'm kind of scared to watch the old Adam Sandler movies I actually liked. Out of fear that I'd be like, oh, these are terrible.
Happy Gilmore. Oh my God. Is Happy Gilmore bad?
I don't know. I liked it when I saw it.
I know. Everyone loved that movie. That movie was like the movie for so long.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, Waterboy was kind of more contentious, but everyone liked Happy Gilmore.
Right.
And Billy Madison, that was the other one.
Yeah. Little Nicky.
I never liked Little Nicky.
Everyone
Even when I
Little-
saw it back in those days, I'm like, this movie's
Everyone hated Little Nicky. What about the one where he plays his sister?
no one fucking liked that movie. That was
I'm not sure I even saw that movie.
fucking Jack and Jill. Jesus
Yes,
Christ.
Jack and Jill.
Oh my God, look at this. Happy Gilmore 2 is coming out this year.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, Adam Sandler's desperate for money. He's like, we got to make another Happy Gilmore. We got to dig deep into the well and pull out Happy Gilmore 2. There's no way that that's going to be good, right? Everyone's just, we all know that's going to be a terrible movie.
What about Zohan? That movie was pretty funny.
I saw it once and I remember I was like, oh, it's okay. It was funny. And I saw it. But I never felt the need to see
I
it
know.
again.
It's like it's okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's not something you're going to recommend to a friend. You're going to go, oh my God, you have to see this Zohan movie. Holy shit.
It's weird to me. I don't like movies where it's like the writer, it's like written by or directed by the main character or by the protagonist, and they make themselves like really cool.
Super badass, I know.
Yeah, it's like super cringe. And it's like, that's why it's so funny. Like in Dodgeball with
oh yeah,
what's his name?
Hater.
No, with Ben Stiller, playing the bad guy, right? I think he wrote it. He's playing the bad, like the horrible asshole bad guy. Like that's got to be a lot of fun.
Right.
Though seeing your wife kiss another man has got to be kind of strange. So, whatever.
Maybe he's into it.
Maybe he's into it.
Maybe he's like, oh, it's just like back in the cuck chair.
Right.
Back home. He's like loving it.
Philip
Take
Kogan's
50.
Right. Philip Kogan's for $20. Thanks so much. Says you can't say that there wasn't a deep state operating against Trump when they were publishing anon op-eds bragging about slowing down Trump. Sitch has cash derangement syndrome. Well, I guess it's frustrating because it doesn't matter. It's kind of like people attacking. Well, I'm not gonna use that example because I don't want to. But it doesn't matter like how much I say one thing. Like Philip, you'll just never perceive it. Like I'll keep saying, yeah, I know that there were people that were slowing down Trump. We've literally talked about it multiple times. McMaster's talked about it. I consider McMaster a pretty seemingly reliable source, at least from my context from reading his book. He seems to be pretty neutral, pretty objective about a lot of situations. So
we just saw the clip from McMaster too. So.
Right. McMasterson talks about it in that,
He
I
has
never
a
saw that clip, but
friendly
McMaster
face.
talks about it again in that thing. So I agree with all that. I just disagree with this notion in this way that no one has ever indicated happened in this scenario. whatsoever. It doesn't even seem like it would even make sense in this scenario for anyone to even do this, unless everyone else involved in the story is lying about it. But it's okay, Philip. You can just kind of cling to the whatever hope you can, I guess, for the situation. Lives in Deswall specifically for $2 says, had to step away. Has anyone made a Cash 22 pun? Not yet. Not
What is
yet.
that?
Like a Catch 22.
Oh, it's a catch 22. A
Yes.
Cash 22. I get it.
Cash 22.
Look here, Ace did a super chat critical of me here, but it's like only $5.
I know.
And look, Phil
I get the
does
big bucks, obviously.
Phil does one critical of you, and it's $20.
Right.
What's going on here, guys? Okay, look.
They're more used to. I guess they're more used to doing the criticals of you then.
Oh, okay. Look, everything you said, I think, can equally apply to Ace. I don't see myself as carrying water for Trump at all. So, if Trump does horrible things that I don't like, I will fucking dump him like a bad date. So, I'm not in the MAGA Trump can do no wrong camp.
Rich Jammer for 34 months says, Sitch, Adam will only take your argument seriously if you write a book about it. Get it published and record an audiobook for Audible. You know what? That's what I got to do.
What is your argument? What argument?
Any argument.
No, that's not true.
Okay.
Obviously. Just I don't want to dwell on the situation, so.
Right. Phil, Kogan's around $20. Look at this. See?
Look.
I gotta get
Holy
more.
shit.
Says it's completely possible Mark Esper was lying. I mean, it's not like they were lying about troop numbers in Syria. They would never do anything like that, right? The problem with that argument is that if you're saying Mark Esper is lying, he's created way too much of a trail because he's basically implicated every single person in the Trump administration. I forget. He went through the list of the 10 people he called who were all the other main people in the Trump administration in his book where he had this conversation. He's implicating all these people in the lie who could all just, a journalist can ask them and say, did Mark Esper actually call you? And they'd say, no, he didn't call me about this hostage situation. He made it up. So that seems like a really dumb lie to me. And also, if it was a lie, I don't know why Kash in Congress, when he was being asked a question, wouldn't just say, Mark Esper was lying. I never ever lied. I never said anything about, there being airspace clearance, or there really was airspace clearance. That hostage mission went off without a hitch. Mark Esper made up the whole fucking story, and no one has ever said that until I'm saying it right now because I'm Kash Patel, baby. Boom, mic drop. So, Equishocks for 2 hours says that's it. No more cash for you two. Yoink's topics. Saturday for 5 SGD says Adam has infinite charity for the right, but very little for people on the left.
Oh, that's so fucking untrue. So fucking untrue.
Would you rather have?
Why is this narrative even out here? Like, all of my favorite economists are fucking left-wing economists. Like, we on the show critique far left individuals. Like, the whole goal of the show is separating the far left from the moderate left. Okay. When have I not given charity to Cenk Uygur or Anna Kasparian? What the fuck? This is like a complete fiction here. Like, I love Stephanie Kelton. What the fuck? What is this? Well, who on the moderate left am I going, oh my God, this is a fucking deep state conspirator, Sitch? When is that happening?
Who on the modern left is?
On the moderate? Yeah, look. Yes, we beat up on
he's not
far
left,
left
he's on
individuals. Look, I literally read. I've read like a little bit of Mark Esper's book.
Right.
I'm barely into it, and I give him credit on him saying Trump did a good job on the Kim Jong-un thing. Ultimately, right?
Right.
He didn't like the fact that he was doing the tweet thing with him, which, you know, I think that is prudent. But I never called Mark Esper a liar. I said he could be lying. I don't know. I haven't read enough of his book. So I just look, and Kash Patel very well could have been lying. And look, I think Kash Patel has done some insane shit as well. We covered the hearing. Like, a lot of shit in there looked horrible, right? In the very beginning of the live stream, I said I like Kash Patel. After that hearing, I like him a whole lot less. I'm definitely not gonna. I'm gonna be cautious about singing the praises of Kash Patel. So, I think this is a fiction. This is actually a fiction.
Orca for 72 months says, I enjoy most of Turkey Tom's content, but he has normie TikTok takes. Can't win them all, I guess. Watch Silo, High Wormy, 18 Reigns Supreme.
Supreme. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, Turkey Tom does have very normie takes, so that's true. When you lose when Destiny loses Turkey Tom, it's it's trouble, right?
I guess so. I don't watch a lot of his content, so I don't know.
Angry Bellsprout for $2 says, didn't know his full name is Hasan Pike the Juice.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
How are these getting through? Usually YouTube is like super censorious.
I mean, listen, Trump's president now, so I guess, everyone would do whatever the fuck they want, right? Woo!
Is that what happened?
That's what happened.
They're
YouTube's like, Trump's president, baby. Remove the filters.
It's Trump. It's Trump's America. We really have to stoke the white nationalists out there so we can hit them over the head with it.
Right.
I don't know what this means.
Lives in Deswell for $2 says, you're the QT. Oh,
you're QT, Adam. Oh, thank you.
Right.
So nice. Oh, here it is. Another one. Another critical one of me for a measly $5. All the ones of you. All the critical ones of you.
You need to get the $20.
Notice they're the fucking fat wallets.
Listen, to insult Adam, you got to pay the $20. Okay. The big.
No, look, I think it's great. Look, all your fans are poor. All my fans are rich.
Oh, that's it. That's a nice way to put it. Yeah, there you go.
Adam Unfriended for $5. Please love God. I think you mean please, for the love of God, stop Sitch and Adam from talking about movies. They have terrible takes. Next time, have Mahler or Dev when discussing entertainment. Laughing face emoji. Well, look, I do like the fact that you put that laughing face emoji in when Mahler and Dev are talking about movie takes. So
I don't even know if I've ever really heard any of Dev's movie takes.
yeah, I don't know. Mahler has some great movie takes. So Dev, I don't think I've ever heard movie takes from. The only disagreement I have with Mahler is the paint drying is a perfect movie, right? That's a pretty out there statement to make.
Is it a perfect movie, or is it that could be classified as a movie?
Well, he says, look, he says
that it's a good movie.
He says continuity is the most important thing. I subscribe to the old school that conflict is more important. Obviously, continuity is super important, but I think conflict is what draws people to movies. And but out of this thing came this weird analogy that paint drying, since it would have perfect continuity, would be the perfect movie. And I just think, please no, don't say that. So, well, look, Sitch and I both have, I guess, a film background. So it's funny that we don't talk about movies more. Anyway,
Fondue Friday says, I think that the mouse utopia is more driven by mating patterns gone haywire. So it's based more on mate competition rather than material ones. Yeah, no, I mean, that's a good point. That's why I added the sex bot thing, which I think, would bring us closer to some sort of mouse utopia problem than just having all of our, food, shelter, those sorts of material conditions met.
Yeah, the mate competition thing is going to be weird. because I will make competition even be a thing once they get the sex robots going. Like, will guys rather just have a sexy sex robot than an actual girlfriend? And will women want the same?
I mean, the problem is if you have a robot that basically can act in a way that's almost indistinguishable by a human, then yeah, a lot of people are going to prefer the ease of that.
Well, look, everybody wants to mate up. Men want to mate more attractive women than they can get. Women want more attractive men than they can get. So I just think once the robot situation comes, like, everyone will be able to mate up dramatically.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
I guess the people that are going to lose are the really sexy people who are already high up, right?
Well, it's going to be easier for men because, the classical stereotype is, the man wants to mate up attractive wise and the woman wants to mate up status wise, which obviously is the robot doesn't really have any status. So.
Yeah, that's interesting. We'll see how it plays out.
Lives in Deswalt specifically for $2 says gonna make money smuggling cheaper maple syrup in. There you go.
Oh wow. That's a great plan.
I
Save
saw
the
this
25% off the maple syrup.
I saw this whole video about all of the fake food products. We have this big problem with people faking food products in America for some reason. I don't know why America is really bad at recognizing international food copyrights. Yeah. And
what?
I don't know why. Yeah, like Wagyu beef is a good one. Champagne is another big one. But so is, and I didn't realize this, maple syrup is another big one. Maple syrup is actually like really obnoxious to make. And so like most of the like syrup you get at a restaurant or you buy at the store is not actually maple syrup unless it's like maple syrup is like twice as much as like breakfast syrup or maple flavored breakfast syrup and all this other stuff.
Yeah, maple is the real shit.
Yes.
Made from sap, tree sap.
Right. But it takes like a fuck ton of tree sap to make one bottle.
It does, yeah.
Where
you gotta fucking milk that tree.
You gotta milk that tree. Where I think the breakfast syrup is made of just like corn syrup with like flavoring or something.
Horrible.
So,
it's all
right.
fucking.
I mean, it's not bad, but it does taste
high
different.
fructose corn syrup.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because I bet a lot of people, and I've known people who they're just used to the fake stuff. So if they have normal maple syrup, they're like, "Oh, this tastes weird. I don't like this." It's like, oh, it's so sad.
It is sad.
Alex Wright for $5 says, "Come on, don't fall for these bluff tariffs. See section 3, subsection A, quote, upon the president's determination of sufficient actions, the tariffs shall be removed." Well, I don't know. What do you mean by that?
So he's using it as leverage.
Right, but the leverage for what, I guess, is the question. Like, it's very possible if these tariffs go really bad, he's going to take
them off. Yeah.
Yeah, he could get some concession that he can mark as a win. People will say it's not really a win. His fans will eat it up as a win, and then he'll remove them. It's definitely possible if they go really bad for the economy. So
there was a like frontline interview with what's her name? I can't remember, but she's talking about Trump and how Trump's just got this attitude where everything is like the best. We're doing the best. This is a giant win. So obviously he's going to come up with something like that. Even if the tariffs end up being a super like fail, crash and burn, he's going to find some way to spin it into total, utter victory, right? That's kind of his brand.
Mm-hmm.
Lou Silver for $10.
M&A companies like BlackRock just buy and sell smaller companies just like stocks. They do not produce anything. Now they're accused of ripping off Altadena fire victims.
Yeah.
Oh, really? How so? I'm unfamiliar.
I don't know about this. Yeah.
So interesting. BlackRock. I'll check it out. I'm always interested to keep an eye on BlackRock. See what they're up to. Alex Wright for $5 says the next FOMC meeting is in March. Why impose a tariff with decreasing opioid deaths and risk the Fed holding rate due to core PCA kicks in on the 4th. Yeah, but I think you're thinking about this way too logically, Alex. So I think Trump is basically like, it's the beginning of my presidential term. I'm gonna have the most, political capital now than ever. So he's just gonna go full steam ahead with all the, things he wants to hit right off the bat.
Yeah, he's got
So-
midterms in 2 years, so he's got to get things rolling, right?
And he's got, it's a certain logic to it. He's got momentum. I think the executive orders, at least the optics of the executive orders, panned out well for him. So I think he's trying to just steamroll all this momentum just to keep going forward.
Why are you carrying water for Trump? That's what I want to know.
Well, I don't think it's going to work. That's the difference. I don't think it's going to work at all. So.
You just said he had political momentum. Why are you making excuses?
Right.
It's just the power of narratives. Like if I said the exact same thing, it'd be like, oh my God.
Mm-hmm. Well, you have to clarify. It's kind of like, I'm not comparing you to this, but it's kind of like with the weird, Tucker Carlson, Hitler, Churchill was the villain situation.
Oh yeah,
that's
something I say all the time.
No, I said not comparing this to you. I'm not comparing this to you. I'm just saying, like with the Tucker situation, people like keep trying to, I'm like, Tucker's like 100% like carrying water for like Nazi shit or fascist shit or saying the West is bad, liberalism is bad. It's like super weird. And people keep like trying to say like, no, Sitch, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. And I keep saying, well, Tucker could super easily clarify. Like Tucker knows he has this audience of weirdo fucking like fascist LARPers. He can so easily say those people fucking suck. I don't like them. Whatever. I'm not talking about that. I'm trying to make this other point. And you should be, and I think the difference, and I think you do clarify, Adam, we're saying is just different, is that like people like Tucker, people like Candace, they like hide in like the vagueness of whatever they're saying, essentially. And so like people can defend them. They say, well, they're not really saying like the most extreme thing. It's like, okay, yeah, they're not saying the most extreme thing, but they know they have fans that believe it. And they're very intentionally not clarifying that they're not saying that. And to me, that's highly like suspect that either they believe it, or even if they don't believe it, they don't want their like audience captured, or they're deploying a Hasan. They don't want to anger their audience. They want to grift off of the extreme elements in their audience, essentially.
Look at that. That's so stupid and completely infantilizes the audience because look, so many people in the audience, I mean, they agree with some things we say and disagree with other things we say. It's not like they're going to fucking run for the hills because we said one thing that they didn't like.
Well, we're not doing that.
Yeah, look, and that's why I'm saying other people could do that too. They don't have to be a slave to their audience, right?
Well, I don't know, because I don't know like what percentage of Tucker's audience are these like weird hating the West, hate liberalism and democracy LARPers. I have no
Then
clue.
they can fucking hate watch.
Well, obviously Tucker's not making that calculation.
Tucker's a
Right.
bad example because you sent me that thing of Tucker talking. Oh, I think he was talking to Piers Morgan. And the whole time I'm listening to it, I'm like, this is fucking boring. Like how the fuck is Tucker Carlson even a thing? Like I don't see why people even like Tucker Carlson. So I don't know why people are listening to him. So if I had a better idea who his audience was, maybe I could agree that people would be lost if he said something just 10% out of line. I guess it does depend on the audience.
Where is the comic all supported for a scam, or did you forget? What are you talking about? Adam is literally packing it up.
Yeah.
I assume that because we have Hasan in the title, some like weird Hasan fan is like come in and just screaming something they heard from what's his name? The OC, was it OC? That retard?
Comic is right
Natural
here.
Fandom. Yeah.
Here you go. Here's the comic.
Right.
That's the comic right there.
Right.
It is. Look at the back. Well, boom. Look at that.
Philip Kogans for $10 says Esper was lying to Trump about troop numbers in Syria the whole time he was Secretary of Defense. He's not a reliable source, is all I'm saying. You seem to be ignoring that possibility. Well, first of all, I don't know the specifics about Mark Esper lying about, or supposedly lying about troop numbers in Syria, number one. Number two, Philip, I don't understand. I heard what you said. I said why I thought it wouldn't make sense for him to lie because it'd be so easy to track. You didn't incorporate my point or new information, and you just repeated yourself. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. You said, I think he's lying because he lied about something else. And I said, well, here's why I don't think it would make sense for him to be lying in this specific situation. There's too many loose ends. There's too many people that could call it the lie. And then you just repeat yourself. Okay.
Well, but I say he could be lying, and then you say, well, do you have any evidence that he's lying? And I'm like, well, no, but I mean, he still could be lying. I'm looking for evidence. Anyway, look, here's all the comics.
Benjamin Fairhall for 5 Aussie bucks says, an old trick of the far left is define corruption, then apply the capitalist label to it. Conservatives do this, but use the socialist label. Stanley 6 for $5 says Trump signed executive order for gamer words. I believe it. Adam just loves patriotism and sees the patriotism in Kash and Trump. That must be it.
Well, it's true. I mean, obviously, I don't understand, and this is a major criticism I have of the left. Like, why does the left have to be so anti-fucking patriotic?
Right.
Yeah, that's another thing. We want to distinguish the far left from the moderate left because the moderate left does tend to be more patriotic. Obviously, fucking Cenk and Anna are super patriotic. So it's one of the things Anna said she loves about the show is that we're patriotic, and she feels like so many people on the left are forbidden from being patriotic for some weird fucking reason. It's like a taboo
That's not weird.
now.
It's because the left-right dichotomy.
Oh no! Oh no! You got to do some research, Sitch. Come on, do some survey work. Make an honest man of yourself.
Listen, I'm going to talk to Height. We're going to do a round 2 here. Okay.
Let's do it. Let's bring it in. Maybe it can be one of the moral foundations, the Innie Audi Foundation.
Yeah. I like that. The Innie Audi.
I can't look. You have to see Severance now. That's like.
Oh, is it about that?
In Severance, there's like Innies and Audis. Yeah.
Interesting.
Maybe it fits with your theory.
That's
Sitch.
why you like it. You subconsciously are like, oh my God, fits perfectly with the theory.
It does. Oh, I never thought of that.
Right.
All of the Innies. Are they the leftists or the rightists?
Well, I don't know. When you say any, do you mean people who are pro-in or anti-in?
Anti-Innies.
If you're anti-any, then you're on the left.
Okay.
If you're anti-Audi, you're on the right.
Okay. Interesting.
SB
I think
Lee
that kind of fits with the dynamic.
Yeah. SB Lee for Char says, can cucks suddenly get nationalistic with tariffs? Suddenly, the Canadian, yeah. So what's what happens? You tax someone, suddenly they get paid. They get.
Oh yeah, maybe that was the plan all along
to make Canada, united.
I see Vanessa in the chat. Vanessa wants to come on and I think try to start some kind of writers lab, like the writers lab that I had here in Los Angeles. So,
oh, cool.
If anyone listening is a writer or interested in writing, we might do something like that soon.
Ace for $10 says, Adam, you're a good sport. I'm critical of you because you guys are cool and don't take criticism too hard. Here's a $10 super chat. Squad Enlightenment, AK, Sitch, and Adam supporter. Well, thank you, Ace. Appreciate it.
Well, yeah, no, thanks. And obviously, I'm just giving you a hard time. Don't spend the mortgage money on super chats for heaven's sake. So,
right.
I'm just having some fun.
SB Elite for $10 says, I like how being a superpower, every time we do anything they don't like against the country, the leaders immediately try to frame it as David versus Goliath. They're so annoying.
That is super annoying. Fucking hell.
Very true.
Oh my God. Sitch sent me an article from the Dictator's Handbook guys that was saying, oh yeah, Trump's bad, but he's not going to like end democracy or anything. It was pretty funny.
Yeah, they really don't like Trump at all.
They fucking hate Trump. They have
Which
total
I didn't know.
TDS.
I didn't know. They fucking despise Trump, yeah.
But they don't dive into the, oh my God, he's going to end democracy stuff, which is good. I think that's complete fear mongering by most people.
To be clear, they think, yeah, they're saying he's not going to end democracy because they believe the institutions are solid enough to resist, but they think he's going to do all the horrible dictator's handbook shit that they've been talking about.
Yeah, look, all
That was their
leaders are going to
argument.
do that shit.
Well,
yes,
they seem to think he's going to do it on a scale that is more significantly more so than other past presidents. That was their argument in that article.
Right.
So, human flourishing for $20. Thank you. Says imminent Jordan Peterson, Ethan Klein redemption interview. Oh, that would be amazing. I don't think it's going to happen, but that'd be amazing.
Can't happen. He's already burned the bridge with Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, I think he has. Loved H3 back in the day. He could be a useful ally versus the woke, having been in their clutches for so long. Sitch called it Jews would be the impasse for this brain rot.
True.
You're so correct. I even forgot about that. I called it years ago. I said Jews are gonna fuck up the whole situation for the left because they're Schrodinger's white people.
We covered that whole arc with all of the heads of the Ivy League universities getting trashed.
Yep. Okay, let me look at the Streamlabs. Dr. Dealer for $4 says, I believe I super chatted during one of the leftover streams that I couldn't wait for the day Ethan realized what a cancer Hasan is and trashes him. It was worth the wait like a fine wine. Very true.
Great video, and a lot of people seem to like it, so that's good.
Dr. Dealer for $2 says, for someone who hasn't watched this video, Hasan sure is familiar with the contents. Yeah, you know, that is interesting. How interesting is that, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Kiwi Farmer for $25. Oh, thank you so much for $25. Says, hello, gentlemen. Have you guys seen Shu's latest video? She covered reaction videos and ripped into actual Jake. Jake made a response coping and seething and reading for the last 10 minutes. S-Class is the best class.
I'm pretty sure I have seen it. I like Shu's content. She's a great content creator. Very, very funny. So,
yeah, she was great.
Great stuff.
I did see that video. I loved it a lot. I didn't see... I thought it was hilarious that she was going off of Jake. I didn't see Jake's response to the response. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah,
so,
that'll be good.
That's good. Dr. Liv for $2 says, Sitch retweeted me and I end up with a viral tweet off of it. Can I get this week's lotto numbers too?
Wow,
it was
good for you.
It was the Denims clip we played. It was too good. Everyone loved it. Okay.
Sweet.
All that you sitting through the horror and terror of that Denim stream. I hope it was worth it for you getting a semi-viral tweet. The damage to your soul forever. Slideshow Denims for $2 says, steps on rake, grumbles. Steps on rake, grumbles. Steps on rake, grumbles. Steps on rake, grumbles.
Basically, that's like his signature move these days, right?
Right. Dr. Liv for $2. Thanks so much. Says this could actually be it for Hasan. As soon as it becomes cool to hate him, it's over. Became cool to hate Vosh, and he still hasn't recovered. I've seen people actually just now learning how atrocious Hasan is. That's interesting. I didn't really think about that, but that is a very key aspect of this. Is it cool to hate X person? It became cool to hate Vosh. It's probably definitely going to be cool to hate Destiny now. And I don't know, because I have seen people on the left who didn't understand how shitty Hasan was, but I mean, obviously his audience understood that. That's why they watch him. So I'm not sure it's going to have that big an impact unless the story actually moves into the mainstream sphere. I don't think it's going to really, unfortunately, impact Hasan.
But the Vosh thing never moved into the mainstream sphere. Just people were like, "Oh, I can't abide by this."
No, but that's because it was.
There's no new information here, though. That's
exactly right. People didn't know Hasan liked short stack goblin lolly horse porn.
You mean Vosh, but I get you. Yeah,
well,
there's no new information in the Hasan story.
Vosh, yes.
Yeah.
Right. So
that was a bridge too far for Vosh for everyone.
Right. And same thing with Destiny, with the sex things. Like, but the Hasan stuff, everyone who follows him already knows all that shit.
Yeah.
So it's just the more moderate people on the left who probably like, oh yeah, I like Hasan, but they don't actually like know anything about him. They'll be like, oh shit, that's crazy.
Yeah, you really do have to get some new piece of information that just is despicable, right? That's what it is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's also unrelated to like the Vosh and Destiny thing were unrelated to their politics. You know, it's not like he had like a bad left-wing take, right?
Well, I mean, they are kind of related to their politics in that it's hugely hypocritical since they're both like
Right.
super, yeah.
Right. I mean, it's not they're not political takes. Hasan's are political takes.
Yes.
So, Dr. Diller for $2, for $3 says Hasan isn't audience captured. He believes this nonsense. He could keep being a horrible radical communist relegated to Twitch forever. Nobody forced him to interview this terrorist and then suck him off. He sought it out. Well, that is true. He did seek it out.
He did. He thought this will be great content.
Dr. Delverjoy says, you know the old Huxley quote, Hasan is a person you can level righteous indignation about it, and you're actually completely cleared to do so. He actually deserves all the bad things that happened to him. It's wonderful. Well, I guess now we could see and feel the Huxley quote in effect. Excuse me. Sell it for $2 says, my girlfriend is part Lebanese and her family are Christians. If they lived in Lebanon, Hezbollah, not Hasan, would kill them all without a second thought. Fuck Hasan. And speaking of second thought, fuck him too.
Nice.
Yes. Sell it for $2 says, before seeing any of this, I was told, quote, spend time with your kids was a knockout argument. I was told Ethan wasted his time making a 3-hour video that Hasan will never respond to in depth when he could play with his kids. I mean, that's obviously the most cringe cope response. Like, a guy who's a YouTuber actually did his job and made content instead of playing with his children. Wow, that's terrible. Can you imagine saying that to anyone who has a job? What you did your job instead of just spending 24/7 with your children? You're a terrible father. It's like,
He's got like
okay.
2 million views on it already, so
Right.
that's not bad.
It's a lot of resources he could provide to his children. Solid for $2 says, all right, which franchise has been fucked to death harder, Star Wars or Star Trek? I think you can make an argument for Star Trek just because Alex Kurtzman is far worse than Kathleen Kennedy. I assume you just watched the this week the Red Letter Media conversation about the new Section 13 or 31, whatever it is. Star Trek movie.
I did not, yeah, but
yeah.
I will. I'll check it out.
It's difficult because Star Wars was obviously fucked over on a much larger scale because both, the prequels and sequels were like these massive blockbuster movies that all totally horribly sucked. So like it feels larger. The Star Trek movies, like people like the original, well, they like some of the original movies. I don't know if anyone really liked the new movies once the Next Generation got involved. And I don't know, just Star Trek just always feels like on a smaller scale, I guess, just because it's like a smaller,
Yeah, Star Wars seemed to have further to fall, right? Star Wars
has always made more money.
King. Yeah.
Right, than Star Trek. But Star Trek has a lot more like horrible TV shows that just continually shit out consistently, and they keep being shit out. Actually, I guess that's not true because now Star Wars has all the Disney Plus shows. Never mind, I take that back.
Yeah. Did you watch any of the last one? What was it, Skeleton Crew?
I didn't watch it, no.
Oh,
I have so little interest for Star Wars content nowadays.
I mean, a lot of people liked it. I mean, I didn't like it too much, but Star Wars has just lost its way. Completely lost its way. Yeah, it doesn't even really know what it is. And the more of these shows that they come out with that are kind of just struggling to figure out what Star Wars is, just completely dilutes the brand.
Right.
It's weird. Yeah.
I'm going to say Star Wars was fucked over harder for two reasons. Number one, the scope and scale and the money involved with Star Wars is just greater. And then I think it's harder to save Star Wars because if Alex Kurtzman gets fired or dies or whatever, I don't think it'd be
Star Trek's coming right back. Yeah.
Like, I don't think it'd be that difficult. I mean, it could be difficult to get the right person, but it shouldn't be that difficult for someone to say, let's bring back Star Trek and I'm just going to copy, the original series, not the original, but like TNG Deep Space Nine. I'm going to copy the formula, the ideas of this show, and
That
just make it,
worked,
update
yeah.
it, right, to a more modern audience.
Oh, don't
Or-
do that.
No, I'm just kidding. But update it in terms of like pacing and like the way that shows are kind of written today in terms of structure. Like you could just like someone could do that, and it seems like a very clear path to success. I have no clue what the path to success is for Star Wars, and apparently no one does because they keep trying new shit and none of it ever fucking works. So
Yeah, this
I mean, it's
last
also-
series is like Goonies meets Star Wars. They've got the Acolyte, which is like lesbian space witches meet Star Wars. It's like what the fuck are we doing here?
Right.
Like Mandalorian did have some success in the beginning because it did kind of people understood what it was. This seemed like the Star Wars universe.
Mhm.
But then like the book of Boba Fett, oh my God, they took a totally beloved character. And that's what they're trying to run away from, right? Taking the total beloved character and turning them into a complete moron.
Mhm.
I just feel like the book of Boba Fett was that all over again, like stretched out.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah. Well, it's almost, I guess what I'm saying, like, is that Star Trek, it has a formula that you could use. That's a winning formula there. I'm not sure Star Wars has that formula. It'd be more difficult for someone to like save it.
Right.
I think you could save it. It'd just be more difficult. Dr. Diller for $2 says Phil saw his shadow, the little bastard. 6 more weeks of winter. Oh, that's right. The
Groundhog Day happened.
I guess it happened. Yeah, look at that. Did you know Phil has been alive since 1886, is sustained by groundhog punch, and speaks his predictions in groundhog knees? I did know that, actually. Someone else, maybe it was you in the past, had brought this up, that the groundhog Phil is supposed to be
That's
the
not
same
true.
groundhog from 1886.
No, it's probably his great,
It is true. What do you mean?
great.
No, it's the same groundhog.
son.
It's the same groundhog. What do you mean?
Lifespan of a groundhog.
Well, he speaks groundhogese, Adam. Obviously, he's magic.
Oh, look, I just typed in lifespan of and groundhog comes up.
They knew.
Other people want to know.
They knew.
Take a guess. Take a guess.
I'm going to say 6 years.
Oh my God. 2 to 6 years.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Yeah. So
Nailed
you
it.
just got it at the end there, but
Right.
well, in captivity, they can live up to 14 years. Pennsylvania.
Yeah, but type in how old is Phil. Look at this.
No.
Punxsutawney Phil is 139 years old, according to Google AI. So obviously it's true.
Oh yes, look at that. Is said to have been making weather predictions since 1886.
I told you.
I think that's when A Starry Night was painted.
No. Okay. Obviously there's some connection there.
Starry Night.
Well, maybe he's like Dorian Gray. His soul was trapped in the painting, and as long as Phil never looks at Starry Night, he won't age.
Starry Night was painted in the June of 1889.
Oh.
So look,
So close.
The groundhog has 3 years on A Starry Night.
You got it. Well, actually, no, it can still work because he was 3 when he looked at the painting and had his soul, embedded in it, right?
Oh, there we go. That's right.
So
he looked up at that Starry Night and said, "I'm going back to bed. It's fucking cold out here."
There you go. Arithmus for $2 says, I can only speak for my own business, but tariffs are pushing me to move production pushing me to move production of some parts of the United States of America. There's more upfront costs, which is why I didn't do it already, but it will actually save money long term. Well, that's interesting.
So it gives you the push.
There you go. Look at
That works. Look at that.
Solid for George says, to clarify, Kurtzman is worse because Kathleen Kennedy is just incompetent. Alex simply doesn't care about what Star Trek should be. He even said he never liked Star Trek as a kid. I didn't either, but I know what makes it work better than him. I mean, yeah, I don't know, because I've never really heard Kathleen Kennedy go into it. But obviously, Alex Kurtzman is, he's either incompetent or he's just a fucking dumb, evil piece of shit, retard, in terms of, like, it's just so strange to me. I don't understand how you have a guy who's heading up a property. You have Alex Kurtzman's heading up Star Trek. You have Kathleen Kennedy's heading up Star Wars. Why do they get like infinite fuck ups? How does whoever's like above them just be like, get this person out of here?
We're
They're
trying
fucking
something new. Yeah, exactly.
horrible.
I've never seen an Alex Kurtzman movie that I thought, oh yeah, this completely knocked it out of the park.
Right.
Like, what movie has he done that's like brilliant? Why is
Well, he does all.
like,
I don't know what movie. He did all the Star Trek shit. I don't know what he's done beyond the Star Trek stuff. But
right?
let's see.
Yeah, exactly.
He did the. She
I'm
did
doing same
the
thing.
Mummy remake that everyone fucking hated.
Yeah, look, I rest my case.
Right.
Maybe the
remade
first.
The Man Who Fell to Earth. I didn't even know that.
Maybe the first. Maybe the first Star Trek reboot
Here you
might be
go.
the best.
I got it. You know what movie he wrote?
What's it?
Amazing Spider-Man 2.
No way.
Yes.
That's good.
That's the one with Electro.
Oh, Jamie Foxx.
That's the Jamie Foxx one.
Why? Okay. Look, I don't think that's.
You don't think that's a good one?
I don't think that's really like hitting it out of the
You
park.
don't think that's the good Spider-Man movie? Okay. Oh, he also did Transformers: Revenge of the Fallen. That's a good one.
Yeah, I know. See, look, you're making my argument here. My
Yeah.
argument is that all of his movies seem kind of like meh, right?
He did The Island. Didn't you like that?
I mean, that's the perfect example of a meh movie. Like, that's even more depressing because The Island, I think, could have actually been good because it was like such a good concept.
Mm-hmm.
But still, oh my God, he had to throw in the line like, I made you, I can take you out or whatever. The stupid line that everybody's fucking dad says. I brought you into this world and I
take you
can.
out of it. Yeah.
Like he had to do why? What? You're gonna do the stupid dad line at the climax of the movie?
Well, to be fair to Alex Kurtzman, that is directed by Michael Bay, so it's hard to know how many
Who
bad
fucked it up
decisions are
worse?
Michael
Yeah.
Bay's fault, right?
True. Good faith Gary just stepped in.
Yeah. I mean, Michael Bay is not known for his talent.
Yeah.
Okay. Outside of explosions.
Are all these really his? Mission Impossible 3? He did all of these? Holy shit. Ender's Game. There you go.
Oh my God. That piece of shit ruined Ender's Game. Wow.
Yeah. There you go.
What? Wait, did he? Oh, wait. Are you looking at producer?
I just
He
looked
produced
up
Ender's
Alex
Game. He didn't
Kurtzman's-
write it. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, listen, he still gets penalty for that. Gavin Hood wrote Ender's Game. Let's see. What did Gavin Hood write? He wrote nothing. Oh, wait. I'm looking at actor.
Yeah, I
Oh,
guess
what
you
did
gotta go. Yeah.
What did he
Gotta
direct?
click off.
Oh, he directed X-Men Origins. Remember that wonderful movie? That was that was when they had the shitty Deadpool that everyone hated in it, where they sewed his mouth shut.
Oh wow.
Right. So glad we got him for Ender's Game.
Yeah. Great stuff. So anyway, look, if if you could get this guy out of the way, things might change, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. All right. Let me see here.
Philip Kogan's for $10 says he's able to pick and choose the people he called in his book. Maybe he did call them the cover of Pompeo's tracks. Maybe he had the aircraft circle for another reason. Either way, he's not reliable. I mean, Philip, I would highly recommend you look into the story or the situation before you try to concoct this narrative, because this is such a highly intricate, bizarre, this would be such a highly intricate, bizarre lie for Mark Esper to tell in his book, just to throw Kash Patel under the bus randomly in his book for no fucking reason. and kind of in a very soft way too, because as I said, he doesn't go back and then interrogate, why Cash did what he did or fucked up. It's just like a part of just like a couple pages in the book, and then he just moves on and just never talks about it again.
What chapter is it in, so I can read it after the live stream?
I don't remember. It's called the October Surprise chapter, I think. And it's near the end of the October Surprise
He
chapter.
calls the chapter the October Surprise.
Well, he's talking about all the things that happened in October, essentially, for the election.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Because there's like multiple different things that happened that month. But so all like basically to have to call all these different people, Pompeo, Bill Barr, all these, like basically everyone in the Trump administration, and be like, oh, I'm going to tell a lie about Kash Patel in my book for some like reason. I mean, it's starting to veer into like the absurd land of storytelling. So
what do you think happened?
I kept telling you, I don't know.
Yeah, you keep saying I don't know, but just
I don't know.
Look, speculate.
I don't know why. Your speculation could very well be true, that Kash Patel had a delusion that he overheard someone say, "Oh, I got to call in to get airspace clearance for Nigeria," and he's like, "Oh, they're gonna stop him. The deep state is trying to stop Trump. I'm gonna save the mission," and he just came up with this delusion that was completely unnecessary, and then almost jeopardized the mission by lying about it. That's possible. I could believe that.
Oh my God, you believe my theory?
Yeah, but the difference is I'm saying that if that's true, it makes Kash look terrible.
Look, I'm leaving the terrible or great out of it. I'm just saying this makes logical sense to me. What is another potential speculation?
Another potential situation is that Kash Patel is just fucking lazy. That somehow he was adjudicated or someone threw this job to him and he just didn't give a fuck or forgot and lied about it to cover his tracks.
Oh, okay. That is, look, I like it. That's
Here's
a good speculation.
Here's your
says
speculation.
They put Patel in charge of it, and he's like, oh shit, I fucking forgot to call.
Yes. Here's the speculation. Okay. They're like, Kash, go call whomever to get the, clearance from Nigeria. And he's like, I'm on it. And then he got distracted.
He gets a text from his girlfriend. He's like, holy shit, this bitch is cheating on me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He completely got distracted by a text from his girlfriend. Maybe he saw like a sexy picture of Donald Trump and he had to,
maybe he was on TikTok.
Right. Maybe he was on TikTok. He completely forgot. And he's like, where did the time go? Right. An hour goes by and he's like, oh my God, I forgot to call Nigeria and get an airspace request. And everyone else is ready. They're all waiting for me. He's like, I did it. I did it, guys. I did it. And then he's like, oh, I bet I can like get it done while like the plane's, in the air. And he just couldn't get it done in time.
Right. Okay. Well, at least we're
There
speculating.
Solindre for 14 months says A-Team is the dream team. Have a dream of reading the best comic of 2025 and it's coming true.
Oh, thank you. Can't wait to see what you guys think. So.
Oh, there you go. Zero Fox knows the answer. He got an email from a Nigerian prince. And Kash was like, oh, I have my Nigerian prince hookup connection. I'll tell him like, hey, Nigerian prince, you're the prince of Nigeria, right? Can we have like airspace to save a hostage? And he's like, of course, my brother. Just send me $500 because I dropped my wallet and I need to call my dad, the king. And he's like, here you go. Here's $500. And then he wasn't lying. He
did say he's got it.
Yeah, he wasn't lying. He's just an idiot. He thought he had the clearance. It all
Sitch,
Zero
I don't know
Fox
why.
got it. Zero Fox nailed it. That's exactly what happened.
Zero Fox, I don't know why you're making excuses for Kash.
Ace for $2 says, fuck you, Sitch. I love the prequels and they're awesome. Okay, listen, you can continue to cope about the prequels being good. You can love them, but they're terrible movies.
Ace, when did you see the prequels? That's the thing. Like, did you see them when you were a kid?
When he was like 5.
We all understand this. A lot of times we see movies when we're kids and we don't really know that much about movies or storytelling. And we're like, oh my God, this is amazing.
Yeah.
And then you go back as an adult and you're like, what the fuck was I thinking? Although some people nostalgia takes over and they never really have the what the fuck was I thinking.
Right,
That just gives them that like, oh my God, this is still amazing.
Makes me feel like I did when I was a child.
There is a movie that I saw when I was a kid a bunch of times, and I still go back and watch it, and I think it holds up. It could be improved a bit. It's Time Bandits by Terry Gilliam. So
I'm gonna be real, it didn't hold up last time I saw it. But
yeah, you're more of a Baron von Munchausen guy,
Yes,
right? You like that movie. See, I didn't. I mean, I love Terry Gilliam, but the Baron von Munchausen, I never really liked that much.
it's more because it's more like it doesn't have like a straight goal conflict that you like in storytelling. Because it's just like
Well-
him telling these like random stories, kind of.
It's like the elements in Time Bandits are completely set up for me. It's like the devil and the ultimate evil and shit like that. I was just like fascinated by.
I like the concept of Time Bandits.
Yeah, it's good. Should watch it with Sammy G.
Listen, it's hard enough for me to get Sammy to watch movies. It's hard enough for me to get her to watch old movies. It's harder for me still to get Sammy to watch a movie that I'm not even 100% on. So
Right. Well, I think you can do Apple TV for like a free trial, and you could just watch the first episode of Severance and see if you like it. I was hooked. Like my wife put it on because she knew it would hook me. The first episode, man, it gets going immediately, which that's my big complaint about most movies and television. It's like, get to the fucking point.
right.
What's going on? Most people just give them the benefit of the doubt. They're like, you can be 15, 20 minutes in. Oh, it'll get going. I'm like, fuck you. Fuck yous.
Alex Wright for $5 says my new gentleman's bet is that Trump will either scrap the tariffs or lower the 25% rate on Mexico and Canada before they go into effect on Tuesday.
Oh, they go in effect Tuesday. Wow. Right around the
Okay, there you
corner
go.
here. Jeez.
JMac for $10 says, doesn't the chosen groundhog experience reality within an infinite loop? I thought that's why they perform the ritual. Come on, guys. That's why. That's
my
what Groundhog's Day
God,
starring
you're
Bill Murray is
right.
based off of.
Holy shit, you're right. That's why he is so old. He's really only a day old.
Well, no,
He's
no, no.
reliving the same day over and over again.
He can't be reliving the same day because if he was, he would be useless as predicting the future weather. Right. What they did is he only lives Groundhog's Day, but it's a different day. So they remove Puxatawny Phil from time for every other day of the year. Then they bring him back in the time just for Groundhog's Day. So he's really only 186 days old.
Wow.
That's the answer.
Exciting.
Liz does wall specifically for $5 says you get infinite fuck ups when you know where bodies are buried. I'm guessing there are a lot of them. Well, that makes sense. That does make sense. That's possible.
What's that? What's that?
Like
about?
the Kathleen Kennedy and Kurtzman and all these other people.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like a lot of times with these people, they get in these positions. A lot of other high ranking people are too tied up into them. So that would make them look bad if, they fire Kathleen or Kurtzman or this other stuff. So they actually don't really have any oversight, unfortunately.
Didn't they pay like $4 billion for Star Wars or something like that? Just
Probably.
incredibly. It's incredible that they've destroyed the brand as much as they have.
It is pretty crazy because, they could have made a lot of money off of it.
Remember they were like, oh, there's going to be a Wookiee Jedi in Acolyte. Oh my God. So everyone's like, oh, the Wookiee Jedi. And they fucked that up.
Yep.
Oh my God, you finally got somebody that was like, oh yes, please, the Wookiee Jedi. They're like fucking spanking it every day to the Wookiee Jedi. And you're like, let's just make him some fucking side character that dies off camera.
Mm-hmm.
fucking idiots.
Stanley 6 for $2 says Irreversible is objectively almost a perfect movie.
Irreversible.
I've never seen that.
I don't think I liked that movie. Isn't that movie like super gay?
I'm reading a plot synopsis and it sounds really awful.
Yeah, I think it
Jesus
is.
Christ.
It's like super depressing.
The
What is
movie
it?
tells a story about a girl who gets raped and her boyfriend and Simpy X getting revenge on the rapist and failing.
Oh
That
yeah,
sounds like a
and
terrible movie.
I think it opens up on the rape and it's like super graphic, and you're like, holy fucking shit! Turn this movie off. What the fuck? Did I stumble onto the dark web?
Right.
Am I watching a snuff film? Oh my god.
Mhm.
Yeah. Be aware that movie was not for me.
Right.
I never made it past
listen,
the first
I've been
scene.
saying it. Maybe it's some good dark movie. It's a little too sounds a little too dark to me, but
Yeah.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. Anyways,
All right, look at this. Holy shit. We did this in record time once again.
that's true. That's true.
Excellent work, Sitch.
Anyways,
My brother. What's the isekai protagonist up to today? Huh?
that's a good question. What is Isekai Brad? Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You who have made it to the end of the stream, you are the true free will seekers. You are the true heroes. You are the true isekai protagonists. But you would never, ever, ever in your isekai protagonist fantasy land promote, endorse, or protect the institution of slavery. No matter how attractive those cat girls may be, you would make sure as the isekai protagonist with the OP cheat skill to destroy the slave trade, unlike Hasan, would first have to engage in a statistical analysis to make a determination of how white, straight, and oppressed the slaves are, because he would make the determination that maybe those cat girls deserve to be enslaved and oppressed, right? As long as it benefited him at that moment. But you, listening, would never, ever engage in such a behavior. And we'll see you all on Tuesday.
Bye-bye! Don't do slavery.
Slavery here.